Post and orders. Remain as directed. Orders acknowledged. Ready? Hey! Present! Up! Right! Hold there! Up! Hold! Right! Hey! All right! March! Guard! Halt! Follow!
On guard! On guard! Halt! Order! Order! Halt! Dress center! Drill! Dress center! Drill! Dress center!
Oh, ready.
Yes, sir.
Dress center! Dress! Ready, front! Ready, front! Ready, front!
Up, hunt.
Ready, front!
Ready. Front. Oh, right. Shoulder. Whoop. Oh, ready. Front. Advance the colors. Oh, over. Woo! Mark time. Left wheel. Forward. Colors. Pull. Present. Oh! Order. On. Post the colors. Out. Left wheel. Forward. Forward. Mark. Mark time. Ready. One. Oh, wrestler. Woo. Ready. One. Ceremonial. At ease. front, one.
Front row and center file. Ready? Set. Ready? Front. Set. Center. Set. Ready? Front. Set. Ready? Rest. Stand by.
Honor, go.
First and zone.
Attention. Flag. Attention. Flag. Harry. Flag.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump and Vice President Pence have arrived and are being greeted by the Honorable Jim Mattis, Secretary of Defense, General Joseph F. Dunford Jr., the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Ms. Karen Durham Aguilera, Executive Director, Army National Cemeteries Programs, and Major General Michael L. Howard, Commanding General of the United States Army, Military District of Washington. Ladies and gentlemen, the Armed Forces Honor Guard and the United States Army Band are formed and waiting as the President moves to the tomb of the unknown soldier to place the wreath.
Present. Un. Order. Un. Present. Un. Order.
Right shoulder.
Un.
Ladies and gentlemen, the wreath ceremony is complete. The Memorial Day service will begin shortly. Please move to your seats. Thank you.
Advance the colors.
Oh, oh, whoop. Mark time. Left wheel, whoop. Forward, whoop. Present. Oh. Order! Oh! Retire the colors. Out! Left wheel! Whoop! Forward! March! Commanders, take charge of your units.
Crossing ball. Mark time.
All out!
Oh, out.
Forward. Left. Counter. Mark.
Forward!
Forward.
Forward! Forward!
Forward.
Forward!
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the official party and remain standing for the introduction of the President, honors, invocation, and the national anthem. Chaplain Colonel Terry Austin, Command Chaplain, Joint Force Headquarters, National Capital Region, and the United States Army Military District of Washington. Major General Michael L. Howard, Commanding General, United States Army Military District of Washington. Ms. Karen Durham Aguilera, Executive Director, Army National Military Cemeteries Program. General Joseph F. Dunford, Jr., Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The Honorable Jim Mattis, the Secretary of Defense. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, Chaplain Austin.
Let us pray. Almighty God, Prince of Peace, you have declared that there is no greater love than to lay down one's life for their friends. Today, as a nation, we physically and symbolically stand among America's sons and daughters, patriots who have given their lives to ensure our freedoms. We pause on this National Memorial Day to remember them for their sacrifice and to honor their memory. Lord, I pray that we may be more aware of just how blessed we are as a nation, as we realize the price that is paid to have and maintain our freedom. We also pray today for the families and friends of those who have given their lives in service to our nation. We pray that they will be comforted and reassured that the sacrifice of their loved ones is not in vain and they are not forgotten. Lord, we ask that you would continue to give wisdom to our Commander-in-Chief, his administration, our elected officials, and our military leaders as they promote peace throughout our country and around the world. Lord, even today, we have men and women deployed in harm's way, and we ask that you would continue to watch over and bless them with strength and courage to be victorious, and we ask that they will come home soon. We thank you, God, for our country, and ask that you continue to bless America. We ask these things not of ourselves, but in accordance to your will and the promise of peace throughout your holy name, as the Prince of Peace. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join the United States Air Force Band in singing our national anthem.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, General Dunford.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Secretary Mattis, distinguished guests, and most importantly, to our Gold Star families. It's an honor to join you this morning in remembrance and reflection. Since the founding of our republic, more than 42 million Americans have stepped forward to serve their country in uniform. Their story is one of selflessness, it's one of courage, and it's one of shared commitment. But their story is also one of extraordinary sacrifice. More than 1 million Americans who have answered the call to duty gave the last full measure of their devotion so their fellow citizens could live in freedom and raise their children in peace. Today we honor the fallen from battlefields that serve as waypoints in our history. Saratoga to Gettysburg, Belleau Wood to Midway, Chosin to Ia Drang, and Korengal Valley to Fallujah. Today we reflect on the enormity of the sacrifice. We reflect on the hopes and the dreams never realized. Today we also reflect on the sacrifice of the families left behind, the anguish of parents, spouses, siblings, and friends, the sadness of children growing up without their fathers or mothers. And we know that for the families, every day is Memorial Day. But today we also reflect on what's most important about the men and women we honor. We reflect on how they lived. They were people who stood for something larger than themselves. They were people who embodied the most important values and traditions of our nation. They were people who understood that what we have in our country is worth fighting for. And though they were taken from us prematurely, they were people who touched our lives. They were people who made a difference. Today, if we truly want to honor the fallen from all of our conflicts, we'll do something more than mark their graves with flags and flowers. We'll do something more than deliver remarks and reflect for just a few moments. If we truly want to give meaning to the sacrifice of those who have given all on our behalf, each of us will leave here today determined to find, in some small way, a method of serving our nation and our communities in their honor. If we do that, then I would offer that those of us who were taken from us prematurely will be able to look down and know that we truly do remember them. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen that are still in uniform, thank you for remembering.
Ladies and gentlemen, listen now as the United States Air Force Band performs America the Beautiful.
Beautiful
Ladies and gentlemen, Secretary Mattis.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dunford, Gold Star families, everyone, we gather here today with a shared attitude of gratitude. 23 centuries ago, so Plutarch tells us, an old Spartan king observed, "It is not the places that grace men, but men grace the places." Today, we know that he was right. More than a century ago, this 624-acre plot of land was a plantation on the Potomac. Scenic, but hardly sacred. Now these fields hold the greatest treasure of our nation, America's courageous dead, those who today we pause to remember. Not far from here lies the marker of Oliver Wendell Holmes, Jr., a Civil War infantry veteran who later rose to be a Supreme Court justice. Holmes said, "Those who serve in our military have hearts that are touched with fire. Having known great things," he said, "they are content with silence." If you have ever known one of the fallen, you've known greatness, but it is hard to be content with their silence, for we miss them. The empty chair on a holiday, empty every day, the photograph that goes wherever you do, the picture fades, but the person in it does not. Their fighting spirit persists, passed down through the ranks. Their spirit echoes in those who serve today in the air, on land, and at sea. In a world awash with change, some things stand firm. Some things are, as Plato said, good and true and beautiful. The kid on the line who never had a chance to grow old will always be there to teach us that suffering has meaning if it is accepted out of love for others. To the families of the fallen, both here and at home, no words will ease your pain, but I beg you, let it have meaning. Unite your sorrow to their awesome purpose. People do grace places, but people also grace people. We are blessed by our time with those now asleep, the mighty and the gentle. Let us share their story with others, then, like the poet, we all can say, "Sleep, soldiers, still in honored rest, your truth and valor wearing. The bravest are the tenderest, the loving are the daring." Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to introduce our Commander-in-Chief, President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, General Dunford, Secretary Mattis, for your moving words and for your service to our great nation. Vice President Pence, Cabinet Secretaries, members of Congress, members of the Armed Forces and veterans, thank you for joining us as we honor the brave warriors who gave their lives for ours, spending their last moments on this earth in defense of this country and of its people. Words cannot measure the depth of their devotion, the purity of their love, or the totality of their courage. We only hope that every day we can prove worthy not only of their sacrifice and service, but of the sacrifice made by the families and loved ones they left behind. Special, special people. I especially want to extend our gratitude to Secretary John Kelly for joining us today. Incredible man. I always like to call him General. He understands more than most ever could or ever will the wounds and burdens of war. Not only did Secretary proudly serve in the military for more than 40 years, enduring many hardships, but he and his incredible wife, Karen, have borne the single most difficult hardship of them all, the loss of their son, Robert, in service to our country. Robert died fighting the enemies of all civilizations in Afghanistan. To John, Karen, Heather, Kate, Andrea, and the entire Kelly family, today 300 million American hearts are joined together with yours. We grieve with you, we honor you, and we pledge to you that we will always remember Robert and what he did for all of us. Thank you, John. The Kelly family represents military families across the country who carry the burden of freedom on their shoulders. Secretary Kelly is joined today by his son-in-law, Jake, a wounded warrior, and the Secretary's son, Johnny, will soon leave on his 5th deployment. It is because of families like yours that all of our families can live in safety and live in peace. To every Gold Star family who honors us with your presence, you lost sons and daughters, husbands and wives, mothers and fathers. They each had their own names, their own stories, their own beautiful dreams. But they were all angels sent to us by God, and they all share one title in common, and that is the title of hero. Real heroes. Though they were here only a brief time before God called them home, their legacy will endure forever. General Douglas MacArthur once said that the soldier who is called upon to offer and to give his life for his country is the noblest development of mankind. Here at this hallowed shrine, we honor the noblest among us, the men and women who paid the ultimate price for victory and for freedom. We pay tribute to those brave souls who raced into gunfire, roared into battle, and ran into hell to face down evil. They made their sacrifice not for fame or for money or even for glory, but for country. We are privileged to be joined today by a man whose life demonstrates the values of service and sacrifice. Senator Bob Dole, here with his wife, Senator Elizabeth Dole. Senator Dole fought bravely in World War II and was severely wounded by German fire. In just a few weeks, Bob will be celebrating his 94th birthday. And Bob, I know I speak for millions of grateful Americans when I say thank you. Thank you, Bob. We thank you not only for your service, but for helping us to remember your fallen comrades and the countless American patriots who gave their lives in the Second World War. Since the first volley of gunfire in the Revolution, brave Americans in every generation have answered the call of duty and won victory for freedom in its hour of need. Today, a new generation of American patriots are fighting to win the battle against terrorism, risking their lives to protect our citizens from an enemy that uses the murder of innocents to wage war on humanity itself. We are joined today by the wife of Specialist Christopher Horton, who rests on these so beautiful grounds. As Jane tells us, Chris was a man who loved his country with every part of his being. In 2008, Chris enlisted in the Oklahoma Army National Guard. He trained as a sniper, becoming known as one of the best shots anywhere at any time. He was a talented, tough guy. While Chris was in the National Guard, he was also a volunteer police officer. In everything he did, he was thinking about how he could serve God, serve his family, and serve his country. In 2011, he deployed for the first time to Afghanistan. Chris knew his job was one of the most dangerous there was, but he was determined to go after the enemy at any cost to himself. His missions helped target and kill terrorists who sought to destroy innocent people. Just 3 months into his first deployment, Chris was near the Pakistan border, trying to eliminate an enemy cell that was doing so much damage and that was planting deadly roadside bombs against his unit and the units of many others. Standing watch with his comrades, he died in the ensuing gun battle with enemy forces. Chris sacrificed his life to protect his fellow soldiers and to protect all Americans. He was awarded the Purple Heart and Bronze Star for his courage. At only 26 years old, Chris secured his place in our hearts for eternity. Jane, America grieves with you. Our whole entire nation sends you our support, our strength, and our deep, deep love. You lost your husband, and America lost a hero. And together, we will preserve his memory today, tomorrow, and always. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Jane. We're also joined today by David and Rose Byers, the parents of Major Andrew Byers. As a boy, Andrew dreamed of the chance to attend the United States Military Academy at West Point. He worked hard, he earned that chance, and he graduated at the top of his class. He became the commander of a special Halo team, leading his fellow soldiers out of aircraft, hurtling into dangerous and unknown territory. About this time last year, Andrew was sent on his third combat deployment. This time he went to Afghanistan. On November 3rd, he was one of 10 Special Forces operators to land by helicopter near a Taliban safe haven in northern Afghanistan. They trekked through a mile of waist-deep mud and climbed a steep cliff before finally reaching the village that they wanted to reach. There, a night-long battle ensued. Andrew and his team fought off wave after wave after wave of enemy fighters. A grenade detonated, and as the Taliban began to surround the American and Afghan forces, Andrew ran through the smoke and through the hail of bullets to rescue an Afghan soldier. In the midst of this torrent of gunfire and danger, Andrew worked heroically to open a gateway and get his men to safety, risking his life to save theirs. And he did it. Unbelievably, he did it. But in saving those lives, Andrew was killed right then and there by enemy fire. Andrew has since been awarded the Silver Star for gallantry in battle. To his parents, David and Rose, we stand in awe of your son and his courageous sacrifice. On behalf of the American people, I express to you our everlasting gratitude for what your son did for his country, for his comrades, and for all of us. Andrew's father has said that he holds onto the promise of Joshua 1, verse 9. The Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What a man he was. To every Gold Star family, God is with you, and your loved ones are with him. They died in war so that we could live in peace. I believe that God has a special place in heaven for those who lay down their lives so that others may live free from fear and this horrible oppression. Now, let us pledge to make the most of that freedom that they so gallantly and brilliantly fought for, and they died to protect. Let us also pledge to tell the stories of Robert, Chris, Andrew, and all of America's fallen warriors today and for the next 1,000 years. And while we cannot know the extent of your pain, what we do know is that our gratitude to them and to you is boundless and undying. Boundless and undying. We'll always be there. Thank you. Their stories are now woven into the soul of our nation, into the stars and stripes on our flag, and into the beating hearts of our great, great people. Today, we also hold a special vigil for heroes whose story we cannot tell because their names are known to God alone. The unknown soldiers. We do not know where they came from, who they left behind, or what they hoped to be. But we do know what they did. They fought and they died in a great and noble act of loyalty and love to their families and to our country. In a letter written that is now famous, one Civil War soldier captured it all, and for all time. He wrote to his wife, "If I do not return, my dear Sarah, never forget how much I love you, nor that when my last breath escapes me on the battlefield, it will whisper your name." That is the love we hear whispering throughout this sacred place and from every tombstone on these hallowed grounds. It is the love that binds this earth beneath us and bleeds from the hearts of all of those who died so that we might live free. We can never replace them. We can never repay them. But we can always remember. And today, that is what we are doing. We remember. Words cannot wipe away the tears or bring back those smiling faces. But if Americans just take the time to look into your eyes and tell you how much we thank you and how dearly we pray for you and how truly we love you, then hopefully you can find solace through your pain. And every time you see the sun rise over this blessed land, please know your brave sons and daughters pushed away the night and delivered for us all that great and glorious dawn. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our fallen heroes. God bless their families. God bless our military. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the playing of taps and the benediction.
Now receive the benediction. Almighty and merciful God, grant to all of us grace and peace and a strong recollection of this National Memorial Day observance. May the memory of this sacred place among America's sons and daughters be etched into our hearts and always cause us to be thankful for your blessings and their sacrifices. They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in place until the President has departed and the colors are retired.
departing from this life while serving in the United States Armed Forces and Merchant Marines. Please let this tribute bring a sense of amazement in regard to the sacrificing disposition of those who we are here to honor. May this deferential occasion inspire
Representing the Maritime Administration, Mr. Owen Doherty. Our keynote speakers for today are Mr. Jim Downing, Pearl Harbor survivor. He is 103 years old. And handsome as ever. Look at him. And Mr. Dave Yoho, World War II veteran who served the United States Merchant Marines during World War II. Again, thank you all for being here to commemorate this special day at the World War II Memorial. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the presentation of colors, the playing of the national anthem, and our invocation.
During our preseason air conditioner sale, get a new Lennox air conditioner from $24.95, Ferguson AC combos from $36.95, and receive 0% interest financing for 5 years.
Let us pray. Almighty God, please be with us here during this sacred occasion. May your presence be in our midst and in willing hearts to bring peaceful comfort that surpasses natural ability. Help us as we honor those who have bravely gone before us and paid the ultimate sacrifice. Let this time of reverential admiration be honoring to those who occupy the great cloud of witnesses that surrounds us. May this commemoration be medicinal to loved ones left here subsequent to family member, friend, and or comrade departing from this life while serving in the United States Armed Forces and Merchant Marines. Please let this tribute bring a sense of amazement in regard to the sacrificing disposition of those we are here to honor. May this deferential occasion inspire gratitude and humility in all U.S. citizens, service members, military family members, and all who love this country. Have your way here today, that our fallen are well regarded. In the most holy name we pray. Amen.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bob Reagan and Operation Song. Operation Song was recently featured on NBC's Today Show. They are a Nashville, Tennessee nonprofit whose mission is to pair professional songwriters with veterans, active military and their families, also to help them tell their stories through song. They hold weekly workshops in Middle Tennessee, and they sponsor the events and group retreats throughout the United States, so those who want to take part don't need any musical background. In a typical session, a songwriter listens and encourages the participant to lay out the puzzle pieces of his or her experience, and together they arrange those pieces into verses and choruses, and the result is a completely personal song they can call their own. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bob Reagan, Jimmy Ray Sells, Ian Wagner of Operation Song. They will perform last Monday in May.
Thank you. This song was written approximately 3 years ago in one of our VA programs with 6 veterans of Iraq, Afghanistan, and Vietnam. We wanted to write a song that would honor Memorial Day. It's called The Last Monday in May. I took a musket ball in Chancellorsville. I went down and I lie here still, underneath a cross of stone. The world has turned and time's moved on. There are seasons when it seems that everyone's forgotten me, until the last Monday in May, when all the springtime flowers bloom. They come and decorate my grave, but only bones lie here entombed. My spirit flies as high as old glory waves, the last Monday in May. I fought on a distant shore in the war to end all wars. World War I turned into II, the Argonne into Peleliu. And it's hard to rest so far from home, but one day a year I'm not alone. On the last Monday in May, when all the springtime flowers bloom, they come and decorate my grave, but only bones lie here entombed.
My spirit flies as high as Old Glory waves on the last Monday in May. From the jungles of Vietnam
to the mountains of Afghanistan,
and whatever wars are yet to be, we'll fight to keep our country free.
My chopper went down in Iraq. One more week I'd made it back. Now my war and battle's done. I rest in peace in Arlington. My wife is here most days with me. Won't you come and keep us company? The last Monday in May, when all the springtime flowers bloom, they come to decorate my grave, but only bones lie here entombed. And my spirit flies as high as Old Glory waves. Remember those who died and the sacrifice they made on the last Monday in May.
The last Monday in May.
The last Monday in May.
Operation Song, the last Monday in May. Again, thank you, gentlemen, for that terrific tribute on this Memorial Day. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to introduce the Superintendent of the National Mall and Memorial Parks. For her remarks, Ms. Gay Vitsky.
Thank you, Mike. Good morning, everyone. Happy Memorial Day. On behalf of the National Park Service, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the World War II Memorial, the memorial that commemorates a generation of Americans who emerged from the Depression to fight and win the most devastating war in world history. On this Memorial Day, we gather to remember those who, in the words of Abraham Lincoln, gave the last full measure of devotion to their country. Here at the World War II Memorial, the more than 400,000 men and women who never made it home from that conflict are represented by the field of gold stars on the Freedom Wall behind me. Each one of those 4,048 stars symbolizes 100 individual Americans who paid the ultimate price for freedom. I'd like to extend a very special welcome to our distinguished guests, to our World War II veterans who are here with us today, their families and friends, and to all of you who have traveled to be with us this morning on Memorial Day. For this ceremony today, we are especially honored to be joined by two World War II veterans who will share their stories, Mr. Jim Dowing and Dave Yoho. Thank you both for being with us. We look forward to your stories, your remarks this morning. I'd like to express my appreciation to Rocky Lynn, Bob Regan, and to the United States Marine Corps Brass Quintet for the music provided this morning. I think it adds remarkably to the ceremony. Yes, thank you. I'd also like to recognize Mr. Josiah Bunting III, who's chairman of the Friends of the National World War II Memorial. The Friends, they are our partner organization here in the care of this memorial and co-sponsors of this morning's ceremony. We are deeply thankful to them for their partnership for this morning's ceremony and for all the work that they do with us to ensure that the legacy and sacrifices of World War II veterans are not forgotten. Thank you. I always take this opportunity to also say a special thank you to the National Park Service staff who interpret and maintain this remarkable memorial, as well as to all our volunteers who help educate and welcome more than 4 million visitors to this memorial every year. Thank you. Thank you. You are the best staff and volunteers of the National Park Service. All of the monuments and memorials here along the National Mall promote the spirit of unity and remembrance, giving all of us a way to recognize those who have served, those who continue to serve our great nation. They remind all Americans of our common heritage and our way of ensuring that our fallen heroes continue to be remembered and not forgotten. Here at the World War II Memorial, we specifically remember and honor all World War II veterans, their families, and the families of those who have already passed. We honor those veterans for their dedicated and valuable service. This Memorial Day also marks the 100th anniversary of the birth of President John F. Kennedy. And of course, he served with distinction in the United States Navy during World War II. President Kennedy once said, "A nation reveals itself not only by the men it produces, but also by the men it honors and the men it remembers." On Memorial Day, I'm proud to here to be among the greatest generation and joined by all of you. Here where our nation honors and remembers the heroism of those men and their comrades in arms who have served this nation so proudly. Thank you for being with us, and may God bless the military men and women and the United States of America. Thank you.
And thank you for your service, Gay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special privilege today. The United States Marine Corps Brass Quintet is here, as you can see to my left, and they now have a musical salute to our veterans. Gentlemen. Marine Corps Band's Brass Quintet, thank you so much. It is now my honor to introduce the chairman of the Board of Friends of the National World War II Memorial, Mr. Josiah Bunting III.
Who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life. A forgotten verse from America the Beautiful. My message is a brief one, but felt deeply along the heart. We are gathered on the last Monday in May in solemn tribute to those who have paid the supreme sacrifice. We should honor them not only on the last Monday in May, but in the way we conduct our own lives as citizens of this great republic every day of the year. Tom Brokaw did not idly invent the phrase, the greatest generation. He thought, when he first enunciated that memorable phrase, about why that generation is called great. They embodied virtues which, in my view, are slowly becoming extinct in our culture, the virtues of modesty, of simple obedience to doing the right. They are living out the virtues that those who died in the Second World War, and indeed in all of our wars, embodied. Not only when they returned from their duties overseas, but in the way they have lived since then. The first Memorial Day was in 1868, and I assume there are many among us today who remember when we called it Decoration Day. But it is Memorial Day, and it is important that we are infused with a sense of obligation to what those who have gone before and paid the supreme sacrifice represented in their own lives, who more than life, their country loved. God bless them.
When the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, Lieutenant Downing was with his wife in the married quarters on base. Lieutenant Downing saw and heard the attack. So he jumped in his car. He headed to the ship. He wanted to fight the Japanese and fight them off. When he got there at the harbor, he saw there was absolutely no way he could actually reach his ship. So instead, he jumped on the next available thing, the USS Tennessee, slid down the gun barrel, and then landed on the deck of his ship. He was not going to be denied. He made it to the USS West Virginia. The West Virginia had been hit by 9 torpedoes and was on fire at the time. Lieutenant Downing immediately grabbed a fire hose and tried to put out those fires. There was ammunition on board, and that could have caused even more explosions. He was trying to act quickly. While fighting that fire, Lieutenant Downing had also noticed the bodies of his fellow sailors lying there on the deck. One hand holding the fire hose, he went to those bodies of the fallen at the same time, trying to memorize the names from their dog tags. He later wrote home to their parents to let them know that their sons had died as heroes. Later that afternoon, and after the fire on the USS Virginia was out, Lieutenant Downing headed to the hospital. He wanted to check on his friends who had been badly burned. He brought along a notepad and a pencil, and he took down a personal message from each one of them, the sailors, so he could send them home to their parents. Many of those sailors died that night. Those are nearly the last words they ever spoke. Lieutenant Downing made sure those final words made it home. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jim Downing.
I'm delighted to be with you this morning as one of the 23 million veterans who have become veterans in the last 75 years. Of this 23 million, 1.4 million are disabled. 250,000 suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. 39,000 are unemployed, are homeless. And every day, 20 commit suicide. In my mind, they're all heroes. I've fought alongside of some of them. If the Department of Defense ever decides to give medals to all who deserve them, they'll have to buy some ore mines in Utah, and a cotton field in Texas, and a dye factory in New York to mold the medals and print the ribbons that they deserve. But it's hard to think of these other veterans without remembering and shed a tear for the 83,000 missing in action. Their parents have not had the closure. So they're among the heroes. Since the Revolutionary War, almost 1 million people have laid down their lives to protect their country.
Versus the 325 million we have today. From that population of 130 million, we put 16 million people, 12.5% of our population, in uniform. They fought, served, and died in 5 continents, in hundreds of major battles. And you see that wall of stars, over 440,000 of them gave their lives in military service, but they came home wounded, those who survived, both physically and emotionally. Several years ago, an author by the name of Tim Madigan revealed in an op-ed column for the Washington Post that more than 1 million veterans were discharged with psychoneurotic disorders. Sadly, this discharge was called a Section 8. In that era, it was a stigma to be a Section 8, and a barrier often to many areas of employment or normal post-war social life. In 1946, the director-producer John Huston filmed a documentary entitled Let There Be Light. The research for that film revealed that perhaps 25% or more of those who served in or near combat returned to civilian life suffering from psychic wounds that left them with night terrors, depression, survivor's guilt, and similar. That documentary was never released during that period of time. You can get it today, Google it. It's called Let There Be Light, search date 1946. Now, records indicate that we suffered the highest level of alcoholism that has ever existed in our country in post-World War II. Many took their own lives, and we mourn for them forever. Many researchers, including prominent clinical psychologists, many of whom I know, theorized this history and information was buried, forgotten, amid issues considered more important by the lawmakers of our country and the media. As you visit these various sites today, they're marked in the great battles of this war. Take your Google with you, young people. You know how to do it. I don't. My grandchildren help me. But you know how to do it. And when you see D-Day, I want you to Google it. 9,000 of us died one day. The invasion of Iwo Jima, a little spit of sand in the Pacific Ocean. 6,800 died. And make no bones about it, when you see the guys in brown here, the ground troops, the grunts, took the biggest hit. The final major Pacific invasion, Okinawa, 14,000 of us died. The Battle of the Bulge, when we had completely defeated the German army, the Nazis. We had been defeated. We had bombed their cities to the ground, and they opened an offensive when the war was over. And that offensive was called the Battle of the Bulge. Google it. 19,200 of us died. In the movie, Saving Private Ryan. I urge you to see it if you haven't. The film's first 15 minutes portrays what it was like in the first wave of our veterans on D-Day. Now, you may find it difficult to watch. My lovely wife cannot watch that part of the movie. However, it portrays what many veterans experience in their wartime life, and may explain to you, if you have a relative that's a veteran of World War II, why they don't want to talk about it. The same is true of the Korean veteran and the Vietnam veteran. They don't want to talk about it. Recall is painful. But in that movie, it starts with an old man kneeling at a gravesite in Normandy, France. And he weeps as he asks this question that many of us ask: did I lead a worthy life? Did I lead a worthy life? Did what I do count? And despite reassurance from those who love us, the question remains: did we lead a worthy life? The war ended 72 years ago. Passé, it's history. Today, there are approximately 500,000 of us still alive. We are passing, we are leaving this earthly coil at the rate of 490 every day. In addition, veterans from all walks of life, veterans from other wars, take their lives at the rate of 22 each week. And as Jim pointed out, almost 40,000 of these veterans are homeless. Which begs the question, was what we did and how we performed our task not worthy of the very best attention from our government in our declining years? And why isn't the history, purpose, and the outcome of this war taught at a college level or even at a high school level? And why? They called us part of the greatest generation, but we're failing with the future generation, as Jim points out. War is not fun. I was not prepared to be an adult. I became an adult because when I got there was no other choice. Now, you examine today the status of our Veterans Administration. I love my country to the bone. I stand in defense of my country to this day. I can't understand why they have a hotline that isn't answered immediately. It is intentionally for those veterans who are under such dynamic neurologic pressure that they can't figure out how to do 15 minutes, and their hold on the phone is longer than that, or their wait may be 2 weeks. What do you know about the U.S. Seabees, a division of the American Navy that gets little attention? What do you know about the U.S. Armed Guard, the Navy Armed Guard that served on all the merchant ships? And we lost 830 merchant ships in World War II. 300 of them right off the coast, the East Coast here. And what of the WASP? Do you know about the WASP? Look it up, Google it. These were the women who ferried the planes. When they were finished, they ferried the planes from point A, the factory, to maybe San Francisco or Fort Ord or down to Florida someplace. 1,000 of these women recruited. 39 of them died performing their task, and they were later called civilians without the right to the benefits. Each played a major role in this country, yet little is known. If one for the Park Service, if you look at these bas-reliefs, these bold bronze bas-reliefs, they portray the women and the women's contribution to what we did. I have volunteered on many occasions. Listen to the quality of my voice. I'm no stranger to speaking. I've spoken all over the world, and I have volunteered to contribute. This information to universities, schools, to institutions, and I have had little, if any, response. Now, let me tell you my personal story. What do you really know about the U.S. Maritime Service? And I've heard all the guffaws and the reasons that they weren't treated as armed services. They're recognized today. 250,000 of us were recruited, trained in military bases, placed as crew members on merchant ships. Less than 2,500 of us exist today. The highest percentage of casualties, I'll repeat it, the U.S. Merchant Marine experienced the highest level of casualties in World War II history. 1 out of every 26 men died. And through an oversight, they were left out of the GI Bill. There were no post-war benefits. Oh, but our wisdom of our lawmakers, they gave that right to us in 1988. I myself was probably 60 years of age, and I needed them like I needed a ward on you-know-where. 43 years after this war ended, most of us in our 60s, some in our 70s, much too late to benefit from government support for college education. I love my country. I asked them to wake up. A recent news release for the U.S. Merchant Marines veterans was sent to every congressman and representative in the United States, the head of Veterans Affairs, the president, and others in powers who make our laws and will determine how we will lead our lives. And I ask you to Google also then House Bill 154, introduced and supported by Congressman Green from Texas, that speaks about our denial. We don't need money. We need the attention to people to understand what we did. In that release, I am quoted this question I ask all lawmakers. Do you, can you, will you ever comprehend? We gave up our youth. We gave up our youth. For many of us, for most of us, there were no high school graduations. Look at us. There were no dances. There were no proms. There were no sporting events. There were no meetings at the malt shop as you might do today. These are things we consciously and unconsciously agreed to abandon when we took an oath and we did what we were asked to do. We left as boys. We became men rapidly, and we came home as men. Many veterans who served in combat zones still have some uncomfortability. Meet them today, touch their hands, touch the flesh of the people, and you'll find they're often reluctant to talk about what happened to them. We returned to a social culture that we did not fully understand. Many of us returned, myself included, still young enough that I couldn't go into a restaurant and buy a drink. I couldn't even vote. And yet, for almost 13 months, I was on a ship in the South Pacific. This is not about me, however. This is about us. All of us experienced some disappointment there. This is a beautiful tribute to our life. Not only the memorial for those who have passed, a tribute to our life. It's our last vestige of hope. What did we do that was different? Well, life is a series of new beginnings at all times. So most of us made a choice. Whether to wallow and seek sympathy for what we do not have or what we weren't given, or to suck it up and embrace who we were, who we are, and what we helped accomplish. We came home to unemployment, the need for education, and a method to fit in and catch up with social groups of our own age. We constantly reasserted our loyalty. Did you see us when the flag passed? Our presence today proves that we love this country, and what we did was our choice. We stand as able when our flag passes and our martial music is played. And we proudly salute that Star-Spangled Banner when we hear our national anthem. Do not expect us to understand or have compassion for the athlete who will not stand for our national anthem, or the malcontents who burn our flag. There is no compassion in our heart and you look at our faces worn by age and heightened by the color of our hair and say, don't ever do this in our presence, because you devalue the very things to which our comrades, for which we gave our lives and our future. Now, as I wrap up, I want to confide in you. We, like all of you, were once younger. Like you, we had our dreams, our fantasies about what life had in store for us. Now, the war was an interruption, which required a change in our priorities. The majority of us, however, asked them would not change what we did and what we did to accept the consequences of what happened post-war, including all of those things of an emotional nature that you may find in us as you speak to us. Finally, when you see us, I ask you to envision that young child somewhere in your family. They might be 17, 18, 19 years of age. Then envision that young person leaving home alone for the first time with a small suitcase, and after some tearful hugs, handshakes, weeping, and departure, watch that child as they leave and know that they will never return to you as they were. And that is the solace for those who mourn our brotherhood. It is the solace. Observe the child, and you will observe the man. You see, our training took us into a different world, all of us into a military world. The world of obedience, control of emotion, response to authority, and dedication to our country. And most of all, reverence to our standards, reverence to our flag, and reverence to the oath we took when we did what we did to favor our country's requests. We ask you today to enlarge what you know, your understanding of the contribution we made. Once again, I suggest you visit these sites. Incidentally, I don't have on my World War II veteran's hat. I have it with me, and my wife will tell you I like to put it on because it messes up my hair. Now, at the conclusion of the laying of the wreaths, and it's a beautiful ceremony, please stay through the whole thing and watch these veterans as we lay the wreaths. I'm going to accompany them. I'm going to put on my hat to do so. And then I ask you, if you will, many of you, to stay for the prayer vigil. We're going to do a brief prayer vigil. I'm going to introduce some wonderful people there, and we're just simply going to pray for something that happened in our war, and it's called the Merman's Run. You'll see it in the Sea of Battles. It's the last one over there, the Merman's Run. You'll see us, and you'll hear us. I will introduce you at that session to a close friend of mine, the war ace of the Vietnam War, General Stephen Ritchie. Would you please stand? And I want you to think this is a purely spiritual thing we're going to do in this little prayer group. Everyone's welcome. We're not going to take away anything from your religious beliefs. But I have the Reverend Eric Sang here from the Church of the Good Shepherd in Vienna, Virginia. And it's my hope you will hear his prayers for the passing. Now, the place of honor that you see down here pays tribute to those who sacrificed their lives. And this is just one of the lesser-known tragedies, and I'll just give you a 2-minute synopsis. In a convoy of 35 ships, only 11 survived. It is called the Merman's Run. It took place under conditions which no human being should ever experience. Temperatures below 40 degrees, ships picked off one by one by the German assault, and with the rule of war, no ship can pick up a disaster. If you hit the water, you got 3 to 5 minutes, and you die in a watery grave from hypothermia. Now think of what we carry in our heads when we think of others. And prayerfully, may futures never, never make this situation reoccur. I thank you so much, Mr. Bunning, for all the things that you do to propagate what we veterans find so important in our lives. And I speak for veterans everywhere when I say, I hope you'll join us. The prayer visual will be approximately 10, 12 minutes long. Join us despite your faith. Now, one more thing. I want to thank you for taking the time to be with us today. I know we didn't disappoint you in our showing up. Average guy sitting back here is 90 years older, this man 103. And I'm just short of that category. I am 89 years of age and proud to say it, and proud to say that I'm a veteran of war too. And I thank every veteran for their service. I thank U.S. servicemen and women everywhere. God bless all of you. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Dave Yoho. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please be seated. We will have our wreath presentation. We respectfully request that you stay in your seats, and only those taking the veterans over to their wreaths beyond they move. Has appeared many times on the stage of the Grand Ole Opry. A veteran of the United States Army 82nd Airborne, Rocky is the founder of the national charitable organization Tribute to the Troops, dedicated bringing comfort to our Gold Star families. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back singer-songwriter Mr. Rocky Lynch.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound. Like me, I once was lost, but I will find
really means a lot to me. It really does that you take that. And my son loved this country very, very much. And he gave his life painfully, never cried out in pain or anything like that.
No.
Asked that his men be taken care of. And
What rank was he in?
he was a staff sergeant,
Right behind you,
and
sir.
not a
Tough.
general,
That's
not
okay.
anything like that. Just a staff sergeant, a platoon sergeant.
You take care of yourself.
Thank you so much.
You
I
take care of
really
yourself,
appreciate
okay?
it. I so appreciate you, and you too very much.
President
Thank
Trump,
you so
my
much.
son was killed in
Thank
action
you
on
so much.
9/11/2008. He was a
Pardon
U.S.
me?
Navy SEAL.
Absolutely.
And
Where?
in
Afghanistan
on a night mission.
Tell me his name
He
again.
was shot.
Jimmy. He
Going
knew
in
he
the
was going to
compound, and he
die.
saved his team.
He knew he
and
was going to
took
get
him,
killed,
and he
and
died
he wasn't coming
that
home,
night.
and he asked me not to be forgotten.
You take care. He's
Thank
looking
you.
down.
Jimmy
He's very
Malachek.
proud of
Thank
you.
you so much.
Just
Thank you for everything you're doing for the country.
You know, they're looking down. They're
Very much. Jimmy knew he wasn't coming home. Jimmy knew he
He knew
wasn't
it.
coming home. And he said he said, Mama, I hope that people don't forget that I ever lived. And if you could remember just Jimmy,
I'm gonna
that would
remember.
mean so much
I'm
to
gonna
me.
remember right
I was
here.
a Marine as also, and a Marine and mother of a Marine. It would mean so much to me, sir.
We will do it.
Thank you so much. It means so
You
much.
take care of yourself, okay?
Thank you. Thank you
sir.
so much.
He's looking down very happy. Thank you.
Can I have a picture?
My son's a Marine.
Oh my God.
Let's go.
Thank you, sir.
Jimmy.
Jimmy. Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much. Doing great things.
Okay?
Thank you.
Take care of yourself. Thank you, folks.
Oh, I need that picture.
Your press on the right side. Here, guys, have it. You can take it back.
I salute you for that sentiment, sir, as the secretary, not as the senator.
I still have bad habits.
Mr. Byrd, yeah, we're going to start
Absolutely.
Sweetie, how are you? You too.
Feeling better?
Yeah. Yeah, I am. Saw your ladies here. I said hello earlier. spend some time with him. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please find your seat. Good afternoon. I'm Jim Knotts, and on behalf of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund, I'd like to welcome you all to our annual Memorial Day observance at the Wall to honor and remember those who gave their all for our country. Before we begin, I'd like to give my personal thanks to the Yellow Hat volunteers. You can see them around. They're the National Park Service volunteers, and there is almost always at least one of them here. They are the face of the memorial to the 5.6 million people who visit here every year, and we couldn't do what we do here at the Wall without their assistance. And I would also like to thank the staff of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund for the work that they do all year. I'd also like to thank our sponsors who make ceremonies like today possible. Public Broadcasting System, Alan Buckaloo, William Murdy, PenFed Credit Union, Land of the Free Foundation, USAA, and Wells Fargo. Memorial Day is about remembering those, oh, thank you, yes, let's give them a round of applause. We really appreciate our sponsors. Memorial Day is about remembering those who made the ultimate sacrifice and our promise to never forget them. The Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund remains committed to keeping that promise. There are many Gold Star family members with us today, and we thank them for joining us. The care and preservation of the memorial site is part of VVMF's core mission. Each year, the Department of Defense directs VVMF to add names and make status changes on the wall. This year, 3 names were added, which brings the total number of names on the wall to 58,318. Today, we are joined by friends and family of the service members whose names were recently added to the wall. And we're going to give them a chance to spend a moment with their loved ones at the wall. Escorting the family of U.S. Marine Corps Corporal McGuire is the 18th Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps, Ronald Green. Sergeant Major, if you would escort the family to the wall. Escorting the family of U.S. Army Sergeant Wilmers is Major General Garrett Yee. General Yee. Escorting the family of U.S. Army Sergeant Whitson is Brigadier General Ron Place. While they have a moment at the wall, other heroes are also not with us today. They are our nation's missing in action. To my right is an empty chair placed here as a symbol of the 1,600 Americans still unaccounted for from the Vietnam War. In 2016, 5 service members were accounted for, and today we are joined by their friends and family, and I will read the names of those accounted in 2016. Alan L. Boyer, William E. Campbell, Frederick P. Crosby, Dean A. Klenda, Patrick H. Wood, and now I will read the names of those added to the wall this year for the first time in this place that our nation has set aside to honor our Vietnam veterans. Kenneth R. McGuire, Edward L. Wilmers, John T. Whitson. For those of us who have served, we know that our service and our units have unique traditions, and that lone here that you just heard harkens to the Aggie tradition to show that Sergeant Whitson is here in spirit. It is now my honor to introduce our chaplain to provide today's invocation, Lieutenant Colonel Tammy Cruz.
Let us pray. Today, gracious Lord, we celebrate and honor Americans' own, who in their patriotism have given the ultimate sacrifice of their lives in love of country and their fellow comrades at arms. Lord, we are reminded that this memorial points us to Washington and to Lincoln, to the father of our nation and to the preserver of our nation. And between them, we honor those who took up the struggle for liberty and justice, freedom and peace in Southeast Asia in the 20th century. We are reminded of those voices now silent, who rest from their labors in sacred fields of honor throughout this land and on foreign soil, particularly of those with whom we have served. Especially we hold sacred the memories of those who gave their lives in Vietnam and in Southeast Asia. We honor, too, those who remain missing, whose fate we do not know. We would be amiss if we failed to forget the families of our fallen comrades who have equally sacrificed by giving up their fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, children. Forgive us as a country when we failed to respect those who gave so sacrificially in this war. We pause in a moment of silence to remember the fallen, whose names are recorded on the sacred wall in front of us, and those who suffered or later died as a result of their injuries. They shall not grow old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. Their deeds, their stories, their collective history is but a prologue of what is and the greatness of what is yet to be in the lives and deeds of all who stand on this sacred ground today. I pray, gracious God, that as we see our own reflection mirrored back to us, as we read the names of those who gave all their tomorrows, that we might have our days, that we might live all of our todays worthy of their sacrifice. Help us to ever be mindful of those who are this day serving in harm's way. We ask your blessings upon them today. Make us all leaders for peace in our day. Let freedom ring. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain Cruz. And now I'd like to introduce today's special guest, Master of Ceremonies. Jan Scruggs, the founder and president emeritus of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund, is a native of Washington, born here in 1950. He now lives in Annapolis. He serves as a member of the Vietnam War Commemoration Committee for the Department of Defense. He was appointed chairman of the Selective Service National Appeals Board by President Obama. And this is the board that will be activated in the event of ongoing American military casualties requiring conscription. Jan is a lawyer and a member of the D.C. Bar. He has written for the New York Times, Vietnam Magazine, The Hill Magazine, and Military Times in recent months. While he enjoys semi-retirement in Annapolis, he continues to be involved as an advisor to organizations seeking advice for memorials. Jan.
Okay, does anybody out there remember me? Yes, well, thank you, thank you, thank you. Please. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today. To get the ceremony started, I would like to introduce the 3rd Infantry Regiment, United States Army, also known as the Old Guard. And ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the presentation of the colors if you are able to stand. Sergeant, please post the colors. Is led by Staff Sergeant William Stanley, United States Army. Now it is my pleasure to introduce Artie Muller and Walt Sides from Rolling Thunder. As many of you know, Rolling Thunder is celebrating their 30th anniversary, and it was begun to raise awareness of those missing in action and those who have served in the most recent conflicts. We are pleased that Artie and Walt will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Artie and Walt, post right here. All right, yes indeed. And these guys have the words memorized.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Fantastic. Thank you. I want to thank both of you for your excellent work. Now please welcome our singer from the United States Army Band to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Very good. Okay, please retire the colors. Please just remain standing while they retire the colors. And we're going to ask Staff Sergeant William Stanley to retire the colors. He's now hard at work. Retire the colors. I want to note that the person who sang our national anthem is Staff Sergeant Matthew Smith, and he did an excellent job. We really appreciate it. Please be seated. So each year we hold this ceremony in partnership with the National Park Service. So this is land of the National Park Service. Please welcome Ms. Gay Wiecki, Superintendent of the National Mall here and Memorial Parks.
Thank you, Jan. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gay Wiecki. I have the honor to serve as the superintendent here of the National Mall and Memorial Parks. And on behalf of our staff, our volunteers, I bring you a warm welcome to veterans, family members and friends, our honored guests. Welcome to the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. This memorial, which was conceived and built on behalf of a grateful nation to honor and to recognize more than 3 million Americans, men and women, who served in the Vietnam War. I'd like to offer a special welcome to the veterans and their families specifically. Thank you for being with us here today on this very special day. I'm humbled to spend the day with you. Jan, it's also a real privilege and an honor to have you with us this year. And I want to extend a very special thank you to you and to Jim and the magnificent partners we have in the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund. This organization is essential to helping us care for and extend the legacy of this very special place of remembrance of fallen heroes. So thank you. This memorial, as with our other monuments and memorials, promotes the spirit of unity and remembrance, giving us all a way to recognize those who served and those who continue to serve our great nation, and reminding all Americans of our common heritage. The Vietnam Veterans Memorial is a place where everyone, regardless of your opinions, can come together and honor those who served. This memorial has paved the way towards reconciliation and healing from a divisive conflict and time in our nation's history, a process that continues today. This place provides us with an opportunity to explore the lessons of the past, to probe questions that people continue to ask about war, loss, survival, and the fundamental reasons behind why we fight. And therein, I believe, lies the relevance of history and the power of our nation's sacred memorials. The Vietnam Veterans Memorial is not merely a granite and marble wall, a list of over 58,000 names of heroic men and women who fought, struggled, and made the supreme sacrifice for their country. This place allows all visitors, both young and old, the opportunity to find meaning and understanding of a war, as well as its significance and relevance to us in the 21st century. It and the other memorials along the National Mall help tell the vast history of our nation and its incredible narrative of people, of our people. These memorials remind us that extraordinary things can come from people with otherwise ordinary lives, and they help us understand the monumental trials and sacrifices that have shaped our nation, our government, and our society. We at the National Park Service are honored to be entrusted with the care of places like this, to welcome millions of visitors who come here each year. I send out a special thank you to the men and women in green and gray who are among you, and to our volunteers in yellow. Thank you for helping me take care of this place. You are the most remarkable staff. So again, thank you for being with us. It's our honor to care for the Vietnam Veterans Memorial and the Vietnam Women's Memorial, which recognizes the 265,000 women, all volunteers, who served during the war. And I can promise you, yeah. I can promise you that we of the National Park Service will be here every day of every year watching over this place, keeping it and protecting it, and passing along the stories of heroism and sacrifice to future generations of Americans. For it is not simply a memorial that we preserve here. It is our birthright as a nation, purchased at an unimaginable cost, and one that we care for with all the reverence it demands. Thank you.
Thank you, Gay. I would like to note to everyone that with us standing today is former Secretary of Defense and Senator Chuck Hagel. And I just want to note that it was back in 1993, we had kind of run out of money. So I went to Chuck and said, you know, we need a few $1,000,000 so that we can put in a investment account, so to always take care of the memorial. If there's some broken stones, we have an insurance policy on it. We got some. So over the years, he and a guy named Tom Ridge, you remember Tom Ridge, the first Secretary of Homeland Security, great guy, former governor. They put together a little deal in Congress, a commemorative coin. They got us $2.5 million. We spent about $1.5 million, but we still, because of investing your dividends, we still have $2.5 million to take care of the wall. So thank you, Chuck. Finally, I would now like to introduce Julie Kink. She will speak on behalf of the Vietnam Women's Memorial. Julie is a Gold Star sister. Her brother, warrant officer David Kink, was a Vietnam helicopter pilot when he gave his life in 1969 at age 19. 25 years later, Julie began searching for her brother's fellow pilots to learn more about him, and eventually she not only learned how he died, but more importantly, how he lived. So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Julie Kink.
I'm honored to be here on our National Day of Remembrance. I'm Julie Kink. My brother, David Kink, was a helicopter pilot with C Troop, 1st of the 9th Cav. His name is on panel 20 West. David lost his life after 1 month in Vietnam when the light observation helicopter he was flying crashed due to a ground explosion. He was 19 years old, and I was 8. I barely knew him. The lanky, gentle big brother that I said goodbye to at a Madison, Wisconsin airport in 1969 would be 67 years old today. I've seen 17,000 more sunsets than he had a chance to see. My fellow Gold Star families, please raise your hand for a moment. This long black wall, with its accompanying statues of the 3 servicemen, the Vietnam women there caring for their soldier brothers, the education center to be built, documentaries by our national storytellers, Ken Burns and Lynn Novick. All these things ensure that America will never, ever forget. Unfortunately, there was a time when the Vietnam War was the last thing we as a nation wanted to remember. Our televisions brought the battles and the bombing into our living rooms. But for those of us who lost someone over there, like many of the veterans who returned, there was an unwritten rule. You cannot talk about the war. Not here, not now. I want to tell you today that it's okay to talk about Vietnam. It took me 25 years to feel comfortable enough to search for veterans who had served with my brother so that I could learn about his last days. I was afraid to stir up painful memories, afraid my questions would be unwelcome. Believe me, you guys aren't always easy to find. Eventually, I found men who trained and flew with David, who helped me learn not only how he died, but more importantly, how he lived. I don't use the word closure because for me, the subject was closed for 26 years. I like the word closer. Finding his friends has brought me closer to my brother. To my beloved Vietnam brothers who are here today, I know that you carry the memory of your buddies in your hearts every day of your lives. Thank you for showing us Gold Star families who our loved ones might have become had they had a chance to grow up and grow old like we have all done in their absence. To the courageous Vietnam women who are here today, you are my heroes. More than 265,000 of you served our country during the Vietnam War. 11,000 of you went to Vietnam. In the fog of war and death, you became a sister, a friend, a mother. How do you look into the eyes of a dying soldier and make the pain of the war disappear for a while? You did it somehow. And when you came home, like your Vietnam brothers, many of you never told your friends or family members about your tour of duty. I want to thank my friend Diane Evans for establishing the Vietnam Women's Memorial, not only to honor women who served, but also so that we families of the fallen would know about the women who gave care, comfort, and a human touch to our loved ones who were suffering and dying. In his last letter home, my brother wrote, "You're never alone on a mission. There's always somebody to protect you and get you out even before you hit the ground." It gives me great peace to know that even at 19 years old, even after just a month in country, David knew he wasn't alone. He got it. And now, through the love of my Vietnam brothers and sisters, I get it too. You're never alone on a mission. Every name on that wall had a family, and their families are us. Thank you and welcome home.
Thank you. Fantastic. Fantastic. Very moved by that. You know, there's a famous jurist, Oliver Wendell Holmes, and after the Civil War, there was something called Decoration Day, which eventually became Memorial Day. But these are words that he wrote. He wrote, and this is about us. Our generation has been set apart by our experience. In our youth, our hearts were touched with fire. It was given to us to learn that life is a profound and personal thing. Every year, there comes a pause in spring, Memorial Day, when we hear the pipes of death. We have seen the best and the most noble of our generations give their lives in battle. Yet I think, he said, I think I see banners of a column. Our dead friends still live for us. They bid us to think of life, not death. Life to which they lent their passion in their youth. As I listen, I hear the chorus of life and joy. Once again, our trumpets sound a note of daring, hope, and will. I had to read that because I became a great fan of Ken Burns when I saw the Civil War and Lynn Novick, and I've watched everything they've ever done. They have to leave a little bit early today because they're the grand marshals of the parade. I think it's fantastic. So Ken has been making documentary films for almost 40 years. His first Academy Award was Brooklyn Bridge in 1981, and he's gone on to direct and produce some of the most acclaimed historical documentaries ever seen and very well watched, including Baseball, the War. He's been honored with many major awards, Oscar nominations, etc. Lynn Novick is an Emmy and Peabody Award-winning documentary filmmaker for over 3 decades. She's been producing and directing films about American history and culture, and among them are some of the most acclaimed and top-rated documentaries to have aired on PBS. Her films include Prohibition, Baseball, Jazz, Frank Lloyd Wright, The War, the great one about the World War II. Well, Ken and Lynn have worked on their film, The Vietnam War, for 10 years, and this 18-hour documentary film series begins September 17th, stations across the country, and I've been involved with the Ken Burns film. Isn't that kind of a cool thing, you know? I think I'm one of the talking heads. I keep hearing that I am anyway. So I've given him my highest and finest advice. So, of course, it'll be an excellent series. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ken Burns and Lynn Novick. Yes. Anytime you need any advice, just...
Secretary Hagel, distinguished members of the military, Gold Star families, veterans, service members, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is an honor to be here today on the 35th anniversary of the creation of the Wall to pay our respects to the brave men and women whose names are so beautifully inscribed here. For my co-director, Lynn Novick, and I, it is overwhelming to stand in this profound place, knowing that behind each of these more than 58,000 names lies an incomprehensible tragedy, an individual human being whose life was cut short by the Vietnam War, and a family that has endured immeasurable, devastating loss.
Ken and I are humbled to be here today with all of you, the keepers of the complicated story we have tried to tell. We have come to the Wall many times, especially in the past 10 years, as we've tried to make sense of the Vietnam War, one of the most consequential, divisive, and unresolved events in American history. We have searched for answers to so many questions. What really happened? Why did things go wrong? Who is to blame? Why do we avoid talking about the war? Why, 4 decades after it ended, are we unable to put Vietnam behind us? And why, long after our government reconciled with the government of our former enemy, have we not yet fully reconciled among ourselves?
Today, we feel as though we have come full circle. Throughout our production, we have been inspired by Maya Lin, the designer of this remarkable work of art and memory. When she unveiled her design, Lin explained that her memorial would be a journey that would, quote, make you experience death, and where you'd have to be an observer, where you could never really fully be with the dead. It isn't something that's going to say, it's all right, it's all over, because of course it's not.
We may never be able to make the tragedy of the Vietnam War all right, but we can and we must remember the more than 58,000 soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and nurses who died in it. Today we honor their dedication, bravery, heroism, and sacrifice, and we grieve for the families. We remember the missing in action and the hundreds of thousands who were wounded. We also express our deep gratitude to the millions of men and women who served in the armed forces during the war. And we want to say to all of you what our country failed to say at the time. Thank you, and welcome home. And thank you. And we want to tell all of our active duty military personnel and the veterans of our more recent wars that we did learn at least one important lesson from the Vietnam War. We will never again blame our soldiers for the policies of our leaders. Never again will we confuse the warriors with the war.
Since time immemorial, human beings have made war on each other and have suffered unspeakable losses. But for Americans, the pain of the Vietnam War has been especially deep. This bitter conflict tore our country apart, as Phil Joya, who was an officer in the 82nd Airborne, told us for our film. The Vietnam War drove a stake right into the heart of America and polarized the country as it had probably never been polarized since before the Civil War. When Maya Lin visited this site for the first time, she had a vision of taking a knife and cutting the ground, making a deep gash in the earth and placing the memorial there. In time, she said, the grass would grow back, the land would recover, but the memorial would remain, a reminder of what had happened. In building the wall, Jan Scruggs and the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund gave us all a place to begin a national dialogue about this divisive time and to start to heal the wounds the war inflicted.
We hope that our film can continue and deepen the conversation that began here 35 years ago. We've tried to look at this messy and tragic chapter in our history with fresh eyes and to see it from many different perspectives. It has been our great privilege to bear witness as dozens of brave men and women who lived through the war on all sides generously shared their personal stories with us. Stories of courage, comradeship, perseverance, fear, anger, doubt, conscience, grief, humanity, and love.
Carl Marlantes, who was a lieutenant in the Marines, told us about the day he and his men were pinned down under machine gun and mortar fire, trying to take a well-defended hill. He rose and started to advance, sure that he was on his own. But then he sensed movement and looked back. It was a kid from my platoon, he said, and then I looked behind him and there were more kids. The entire platoon just stood up and out they came. 40 years later, this transcendent moment remained for him just almost inexpressible of the heart that these kids had.
300 members of the West Point class of 1966 volunteered to go to Vietnam, eager to prove themselves and lead young men in combat. Many, like Matt Harrison, worried that the war might end before they got the opportunity to fight in it. But after he arrived in Vietnam in the spring of 1967, Harrison got everything he bargained for and more. He and 7 of his classmates were assigned to the 2nd Battalion of the 173rd Airborne Brigade. By the time his tour was over, 4 of his classmates had been killed and 2 others very badly wounded. Getting killed is forever, Harrison remembered. I think the hardest thing I've ever done was having to put 4 of my classmates in body bags. No 22-year-old should have to do that.
Army Captain Vincent Okamoto, who was born in a Japanese-American internment camp in World War II, also volunteered for service in Vietnam and got there in 1968. Remembering the men in his 25th Infantry Platoon, he told us, was almost enough to make him cry. 19-year-old high school dropouts from the lowest rung of American society. To see these kids who had the least to gain, they weren't going to be rewarded for their service in Vietnam, and yet their infinite patience, their loyalty to each other, their courage under fire was just phenomenal. And you would have to ask yourself, how does America produce young men like this?
89-year-old Jean Marie Crocker of Saratoga Springs, New York, told us about her oldest son, Denton, whom the family called Mogi. He was 17 when he volunteered for the Army early in the war, inspired by President Kennedy's example of service and heroism. Mogi was disappointed to be assigned a desk job in the 101st Airborne Division, but eventually he got himself transferred to a combat unit, and he was decorated for carrying a mortally wounded friend off the battlefield under fire. In his letters home, Mogi told his family nothing of what he saw or did.
His mother, Jean Marie, told us how she followed the war on television and worried whenever letters from Mogi failed to arrive. Then, on a beautiful day in 1966, she looked up and saw two men in uniform coming to the house. In an interview, she relived that unimaginable moment and told us how she implored them, "Don't say it, not my beautiful boy." But they just said yes. She gathered the other children around her and tried her best to reassure them. "We'll love each other and we'll be all right," she said. "We all tried." When her oldest daughter, Carol, asked how she could possibly still believe in God, Jean Marie told her, "Because we had Mogi. His life was a real gift. It was a privilege to have him. Our children," Jean Marie later came to believe, "are only on loan to us."
Mogi was buried at Arlington. It was many years before his sister Carol felt ready to come here to the wall. In telling that story, she helped us understand the special power of this sacred place. "When I caught sight of the wall," she said, "I literally lost my breath. Of course I wept. I saw my brother's name. I had help getting lifted up so I could touch it. I looked at his name in the company of all those other people. There was sadness, but now he wasn't alone either. He was in the company of people. He was there for people to know and to think about, and he wasn't forgotten, and he wasn't lost." Denton Crocker Jr.'s name is on panel 8E, the sixth line from the top. For Carol Crocker and for so many families and comrades of the fallen, coming to the wall was incredibly healing and freeing. "I was changed afterwards," she remembered. "It is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen."
While Mogi Crocker, Vincent Okamoto, Carl Marlantes, Matthew Harrison, and hundreds of thousands of other Americans were fighting and dying overseas, hundreds of thousands of their fellow citizens back home, including veterans of the war itself, were taking to the streets to protest a conflict many had come to believe was unjust, immoral, or simply not in our country's best interest. As anti-war activist Bill Zimmerman told us, true groups of Americans, both thinking they were acting patriotically, went to war with each other. A chasm opened in our American society. Things were said and things were done that could never be unsaid, that could never be undone. In the 50 years since, that chasm has only widened and deepened. The troubles that beset us today, alienation, resentment, and cynicism, mistrust of our government and of each other, a breakdown of civil discourse and civil institutions. So many of these malevolent seeds were sown during the Vietnam War. Until we can find a way to talk, not shout, across this divide, the ghosts of the Vietnam War will continue to haunt us.
In 10 years of trying to understand the war, we have learned that there is no single truth to be extracted from this traumatic, epic tragedy. Many of the questions we asked may never be fully answered. They lead instead to deeper questions. What does it mean to be a patriot? Who was right? Who was wrong? Were the sacrifices in blood and bone too high? Could it have turned out differently? What meaning can be found in all of the suffering of the war?
If with open minds and open hearts we can listen, if we can listen to each other, perhaps we can permit more than one truth to obtain. And rather than arguing over how the war should be remembered, we can focus on the profound truths the Vietnam War can teach us about courage, about loyalty, resilience, forgiveness, and ultimately reconciliation. Thank you very much.
They truly do deserve a standing ovation. You know, do you know that more Americans get their history from Ken Burns and Glenn Novak than they do from history books? That's how popular their series are. The cinematic use of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in their series is extremely moving and just absolutely extraordinary. So those are really brilliant people, and we really appreciate your very kind remarks. We know you got to be the Grand Marshal. It's a big deal. It's not something that happens every day, Ken. So now, at this time, I would like to ask those who are laying wreaths today to please come forward. If everyone could give their attention to the representatives of several of our nation's leading veteran service organizations. You know, for many years, they have joined our tradition of laying wreaths for the fallen on Memorial Day and for all veterans on Veterans Day, but especially those who gave their last full measure of devotion to America and the cause of freedom. The phrase last full measure of devotion was from the Gettysburg Address and used in a different way in the second inaugural by President Abraham Lincoln, who was remembered by the Lincoln Memorial. Big history buff here. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome bagpiper Chris Jackson. He will be playing Amazing Grace as bugler Staff Sergeant Jeffrey Northman from the U.S. Army plays taps. Stand if you are able as these wreaths are laid. And the wreaths are being laid by a number of, the first one is from the National Park Service. Second, by the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund. And the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, Vietnam Women's Memorial. Gold Star Wives of America, the American Gold Star Mothers. Military Order of the Purple Heart. Paralyzed Veterans of America. Scottish American Military Society. Disabled American Veterans. The 8 to 9 a.m. PTSD class of Washington, D.C. Veterans Administration Medical Center. Next is the Vietnam Veterans of America, followed by the 25th Infantry, 28th Infantry Regiment Association, also known as the Black Lions. They are followed by the Associates of the Vietnam Veterans of America. Third, next, 25th Infantry Division, followed by Sons and Daughters in Touch, the organization that is composed of those who lost their fathers or mothers in the Vietnam War. Next is AMVETS, the Jewish War Veterans of the United States. Veterans of Foreign Wars, the American Legion, 5th Battalion, 7th Cavalry Association, Verizon Veterans Advisory Board, the Intruder Association, Wreaths Across America. They do all those beautiful wreaths during the Christmas holidays. 3rd Squadron, 4th Cavalry Association. And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I will ask that taps be played. I would ask that you please be seated and just sort of remain in your seats until the honor guard has departed. And by the way, if you haven't met the person next to you, you've been sitting next to for the last hour, why don't you shake their hand and introduce yourself? Yeah, man. Way to go. Go Army, man. Okay, so in closing, let me encourage each and every one of you to reach out and thank and honor veterans, not only Memorial Day, but every day, because it's something we should do. So thank you all for coming, ladies and gentlemen, and that concludes our ceremony for today. Thank you. Thank you. Fantastic. Good. Great. Fun. I've only done it 40 times. All right. About 175 if you're throwing them.
Order! Oh! Present! On! Order! Oh!
Ladies and gentlemen, the wreath ceremony is complete. The Memorial Day service will begin shortly. Please move to your seats. Thank you.
Hello everyone, Samia here. I am just getting things set up here at the News Now desk. I'll be with you in just a few minutes. Hope you are having an enjoyable Memorial Day. All right, everyone. So what we are going to do today is play this congressional hearing. It's a Senate Armed Services Committee hearing. The subcommittee on strategic forces holding a hearing about our defense involving atomic energy. So in other words, nuclear weapons. That's right. Testimony on our nuclear security here in the United States. This should be a very interesting hearing. I'm sure you're eager to watch. We're going to play it for you here on News Now in just a few seconds. Stand by.
Good afternoon, everyone. The hearing will come to order.
The subcommittee meets today to receive testimony on the Department of Energy's atomic energy defense activities, and I thank our distinguished panel before us for their service and for agreeing to appear before us. Of the missions represented here today, there is no higher priority than maintaining the safety and the reliability of our nuclear stockpile. General Klotz, we look forward to hearing an update from you on the life extension programs and major alterations what NNSA is currently performing. In particular, the B-61-12, which will be carried by our nuclear certified aircraft, and the W-80-4, which will be the warhead for the long-range standoff weapon, another system that we need in order to maintain our deterrence. Modernizing the infrastructure and scientific capabilities that make up NNSA's nuclear complex is also vitally important. As General Hyten testified earlier this year, in concert with our delivery platforms, our nuclear weapons stockpile and the unique facilities that sustain the stockpile must be modernized to ensure our deterrent remains effective and credible. I remain concerned that we are not making enough progress in this area. Warheads continue to age, the geopolitical landscape continues to change, and we must ensure that progress toward a responsive nuclear enterprise is keeping pace. Admiral Caldwell and Ms. Kange, we will also be interested in hearing updates from each of you on the programs within your purview. Additionally, we would appreciate your assessment on whether the newly released budget adequately meets the needs of your missions and where it accepts risk. With that, I recognize the ranking member, Senator Donnelly, for any opening remarks he'd like to make. Senator Donnelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This subcommittee has a strong history of bipartisan support for modernization of our nuclear deterrent, in which the National Nuclear Security Administration plays a central role. I want to thank today's witnesses for joining us to testify in the FY18 budget request for defense programs at the Department of Energy. Administrator Klotz, I am glad you have stayed on at the Department of Energy through this transition. With so many important modernization activities underway, it's essential these operations move forward with minimal disruption. I want to hear from you what the National Nuclear Security Administration is doing to ensure our warhead life extension programs stay on track, and that your organization is heeding lessons learned and best practices gathered from the many reviews and reports on your operations over the past several years. Admiral Caldwell, it's good to see you again. Thanks for making the time to come down to Newport News last month for the christening of the future USS Indiana, a submarine that is close to the heart of every Hoosier. It was good to have you there. I look forward to hearing from you about progress on the Columbia-class submarine and ongoing infrastructure modernization across the Naval Reactors Complex. Ms. Kange, welcome. The Environmental Management Program undertakes some of the Energy Department's most complex work. We'll want to hear about the status of operations at the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant and the storage tunnel collapse at Hanford, among other things. And Mr. Trimble, as always, we're grateful to you and your staff for the excellent work you do in support of this subcommittee. I look forward to your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Before we begin with our statements from the panel, I would like to announce that we have 2 votes today at 3 o'clock. When there's about 2 minutes left in the first vote, the committee will recess until after we take our second vote, and then we will be back. And with that, I would ask for our panelists to give us their opening statements, knowing that your full statement will be included in the record. General Klotz, welcome.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fisher, Ranking Member Donnelly, and Senator Inhofe, and other members of the subcommittee who will show up. Thank you for the opportunity to present the President's fiscal year 2018 budget request for the Department of Energy's National Nuclear Security Administration. We value this committee's strong support for the nuclear security mission and for the people and the organizations that are responsible for executing it. Our budget request, which comprises approximately half of DOE's budget, is $13.9 billion. This represents an increase of $1 billion, or 7.8%, over the fiscal year 2017 omnibus level. This budget request demonstrates the administration's strong support to NNSA's diverse missions. And as you'll recall, those are maintaining the safety, security, reliability, and effectiveness of the nuclear weapons stockpile, reducing the threat of nuclear proliferation and nuclear terrorism at home and around the world, and providing naval nuclear propulsion to the U.S. Navy's fleet of aircraft carriers and submarines. The budget materials we have provided describe NNSA's major accomplishments in fiscal year 2016, as well as the underlying rationale for our budget proposal for the coming fiscal year. Let me just briefly highlight a few of the points that are explained in greater detail in our written submission. This budget request is vital to ensuring that U.S. nuclear forces are modern, robust, flexible, resilient, ready, and appropriately tailored to 21st century threats and to reassure our allies. NNSA's FY 2018 budget request for the weapons activity appropriation is $10.2 billion, an increase of nearly $1 billion, or 10.8%, over the fiscal 2017 omnibus level. This increase is needed to both meet our current life extension program commitments and to modernize our research and production infrastructure so we are positioned to address future requirements and future challenges. The budget request will enable NNSA to meet its program objectives, including beginning construction of the main process building and the salvage and accountability building at the Y-12 uranium processing facility in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and restoring the nation's capability to manufacture plutonium pits on the timeline required to meet future stockpile needs. The FY 2018 budget request also includes $1.8 billion for the Defense Nuclear Non-Proliferation Account, which is consistent with the enacted funding level for fiscal year 2017. This appropriation continues NNSA's critical and far-reaching mission to prevent, counter, and respond to nuclear threats. The request for our third appropriation, the Naval Reactors Program, is $1.48 billion. And of course, it's a delight to be here with Admiral Caldwell, who can discuss the details of that appropriation account. It represents an increase of $60 million, or 4.2%, above the FY 2017 omnibus level. Not only does the requested funding support today's operational fleet, it also enables naval reactors to deliver tomorrow's fleet by funding 3 national priority projects: developing the Columbia-class reactor plant, as you indicated, refueling a research and training reactor in New York, and building a new spent fuel handling facility in Idaho. As NNSA executes our 3 vital missions, we are mindful of our obligation to continually improve our business practices and to be responsible stewards of the resources that Congress and the American people have entrusted to us. NNSA is committed to encouraging competition and streamlining its major acquisition processes. Recent competitions for management and operations contracts have generated extraordinary interest from industry and academic institutions, validating the acquisition and program management improvements that we have instituted over the past 5 years. Finally, our budget request for federal salaries and expenses is $418 million, an increase of $31 million, or 8.1%, over the fiscal year 27 omnibus level. This request supports recruiting, training, and retaining the highly skilled federal workforce essential to achieving success in technically complex 21st century national security missions. Since 2010, NNSA's program funding has increased 28%. However, at the same time, our staffing has decreased 17%. The FY 2018 budget request supports a modest increase of 25 full-time equivalent employees over the current cap of 1,690 full-time equivalent employees. Phase 1 of a study by the Office of Personnel Management confirms that NNSA needs additional federal staff. In closing, our fiscal year 18 budget request reflects our motto: mission first, people always. It accounts for the significant tempo of operations at NNSA, which in many ways has reached a level unseen since the end of the Cold War. It includes long overdue investments to repair and replace aging infrastructure at our national laboratories and our production plants. and it provides modern and more efficient workspace for our highly trained scientific, engineering, and professional workforce. Again, thank you for the opportunity to appear before this subcommittee today.
Thank you, General. Ms. Keynes, please. Welcome.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairwoman Fisher, Ranking Member Donnelly, and members of the subcommittee. I'm pleased to be here today to represent the Department of Energy's Office of Environmental Management and to discuss the important work we have recently accomplished, as well as what we plan to achieve under the President's fiscal year 2018 budget request. The total budget request for the EM program is $6.5 billion, and of that, $5.5 billion is for defense environmental cleanup activities. Before discussing our request, I'd like to provide a brief update on the recent incident at the Hanford site. As you know, on May 9th, there was a partial collapse of one tunnel near the Purex facility. The tunnel has been used since the 1950s to store contaminated equipment. Based on extensive monitoring, there has been no release of radiological contamination and no workers were injured. Workers have filled in the collapsed section with soil and placed a cover over the tunnel. We're continuing to ensure that our workers and the public are protected, and we are working closely with the state of Washington for a more permanent solution. We take this event very seriously and are looking closely at lessons learned. Maintaining and improving aging infrastructure is a priority for the EM program, and this incident emphasizes the need to continue to focus on these efforts. With regard to recent accomplishments, we continue to demonstrate our ability to make significant progress through achievements like resuming shipments of transuranic waste to the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant, or WIPP, completing the exhumation and packaging of 65,000 cubic meters of buried waste at Idaho, and completing removal of all of the waste from the 61810 burial grounds at the Hanford site. Our fiscal year 2018 budget request will enable us to build on this momentum. The request allows EM to continue to make progress in addressing radioactive tank waste, as well as continue other important work, such as deactivation and decommissioning, soil and groundwater remediation, and management and disposition of special nuclear materials, spent nuclear fuel, and transuranic and solid waste. Our request also includes funding to support the National Nuclear Security Administration by tackling some of their higher priority excess facilities in Oak Ridge and at the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. In particular, the FY 2018 request supports continued waste and placement activities at WIPP. At the Savannah River site, the request supports the commissioning and startup of the salt waste processing facility. And at Hanford, the budget request supports continued site remediation along the river corridor, and it supports beginning to treat low-activity tank waste by 2023. In closing, I'm honored to be here today representing the Office of Environmental Management. We're committed to achieving our mission safely and successfully. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity and would be pleased to answer any questions as time permits.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Admiral Caldwell, welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fisher and Ranking Member Donnelly, and distinguished members of this subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. This is my second appearance before this subcommittee, and I am grateful for the tremendous support that the subcommittee has shown naval reactors. Your support is essential to our program. Since I last testified before this subcommittee, U.S. nuclear-powered warships, which include 10 aircraft carriers, 14 ballistic missile submarines, 57 attack submarines, and 4 guided missile submarines, have steamed over 2 million miles in support of national security missions. We have 101 reactors across our program, that operated safely and effectively for another year. This is a true testament to the sailors who operate these propulsion systems and the technical base that supports them. Nuclear power is a key enabler to the success of our nation's Navy, both in the missions it supports and the capability advantage that it affords over adversaries. Nuclear-powered submarines and aircraft carriers make up over 45% of the Navy's major combatants. And as we move forward, it is vital to our national security to continue to build and improve upon these incredible assets. Last year marked the start of an ongoing program that delivers 2 Virginia-class submarines annually. Recently, the Navy commissioned the attack submarine Illinois, completed initial sea trials on PCU Washington, and christened the Colorado and the Indiana. And just this last month, we completed sea trials on the Ford, the nation's newest aircraft carrier. Having witnessed Ford's propulsion plant testing firsthand, I am happy to report that in terms of propulsion capability, Ford met the high speed of our Nimitz-class carriers while delivering major increases in electrical power generation and core energy with half of the manning in the reactor department. Nuclear power continues to play an important role in our military's strategic deterrent mission. Our ballistic missile submarine force achieved over 60 years of peacekeeping through continuous at-sea strategic deterrence. This milestone occurs as the nation is preparing to recapitalize the ballistic missile submarine force through the procurement of the Columbia-class ballistic missile submarine. That will enable undersea deterrence through the year 2080. Over the past year, our technical base of scientists, engineers, and logisticians were vital to the continued operation of the Navy's nuclear fleet. This core team directly supports the Navy's ability to maintain a forward-deployed carrier, 3 battle group deployments last year, 33 submarine deployments, and 32 strategic ballistic missile deterrent patrols. Our progress and mandatory oversight of the safe operation of the fleet is only possible through the support of this subcommittee. Naval Reactors funding request for FY18 allows us to continue this important work. The funding request is for $1.48 billion. That's approximately a 4% increase over the FY17 enacted funding level. This request enables us to deliver tomorrow's fleet while recapitalizing critical program facilities and infrastructure, while performing research and development and funding 3 national priority projects, which are the continued design of the new propulsion plant for the Columbia SSBN, which will feature a life-of-core reactor and electric drive, refueling a research and training reactor in New York to facilitate the Columbia-class reactor manufacturing development efforts. That reactor prototype will also provide 20 more years of training fleet operators, and building a new spent fuel handling facility in Idaho that will facilitate long-term, reliable processing and packaging of naval spent nuclear fuel. The budget request, supported by sustained and predictable funding levels, also permits Naval Reactors to support today's operational fleet by recruiting and retaining talented engineers, technicians, and scientists that make up my technical base. This technical base includes world-class laboratory and reactor facilities and allows me to support maintenance and modernization investments that are critical to the fleet. Madam Chairwoman, our FY18 budget request is part of a closely coordinated Department of Navy and Department of Energy budget that supports both my responsibility to regulate the safe and effective operation of the nuclear fleet and Naval Reactors' roles in both departments to support the security of our nation and our future security. We will accomplish this with industry partners while maintaining high standards for safety and environmental stewardship. Again, thank you for your longstanding support, and I look forward to discussing my program with you.
Thank you, Admiral. Director Trimble, welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Fisher, Ranking Member Donnelly, and members of the subcommittee. My testimony today will address the affordability of NNSA's nuclear modernization programs, the growing cost of DOE's environmental liabilities, DOE's efforts to improve its management of contracts and projects, and assessing performance in the nonproliferation program. NNSA faces challenges with the affordability of its nuclear modernization programs. In our review of the FY17 SSMP, we found misalignment between NNSA's modernization plans and projected budgetary resources, which could make it difficult for NNSA to afford its planned portfolio of modernization programs. We identified two areas of misalignment. First, NNSA's estimates of program costs exceeded the projected budgetary resources included in the President's planned near and long-term modernization budgets. For example, we found that to stay within 5-year budget limits, NNSA continues to push work out beyond the FinCIP, something it has repeatedly done in the past. Such bow waves of increased future budget needs often occur when agencies are undertaking more program than their resources can support. Long-term modernization budgets also show a shortfall with program costs of about $3 billion more than the projected budgets. Second, the cost of 3 LEPs, the B61, W80, and W88, could be about $4 billion higher than estimated. Moreover, projected budgets for some programs are not always sufficient to cover even the low end of projected costs. Addressing the affordability challenges facing the modernization effort is complicated by DOE's growing environmental liabilities, which defense budgets will also need to fund. This year, we added the federal government's environmental liabilities to our high-risk list. Notably, DOE is responsible for $372 of the $450 billion federal total. Further, over the past 6 years, EM has spent about $35 billion on cleanup, while its liabilities have grown by $90 billion in the same time period. Also of concern is that these liability estimates do not include all future cleanup responsibilities. We and others have found that DOE has not consistently taken a risk-informed approach to decision-making for environmental cleanup. Our recent work has identified opportunities where DOE may be able to save tens of billions of dollars, such as by taking a risk-informed approach to treating a portion of the low-activity waste at the Hanford site. Regarding DOE contract and project management, which has been on GAO's high-risk list for several decades, DOE has taken several important steps, including requiring the development of cost estimates in accordance with best practices, creating new oversight structures, and ensuring that major projects' designs and technologies are sufficiently mature before construction. But significant work remains. First, DOE still lacks reliable enterprise-wide cost information. Without this information, meaningful cost analyses across programs, contractors, and sites are not possible. NNSA needs to develop a comprehensive plan to address this issue. Second, DOE has not established a policy on program management or a training program for program managers. Program management can help ensure that a group of related projects and activities are managed in a coordinated way to obtain benefits not available from managing them individually. Third, DOE's acquisition planning for major contracts could be improved. While DOE has since revised its guidance, in our last report, we found that it had not considered an acquisition alternative beyond continuing its long-standing M&O approach in 16 of the 22 cases we examined. By not considering alternative structures, DOE could not be sure that it was selecting the most effective form of contract for billions in annual spending. Fourth, DOE has not consistently applied its recent reforms to its largest legacy cleanup project at the Hanford site. In light of long-standing challenges with the WTP and the billions of dollars yet to be spent, DOE should ensure that its improved controls are applied to its largest and most troubled project. Finally, DOE's efforts to ensure contractors maintain an environment for workers to raise concerns without fear of reprisals has not been sufficient. As we reported, management must foster a culture in which workers are encouraged to identify risks and use their expertise to proactively mitigate them. And lastly, regarding nonproliferation, DNN faces challenges with assessing the performance of some of its programs. We found that DNN's R&D results were not being tracked consistently to help evaluate the success of that program. In addition, we found that DOE did not have measurable goals supporting its plans and efforts to deploy and support detection equipment overseas. Also related to nonproliferation, let me note that we have ongoing work for this committee related to MOX and WIP. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director. We will begin first round of questioning, the 7-minute rounds, please. General Klotz, I appreciate the work the NNSA has done in tandem with Los Alamos to repurpose existing lab space and take initial steps to rebuild our pit production capacity. However, Last year, you testified before the subcommittee that additional capacity would be required and that the NNSA was conducting an analysis of alternatives to determine the department's future plutonium strategy. Can you tell me what the status is of that AOA, please?
Yes, ma'am. The AOA is still underway. We expect that it will be completed in the summer timeframe.
Okay, are there any additional studies that are going to be required, or do you expect the AOA to select a way forward and to allow us to move out on this?
I expect the AOA will inform us as the way to go forward. Now, the AOAs themselves are not necessarily dispositive in terms of what the final outcome will be. They're designed to inform the decision makers within NNSA and within the department and the Congress as to what the various options are and what the various advantages and disadvantages of a particular option are.
At this point, do you believe that that will be enough, that the AOA is going to be able to present options and that we're going to be able to move forward, or do you think there will be other studies required?
Well, we will do other, as part of the process, which Director Trimble, in fact, outlined several parts of it. We do analysis of alternatives. We do independent cost estimates. We examine the particular risks of the various way forward. But the first step in that process is to do analysis of alternatives to know the places that we can go. But this is I'm glad you raised this because, you know, as a nation, we no longer have the capability to manufacture plutonium pits for our nation's nuclear weapons stockpile. And the Congress has given us clear direction to rebuild that capability, and we are on track to be able to, in fact, this year we've already fabricated, Los Alamos has fabricated some development pits at Los Alamos. They will, with this budget, if it's approved by the Congress, will fabricate 4 additional developmental pits, working our way towards the capacity to do, the ability to do 10 pits in 2024, and then growing up to eventually get to a point where we'll be able to demonstrate the capacity to do 80 pits a year. But we can only do 30, we think, at the current facilities, which, as you rightly pointed out, we're repurposing in Plutonium Facility 4, PF4, and in the radiation laboratory. We're going to need additional capacity, additional floor space to get from about the 30 level up to the 80 level. So that's why we're pursuing this analysis of alternatives to educate, inform decision makers on the best option for achieving that capability.
So as we look at the budget requests that this subcommittee and full committee is going to be receiving, will that give us that capacity to be able to reach that goal of 80, or are we going to have to address that in the future? Is it included in the budget request here, or are we going to be having this conversation again in the future?
Well, we'll be having this conversation again in the future because our budget request for FY18 is to pay for the program in FY18. We do not have...
Not the facilities.
Well, the facilities, but also the program, all the other things we need to do with our plutonium sustainment operations at Los Alamos and elsewhere. But you will not see in this budget sort of the FinCIP numbers in great fidelity beyond this particular fiscal year request. And the reason for that, quite simply, is with the new administration, we are in the process of conducting a nuclear posture review, and the results of that nuclear posture review, I think, will be very important for what we have to fund and where the priorities will be in the years ahead.
Are we looking at any funding wedges that have been built into this budget request to execute the path forward that's going to be determined by the AOA?
I don't know that there are any wedges in there. I think the number that we have given you for FY18 is what we need to cover the cost of that. I think last year we did have some wedges in there to indicate to the Congress that there would have to be some spending in that particular area. But remember, we don't baseline a program until we have gone through this very methodical process that Director Trimble laid out. And so we're not at that point where we have the fidelity of numbers to say what it's going to be 2 years from now, 4 years from now, 5 years from now.
So this wasn't a decision made by the OMB or by the NNSA. It's just that you haven't reached that point yet where
that's part of it. We have not reached that point on this particular aspect of the plutonium strategy.
Okay. What does that, I guess, what does that mean about your request for any additional funding as we move through this process beyond the years where the out years of this budget? Will that come to us later?
It will. I think it'll come in the FY19 budget submission, which we're already in the process of working.
And have you factored that in? Are you looking to factor that in already for the 19 budget?
Absolutely. And again,
is that why you're not asking for it now?
Well, again, we're asking.
I just want to know if you're asking for what you need or if you're being overly conservative.
We're asking for what we need in fiscal year 18, and what we need beyond will be factored in as we build the FY19 budget, informed by the deliberations and the results that take place in the Nuclear Posture Review.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Senator Donnelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Administrator Klotz, Naval Service Warfare Center, Crane in Indiana, works with Sandia and others on ensuring the quality and reliability of radiation-hardened microelectronics in our strategic systems. With the progressive offshoring of U.S. manufacturing capabilities, it's an issue of growing importance for both strategic and conventional military systems. The microelectronics facility at Sandia is due for replacement over the next 10 years. What actions are being taken to start this process, and what options are you looking at to make sure we take care of everything?
Thank you. And I think you've laid the problem statement out very well, Senator. We have a specialized need within the nuclear security enterprise for a particular type of microelectronics. These have to be what we call radiation hardened. And there are different types of radiation hardened. The radiation hardening you might need for a space system is different than the radiation hardening you need for a nuclear weapon system, given the types of threats that it might encounter from what we call from a stockpile to target sequence. You're right, there has been a lot of offshoring, not only offshoring of microelectronic production, but also foreign ownership of that. And so when we're dealing with microelectronics for nuclear weapon systems, they have to be absolutely trusted. We have relied upon the silicon fabrication facility at Sandia for a number of years to provide a lot of our capability in this area. As you indicated, there's two things that's going on. One, what the rest of industry is doing in terms of the size of equipment that they use in terms of production. We've gone from 6-inch wafers. That's what we make now. The rest of industry is already at 12-inch silicon wafers. So we're in the process now of doing a revitalization of the Sandia silicon fabrication facility to allow us to work with 8-inch wafers, which will hold us over until we go to the next level. And then we believe that in 2025 we're going to need to be in the process of recapitalizing the capability to do radiation-hardened microelectronics for ourselves. So there's currently an analysis of alternatives, which is getting very, very close to being finished. I believe the initial results are already in the building. Now, let me just say there's a lot of talk about whole-of-government approaches and partnering. Frank Klotz's own personal opinion is we are a niche market as far as, or a niche customer as far as this particular market is concerned. and our needs are relatively small. It may not necessarily be the needs for the commercial or other government agencies. So we're going to have to approach this with making sure that our priority of having the types of microelectronics that we need for our purposes are met with whatever alternative we come up with.
Well, if as a niche market, who do you get to service that market? And do you ensure that it's here in the United States? How do you ensure the security of it? And are we best off serving the niche market ourselves?
Well, I'm not going to prejudge the outcome of the analysis of alternatives. I will tell you personally, I agree with the statement that you just made. This will have to be, in our view, one that is manufactured in the United States, where we can be very, very clear where these materials have come from. Now, there are, without getting into too many details, there are ways in which you can buy things from the front end and make sure in the back end that you have done the type of engineering that's necessary to enhance your confidence in the material itself. There are other approaches that we're working on in our laboratories and our production facilities to be able to assess, for want of a better word, the trustworthiness of a particular part. But I think we would have to discuss that in a different setting to get into the details of that. But this is a great concern of ours, and I suspect as well as for the entire Department of Defense and the rest of the national security agencies in this country, is where the sources of not only microelectronics but other key components that we use in the course of conducting our business are made and manufactured, given the amount of material that in the commercial world comes from overseas or from companies that overseas entities have a major equity share in.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kange, I want to hear from you on the collapse of the tunnel at Hanford that stored contaminated equipment. The tunnel was first constructed in 1956. Referencing wooden beams used on two sides of the tunnel, the most recent structural integrity study conducted in 1991 recommended that, and I quote, "If a decision for final disposition is not made by the year 2001, the structural integrity again should be reviewed in light of any available information, including further tests on wood preservation that may have been completed at that time." First, did the department conduct any further structural integrity reviews after 2001? And will you be conducting an analysis of the structural integrity of the tunnel at any point in the near future?
To answer the first part of your question, the department has not done any structural integrity tests since 2001 of the Purex tunnel. However, we have recently received an administrative order from the state of Washington in response to the collapse, and one of the requirements is that we do perform a structural integrity study and submit it to the state. That study is due by July 1st of this year, and so we are undergoing that study, as well as really focusing on what measures we're going to take to ensure protection looking into the future and coming up with a longer-term and permanent solution to the tunnel and the materials in the tunnel.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And
I would remind the Senator we have a vote, so when you're finished, we're going to adjourn until after the second vote's completed. Thank you.
I wanted to ask about the Iran nuclear deal and to what degree you were involved in not only the negotiation but the compliance report. So under the parameters of that agreement, Iran is restricted to 130 metric tons of heavy water. However, in 2016, the IAEA reported that Iran had in fact surpassed that threshold twice. And Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent for the record that this is an article entitled UN agency IAEA reports Iran has again violated terms of the nuclear deal.
Without objection.
So, were you familiar with that violation that the IAEA had cited in 2016, Mr. Klotz?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree with that assessment, that that was a violation from the IAEA?
I agree with the IAEA's assessment.
So, were you asked when Secretary Tillerson recently sent a letter to Congress certifying that Iran was in compliance with the agreement, with the Iran nuclear agreement, how do you square those two issues? Obviously, they were in violation last year. Were you asked to comment on the Tillerson letter to the Congress?
Let me answer it this way, Senator. The State Department clearly has the lead on all actions associated with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action or the Iran deal. The role of the Department of Energy and the National Nuclear Security Administration is to be able to draw upon the scientific and technical know-how and knowledge that's resident within our national laboratories, all 17 DOE national laboratories.
Like heavy water issues, I'm sure
yes, sir.
The members of your organization are much more experts on that than State Department diplomats.
Yes. There's another area where we are involved that I think it's worth pointing out, and that is the support which NNSA in particular, and our laboratories again, and our production facilities, provide to the International Atomic Energy Agency, whose headquarters is in Vienna. We help them develop a lot of the technology which they use to assess not only what's going on in Iran, but all other partners to the Nuclear Nonproliferation Treaty who are subject to safeguards, inspections, and compliance by the IAEA. We help them write their technical manuals on safety, on security, on peaceful use of nuclear weapons, and we also, quite frankly, provide a lot of the talent, either by sending people over there for short periods of time or actually detailing people to the International Atomic Energy.
Let me ask, I hate to interrupt, but let me just ask then a basic question. Given your expertise, given that you agreed with the IAEA just a few months ago that Iran was actually in violation of the agreement, how do we get to the point that just a few months later we're now saying that Iran is in compliance with the agreement? Do you have a sense of that? Did they ship the heavy water out? Did they try to cure this violation? I mean, it's very confusing to those of us who try to follow this agreement and think it has a lot of flaws.
Well, in the specific case of the heavy water, again, treading on the State Department's area of responsibility.
But again, you're much more of an expert on heavy water than they are.
In the area of heavy water, what they did is they shipped out, to get to the actual day in which the agreement was formally recognized as being implemented, they shipped out heavy water, and as they approached the limit within the of 130 that you mentioned,
130 metric tons.
They also shipped that out. And I would have to get back to what we know.
How about you get back to us on that? Because it sounds like, a couple months ago, you and the IAEA were in agreement that there was a violation, and somehow we get to the point last, I don't know, I think Secretary Tillerson sent this letter 3 weeks ago, that they're no longer in. It's confusing to a lot of us. Would you, for the record, like to
Sure.
maybe in conjunction with the State Department?
I'd be happy to undertake that. Yes, Senator.
Let me ask another question, a very different question, and I think, again, Mr. Undersecretary, I think you're the point person on this. The counter WMD mission, which is a really important one, doesn't get a lot of discussion. The lead for that recently moved from STRATCOM to SOCOM, and we had the SOCOM commander testifying here recently. You talk about the whole of government approach. Again, I think having your expertise and your officials who know a lot about the technical aspects of this are very important. Are you plugged into that mission at all? And if so, how?
Absolutely. We work very, very closely before when it was under U.S. Strategic Command, and now that it's under SOCOM. We have a full-time liaison civilian serving in Tampa. I had a chance to meet with the deputy commander of SOCOM not long ago. We participate in a number of training exercises. We participate in a number of tabletop command post exercises, and we train, without going into too many details, we train a lot of their people if they ever got themselves into a situation where they were confronting a radiological or a nuclear incident, how to carry out their duties.
Great. That's very reassuring to hear that you're involved. Final question, Admiral Caldwell, your responsibilities are over something that's incredibly important, a very strong record, by the way, over decades in terms of the nuclear Navy. How do you maintain that excellence? How do you maintain the discipline to continue to have that strong record? And what keeps you up at night when you're thinking about your mission?
Thanks for the question, sir. We do have a tremendous record. I think that the support of this subcommittee and the funding, the stable funding that we've received is essential to our ability to do that. We hire tremendous folks to work in my organization, and the technical base that is supported by our funding, that's our scientists, technologists, and engineers, is essential to my ability to oversee and ensure the safe, effective operation of nuclear propulsion plants. Part of our success, or strong part of our success, is the culture that Admiral Rickover instilled in the program that we still talk about today. This culture of excellence, this self-critical nature, this digging into the details, this ownership. These are just some of the tenets that make us successful. And what keeps me up at night is continuing that record of excellence. Right now, I'm laser focused on executing the 3 major programs that are funded by this subcommittee. That's a lot of work to keep that going. And I also am laser focused on ensuring that the operating fleet is still operated to the high standards to meet what the Navy needs and also preserve this great record of performance.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sullivan. The committee will stand in recess until we are able to reconvene after the next vote. Thank you.
And the potential for. Thank you, Chairwoman Fisher, and I want to actually thank the chair and the ranking member for bringing up with General Klotz the incredible importance of investing in the plutonium capability and the trusted microelectronics at the Mesa facility. And I would just add to that the importance not only from a physical investment point of view, but the incredible importance of the intellectual capacity we have at those two facilities. General Klotz, you mentioned the potential for the talk of a whole of government approach, and I would just, my 2 cents, proceed cautiously, because first and foremost, we need to make sure we get this right for NNSA's requirements and needs, and those can be very different from other U.S. agencies. Ms. Kange, I wanted to ask you, I was really pleased to be at the WIP facility in January when waste disposal operations were restarted. Going forward, what are some of the key milestones and the timeline for restoration to full operation at the WIP facility?
Thank you. We too were very excited with the resumption of activities and operations at WIP. As you may know, we started shipping waste from the generator sites to WIP for disposal beginning in April of this year. And when we first started, we were limited to 2 shipments per week. We have shipped waste from Idaho, from Savannah River, and also from Waste Control Specialists facility in Texas. And we are now up to 3 shipments per week. We will be adding shipments from the Oak Ridge site and also the Los Alamos site later this year. So there are plans underway to increase the number of generator sites sending the waste. And we do plan to get up to 4 shipments per week by the end of 2017. Of course, one of our challenges with being able to resume full operations or the level of operations prior to the shutdown by the ventilation system. So as I'm sure you know, we have an important capital asset project underway for the installation of a new ventilation system and an exhaust shaft. We are at the 90% design review stage for those new facilities, and our current plan is to complete construction and have the facilities operational in the 2021 timeframe. It's at that point that we will be able to resume full operations and go back to what we were, which was approximately 17 shipments per week.
Great. So, Ms. Kange, in addition to the operating funds for WIP and, as you mentioned, the investments in the construction of the new exhaust shaft and the ventilation system, one of my concerns is that WIP is reporting a backlog of about $25 million in FY18 for really critical upgrades for key fire safety systems, for instrumentation, for infrastructure. Your budget request of $323 for 18 is certainly below what I think WIP needs at this point, and I just want you to know that I'll be working to increase the funding for WIP when we mark up the FY18 NDAA. General Klotz, I have a question for you about that relates to recruiting, and we've talked a fair amount about some of the impediments that we have at recruiting at our NNSA labs. Both Sandia and Los Alamos labs are actively recruiting new employees to replace a growing rate of staff retirements. And one of the barriers to hiring those employees that I hear about is the long time frame that it takes to obtain security clearances for new hires. Some of these backlogs, the backlogs for clearances at each lab is up to 1,000 new hires and time delays sometimes of over a year. Do you have any suggestions on what we can do to reduce that backlog at this point?
Thank you, Senator. I too share your frustration on that, and it is an enormous impediment in terms of hiring people, or once you hire them, actually putting them to work for the tasks that you've hired them to do. And I'm sad to report that it's not getting any faster in terms of the normal processing of security clearances. At least that's been our experience. Now, there are a number of things we are doing. We are trying to lean very far forward in the granting of interim clearances for those people who have in their background check doesn't indicate anything that will ultimately be untoward as far as the award of or granting of a security clearance. The other thing I've seen going on at both our national laboratories and our production plants, which I commend them on, is going ahead and bringing people on and then starting the process of doing work that is unclassified. For instance, I was at Kansas City plant not long ago where they have sort of a basic course on how you do soldering and putting together the various types of components which they produce there at Kansas City, but doing it in an unclassified setting so that when their clearances come through, they're able to move over. And as you well know, Senator, at our laboratories, including Sandia and Los Alamos, one of the things that we do is we bring in a lot of postdocs, interns, other people that we want to work there, put them to work on unclassified projects, a lot of them funded by LDRD, Laboratory Directed Research and Development Funds. And then as they get their clearances, then they can move over to jobs that require those clearances.
Would you agree that LDRD is an absolutely critical component to be able to recruit the quality of applicants that we need, especially given some of the older infrastructure, the competition with Silicon Valley and other issues, and the remoteness of some of these sites to the ability to get the best of the best into these national labs?
Absolutely. It serves, and I appreciate your personal support in stressing the importance of LDRD over these past few years. It's an extraordinarily important way in which to recruit the best and brightest out of our graduate school programs to the laboratories and to give them some challenging science work to do, work that they can publish and continue to, because it's unclassified for the most part, and then allow them to build up their credibility among their peers. It also, by the way, has resulted in some fairly important scientific and engineering outcomes, which do have some direct correlation to the work that we do, either in the nuclear weapons enterprise or for the other customers that the labs have, whether it's other government agencies or whether it's technology which can be transferred to the commercial sector.
Madam Chair, I apologize for going over my time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Peters.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to our witnesses here today. We appreciate your testimony a great deal. Thank you for taking the time to be here. It's my belief that the continued improvement of nuclear detection technology is an often overlooked component of the international non-proliferation regime. The United States and our allies, particularly at the International Atomic Energy Agency, of course, use radiation detectors, seismographs, and many other technologies to ensure that countries are adding and abiding, by their commitments under the treaties such as the Non-Proliferation Treaty, and are not secretly building a nuclear weapon. The Iran nuclear deal depends in part on the application of this technology, such as devices that can measure and transmit in real time the enrichment level of uranium, and centrifuges or detectors that can identify nuclear isotopes in particles about 1/10 of the width of a hair, which is amazing. And I believe that it's critical to continue to develop next generation non-proliferation technology to sustain international norms. This is especially critical during the years afforded by the Iran nuclear deal, so that some of its components expire. The world standard for non-proliferation can be raised, hopefully, during these next few years. The NNSA's Defense Nuclear Non-Proliferation Research and Development Program supports research programs to develop this next generation of nuclear non-proliferation technology. And a prime example that I'm very proud of is research conducted by the Consortium for Verification Technology, which is based at the University of Michigan, which includes universities and national laboratories from across the nation. So, General, in your view, how important is new nuclear detection technology for future non-proliferation efforts?
Thank you, Senator, and for that strong endorsement of a very, very important line of work that we do within the National Nuclear Security Administration. And Dave Huizinga is here, who is the acting Deputy Administrator for Defense Nuclear Nonproliferation, and I'm sure he was glad to hear that as well. No, we work on a number of different fronts to improve the detection capability for both the U.S. Customers as well as our international partners. And it's not just in the NNSA labs, it's also in the academic institutions, as you so rightly point out, as well as the other Department of Energy labs. So some of the things we're doing is we're looking at developing fast-growing large crystals that are an important part of detectors, pushing the limits of chemistry in the process of doing that. We're also working to make detection equipment less expensive and less bulky and cumbersome, so that inspectors, whether they're U.S. inspectors or IAEA inspectors, will be able to carry more with them to detect various radiation sources.
Well, the Iran nuclear deal is providing, well, it's now less than 15 years when many of the requirements disappear. Where do you see this technology going in the next 15 years? What can we expect as far as advancements that will help us in hopefully continuing to contain any kind of nuclear program there? And how will you contribute to this effort, or how will the organization contribute to the effort?
Well, we'll continue to push the edge of the envelope as far as detection capability is concerned. You already mentioned, I think, one of the major contributions that the National Nuclear Security Enterprise and our lab enterprise was able to produce, and we actually refer to it as the Online Enrichment Monitor, the OLEM, which can fit around a pipe without cutting into the pipe and measuring the enrichment of the uranium gas that's actually flowing through it. That was a huge development, and one that we passed on to the International Atomic Agency for their use. But as more nations express and pursue an interest in and pursue commercial nuclear power as a means of meeting their energy goals for the future, the demands placed upon the IAEA to be able to carry out its safeguard and safety mission is only going to increase. So I think we're going to have we'll have a lot of work ahead of us to make sure that they have not only the diagnostic tools they need to do this, but also the protocols that they follow in enforcing compliance with the safeguard agreements under the Nuclear Nonproliferation Treaty.
In addition to my service here on the Armed Services Committee, I'm also a member of the Homeland Security Committee, and the Department of Homeland Security also is engaged in this research effort, and it also has a number of programs related to it. General Cults, as well as Mr. Trimble, could you perhaps talk a little bit about whether or not there's overlap between what you're doing, what the Department of Homeland Security is doing, and what sort of coordination is going on between these entities?
We are working very, very closely together, both at sort of the working group level, the action officer level, particularly on areas related to nuclear detection, and also responding to a nuclear or radiological event that might take place here in the United States. In terms of duplication, I personally don't think there is much. We made some decisions in the past where we decided, for instance, various capabilities would reside within the Department of Homeland Security, and various things would continue to reside in the Department of Energy. And again, we also work together through a thing known as the Mission Executive Council, which is meets at my level as well as my counterparts in the Department of Homeland Security and other government agencies to work out those kinds of lines of business that we have.
Director Trimble.
In regards to the research and development programs, that's not an area that we've dived into in terms of overlap and duplication.
Great. Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for being here today. Despite our differences, which are many, Russia and the United States both want to prevent the spread of nuclear weapons. And we've had some real success on that front in the last 30 years. After the fall of the Soviet Union, we worked together to remove nuclear material from Central and Eastern Europe, and over time, we have downblended over 500 tons of highly enriched uranium from Soviet-era nuclear weapons. But that's changed. In 2014, the Russians terminated much of our bilateral nuclear security cooperation. In 2016, they refused to attend the 2016 Nuclear Security Summit. And later in 2016, they pulled out of a 16-year-old agreement to destroy 34 tons of plutonium, which is enough to make about 17,000 nuclear weapons. So, General Klotz, in light of shrinking U.S.-Russian cooperation, what is NNSA's strategy to ensure that Russia's large nuclear complex and stockpiles of nuclear material remain secure? What's the plan now?
I think you've, Senator, you've laid it out very well, the history of this with the Nunn-Lugar and the other work that DOE did separate from Nunn-Lugar. I happen to have been serving in Moscow from 1999 to 2001 in our embassy there, and saw firsthand the work that was being done by both the Department of Defense, Department of Energy in helping secure Russian nuclear facilities, doing work to get control of all the material that was there. And that was very, very productive work. We established a lot of good working relationships at the technical level, scientist to scientist, engineer to engineer. But it did come to a halt, and it came to a halt, I think, for two reasons. One, the Russians felt that given the turnaround in their economic situation, that they no longer needed to be in a donor-recipient relationship as far as aid to help secure their nuclear facilities. And then, of course, there was all the differences in our relationship that have developed as a result of the invasion of Crimea, annexation of Crimea, and so on. So the way in which we continue to cooperate is we are not doing work inside Russia other than cleaning up a couple of contracts that had already been in place. We are prohibited by statute from entering into any new contracts with Russia, assuming they'd even want to at this stage, which they don't. So we're left with working with the Russians, and we continue to work with the Russians on what we would refer to as third-party efforts. For instance, repatriating Russian origin fuel from other countries back to Russia. We've just recently done that with Russian origin highly enriched uranium in Kazakhstan. So we're looking for opportunities to do that. I would suggest if there ever is a change in our relationship at the higher political level, it strikes us as this is a natural place for cooperation to resume and develop, because what we are talking about, again, as I said earlier, scientist to scientist, technician to technician, right, largely divorced from the larger, higher policy issues.
That's very worrisome, though, where we stand right now. Let me ask you another part of this. You know, since the 1990s, the U.S. has spent billions of dollars to build nuclear infrastructure on Russian territory for things like training centers and sensors and nuclear safeguard and other technology. And now that Russia's not cooperating in these areas that we talk about, how is NNSA verifying that Russia's maintaining this infrastructure, and how do we make sure that this investment is not wasted?
That's a very good question, and I probably will need to get back to you on the details.
Okay.
When we were actively engaged in cooperation with Russia on nuclear security within Russian borders, our people traveled there quite extensively to do the same sort of oversight we do here in the United States with our laboratories and production facilities to make sure that the contracts and the assistance we were providing was being used for the purpose for which it was destined.
Yeah. You know, the way I keep looking at this, we have a lot of problems, obviously, with Russia, and we need a very strong response to their interference in Ukraine, what they're doing in Syria, the attack on democratic electoral systems here in the United States and around the globe. But we don't have to agree on everything to agree that nuclear proliferation is bad and that we want to work together to stop it. So I appreciate your efforts on this. If I can, in my remaining time, I have one other question I want to ask you about. Among your other responsibilities, General Klotz, you also oversee some of the world's most powerful supercomputers, including the 3 national ones here, Los Alamos and Sandia and Lawrence Livermore. We use these powerful supercomputers for models and simulations, obviously for our nuclear weapons stockpile, but we also use them to study, you know, for physics research and climate change and biological systems and weather forecasting. They're important for lots of things. And this has always been an area of national excellence for the United States. In recent years, however, China seems to be outpacing us. Currently, China has the #1 and #2 most powerful supercomputers in the world. So, General Klotz, in the little time I have left, can I just ask you to say something about, is the United States losing ground in supercomputing? And if so, should we be concerned about that?
Senator, I think we should be concerned about it, but not just to, you know, have the fastest, best computer, although I'm a very competitive person, so that appeals to me. But we need to develop computing capabilities in order to meet the requirements we have to do the modeling and simulation that you talk about to maintain a stockpile that's safe, secure, and effective. If you'll indulge me for just a minute, I realize time's running out. Indulge me just for a minute. The advances in high-performance computing in the United States were pioneered by the Atomic Energy Commission, the Manhattan Project and the Atomic Energy Commission, working with academic institutions and industry across the United States, because we've always had this demand for the ability to process large amounts of data. And we continue to advance the frontiers. We just put in a new computer at Los Alamos Trinity. Next year, we'll put in a new computing platform at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory called Sierra. And we are jointly embarked upon what we refer to as an exascale computing initiative with DOE's Office of Science to get us to the level of exascale, which is 10 to the 18th quintillion flops of capability to do sort of the 3D high fidelity simulations we need to do in the future. So in NNSA alone, we have basically, last year in the omnibus, we had $95 million going to develop the process. We're asking for $158 million in the next. So that shows you, I think, the commitment of the Department of Energy, the commitment of NNSA to advance our capabilities in the particular area. This money is not going to buy the platform. Industry will provide the platform. We have to make sure that whatever industry develops, we will be able to run the kind of codes that we need to on the architecture they have, whether it's for the weapons program or the other lines of research, weather, and biological that you rightly pointed to.
Thank you very much. You know, I'm glad to hear that, you know, this is very much a priority for you. I'm a strong supporter of investments in this area. They will pay dividends for the future, not only for our nuclear enterprise, but for all of our scientific research. So please count on me as an ally on this.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. If I could follow up a little bit with Senator Warren's questioning about Russia. You made the comment, General, that we are not actively engaged within Russia's borders right now. Can you tell me if Russia's cooperating with your efforts to secure Russian material in foreign countries?
Yes.
And Russia's argument at the time, in 2014, was that it didn't need the U.S. assistance. to secure the material. You referenced that their economy had turned around and they felt that way. What's your assessment of that claim?
I do think my personal assessment of that claim is they have, in fact, improved significantly in terms of security of both military and domestic radiation and sources and nuclear material. But we continue to worry, and I would that there are still things that could be done. We would probably have to discuss the specifics of that elsewhere and the basis of our worry. But all countries, including the United States, need to continue to focus on safety and security of these special materials, and it's a journey. It's not a destination, and there is a lot of work that needs to be done everywhere, including inside Russia.
So in a classified setting, we need to discuss
Yes.
since cooperation ceased where they are in that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Also, back to my first line of questioning, when we look across the list on NNSA's construction projects, it looks like the plutonium project at Los Alamos is the only one that Congress appropriates at the sub-project level. You referenced that. Do you believe that that's helpful or hurtful?
Our druthers, our preference would be that we that he appropriated not at the sub-project level. And let me tell you why. For instance, with the uranium processing facility, you appropriate it at the level of the uranium processing facility. We have a number of sub-projects under that. And what that does is it gives us the flexibility that if we achieve some savings, which we have in the uranium processing facility sub-projects, we can move that money to other areas of the overall project that need that funding at that particular time. And now within the CMMR program, we would essentially, if we found that we had saved some money in some area or we had a higher priority in another area, we would have to come to the four committees to ask for reprogramming. And with all the work that those committees staff have to do, it just takes time to get that through, and we may be late to need, or we may be pushing some work to the right that'll drive up cost. I think there's an ample opportunity on the part of committee staffs and for members to exercise oversight. We send up the project data sheets. We come up and routinely brief staff and members on the work that we're doing there. We put out a strategic stockpile management plan every year, and we have these budgets, including the congressional justifications that go in there that tell you exactly what we're doing almost in real time.
Okay. Thank you, General. Senator Donnelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Admiral Caldwell, I understand the electric drive for the Ohio replacement is behind schedule, like we had talked about. Can you explain what happened and what's being done to get us squared away and the impact it will have on your integration to the Ohio replacement submarine?
Yes, sir. In February of this year, we discovered that we had a manufacturing error on a pre-production motor. It's a prototypical motor. That prototypical motor is designed to go into a test facility with other pre-production components to prove out the integration of those components. And then what we learn there will go into the final production motor that will go on to the first ship. What we discovered was that the prime contractor's vendor did not properly flow down some requirements for the motor, and as a result, some portions of the motor were not properly insulated. The impact is that we will have to extend our test program. The subcontractor is going to make this right. They're going to tear down the motor and rebuild it with the proper insulation. They're also procuring a second pre-production motor that will give us 2 paths to get to our integrated testing. That all said, we built plenty of margin into this schedule because there's so much riding on getting electric drive correct. And even with this 9-month extension of our integrated testing, we will still meet the required in-yard date for the final production motor. Additionally, we've taken action to ensure that the design specifications are flowing to the prime and subcontractor and sub-tier vendor appropriately, and there's been an increase in oversight at all levels. I'd also like to make sure that I point out that the money to support this effort is on the DON side of my budget and not the DOE side of the budget. But to reiterate, we are still able to meet our required in-yard date for the final production motor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Donnelly. I would like to thank all the members of the panel for being here today. We always appreciate the information that you provide to us. If any members have any written questions for you, I would ask that you respond in a timely manner. And with that, I will adjourn the subcommittee. We are adjourned.
All right, everyone, so that wraps up that hearing, Atomic Energy Defense Activities. I want to give you guys a live look at the Capitol building since we are on the topic of congressional hearings, and I'll be back with another hearing in just a moment. Stay tuned. All right, everyone. So the next hearing on our agenda is very fitting for here in Arizona. It's a hearing about pool safety, the 10th anniversary of the Virginia Graham Baker Pool and Spa Safety Act. That was a bill that was created after a woman died in an accident in 2002 when the suction from a hot tub drain trapped her underwater. Her mother will be testifying at this hearing. Let's watch now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience, particularly our witnesses, but also those in attendance. Senator Blumenthal and I serve on the Veterans Committee. We were required for a quorum. Both of these committees met at 2:30 this afternoon. He is en route. And Senator Klobuchar, thank you for joining us. Others as well. We're glad to have you, and I appreciate my colleagues being here. As you know, in addition to the problems of a late start, we have 2 votes scheduled at 3 o'clock. My intention is to forego opening statements and get directly to the witnesses in hopes that we can hear your testimony before we depart for those votes. We'll then recess, and I think that's my intention. It's what Senator Blumenthal and I talked about. We will recess during the 2 votes. We'll try to limit that to being there at the very end of the first vote and the very beginning of the second vote, and then we'll be back to conclude the hearing for additional questions. So with that, I will even forego introducing the witnesses. Let's take your testimony. We'll get back to more formalities once we return from the vote. Ms. Baker, you're recognized for your statement.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank Chairman Thune, Senator Moran, Senator Blumenthal for holding this hearing to address drowning and to celebrate the anniversary of the Virginia Graham Baker Pool and Spa Safety Act. Forgive my tears. I say her name sometimes, and I just remember her. And thank you, my friend. Anyway, I'd like to recognize some important leaders in this. I'd like to recognize Senator Klobuchar, who never persisted, never gave up, Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, George Allen, and my good friend and invaluable partner, Alan Korn, who worked with Safe Kids and helped me along the way. I'm honored to be with my friend Karen Cohn and Scott Taylor, who also lost their beloved children and are powerful advocates in drowning prevention. I'm grateful to testify in memory of a child that I dearly miss. I became involved in drowning prevention in June of 2002 when I lost my daughter Graham in a residential pool spa. Well over 50 people had gathered for a backyard graduation party around a pool where she drowned in 4 feet of water. Not one of the dozens of people gathered on the pool deck saw it happening. Graham, an excellent swimmer, I might add the winner of the dive team competition that year, had slipped underwater and become entrapped on a flat drain of a pool spa. It looked just like this. By the time they lifted her up, however, the cement from the bottom of the pool and the drain itself had cracked. She sat on it, her buttocks were sealing it, and it resulted in a tremendous vacuum, pinning her to the bottom with over 700 pounds of pressure. It was a death trap. It was in May of 2006 that I had the great honor of testifying before this committee on drowning as the public health crisis that it was, and it unfortunately remains. The role of government in many issues relating to the safety of kids is without question a critical one. In vaccinations, smoke alarms, car safety, and now drowning prevention, the government has played an active role in protecting kids. Proactively and with specificity, this legislation addressed entrapment, and we can celebrate the fact that since its passage, not one child has died due to entrapment in a public pool. Prior to its passage, year after year, there were several reported incidences, many fatal, and one more horrifying and violent than the next. We're all aware that accidents from more traditional forms of drowning remain high. VGB, which is the shortened version of the Virginia Graham Baker Pool and Spa Safety Act, insisted on certain specific mandates in the design components of public pools, enabled the CPSC to launch a remarkably effective public safety campaign, and provided grants to states to encourage education and compliance. These don't extend to private pools, and we rely on the industry to apply the same safeguards in the maintenance and the construction of existing and new residential pools. I recently gave a keynote address at the National Drowning Prevention Alliance, where I heard 30 members of a group called Families United Against Drowning share the stories of their loved ones' tragic drownings. The majority lost their child due to a momentary lapse in supervision, and tragically, these children gained unfettered access to the pool. I'm committed to becoming part of an effort to address this tragic loss of life. The work of private organizations, as well as the Pool Safely program of the CPSC, has had a positive impact, though we will never know the lives that have been saved. We do know that swimming lessons matter. Drowning prevention education is critical. All of it works to save lives. Yet the tragic statistics indicate that work remains to be done. Drowning remains the leading cause of unintentional injury and death worldwide, and the highest rates are among children. I believe that the positive outcome of the legislation is attributable to the intersecting components of the National Public Safety Campaign, the efforts of dedicated private organizations, and the mandated requirements that the legislation prescribed to prevent entrapment. I would like to see that multifaceted approach taken in order to address the loss of life due to kids undetected gaining access to their backyard pools. Were there to be a requirement that new pools be built to include four-sided barrier fencing, closing and locking gates, and alarm systems, innocent lives would be saved. A solution to a stubborn threat to children's health would then incorporate drowning prevention education initiatives and a new era of pool design and construction, driven by safety considerations first. Let's move courageously to address the loss of life that continues to occur. This is not political, it's not ideological. These are adults and these are our kids. Children alone are drowning at a rate of 2 per day. Most are dying in their own backyards. I hope to see this committee continue to advocate to ensure the efficacy of the Virginia Graham-Baker Pool and Spa Safety Act and to strengthen provisions within it to proactively address the risk of drowning. This hearing alone represents an enormous shift in the recognition of drowning as the significant public health emergency that it is. Thank you so much for having me today.
Ms. Graham, thank you very much for your heartfelt testimony. I'm sorry for the circumstances for which you're here, but I commend you for using a tragedy to save lives of other people, and we're honored by your presence. You did mention the role of Senator Allen, and I wanted to recognize that the former chairman of this subcommittee is in the room, and we very much appreciate your presence. Thank you very much, Senator. I didn't realize you'd get so much applause and delay the hearing so long, Senator Allen. I would now recognize Ms. Cohn for her testimony.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me here. Chairman Moran, Ranking Member Blumenthal, and members of the subcommittee, it is an honor to appear before you and a privilege to be here with this distinguished panel. As I appear before this subcommittee today, my heart is with the many families who have endured similar losses from drowning. Mr. Chairman, it has been 10 years since this committee led the charge, along with Nancy Baker, Katie and Scott Taylor, and others, to try to eliminate incidences of pool and spa drain entrapment in the Virginia Graham-Baker law, and 10 very difficult years since we lost our son, Zachary, who tragically became entrapped in our backyard pool. Zachary was an excellent swimmer, and his arm became stuck. And despite my husband and several other adults, the suction was simply too strong, and we couldn't release him. Zachary was 6. He had his entire life ahead of him, and we miss him dearly. Like many parents, we thought we had done everything we could to protect our children around the water, like enrolling them in swim lessons, setting the rules for behavior around the pool, and ensuring intense supervision. But we had no idea what danger lurked in our own backyard pool. Since his passing, Zachary's legacy has touched the lives of thousands through a foundation started by my husband and Brian and I to honor Zachary and to offer programming to teach children and families about water safety. It is called the Zach Foundation. We have written a children's book, partnered with the American Red Cross in support of their centennial campaign to drive down drownings, and with the Boys and Girls Clubs of America to stage what we call the Zach Camp. It's designed to provide water safety instruction to underserved children in cities across America. And to date, I am pleased to inform this subcommittee that more than 10,000 children in 22 states have gone through ZAC camps, and more than 80 million Americans have received our message through our media efforts. To most Americans, drowning is something that happens to somebody else, somewhere else, something that you hear about in the news or read about in the paper. But what most do not know is that drowning is the second leading cause of accidental death of children under 14 and the #1 cause of accidental death for children 1 to 4 years old. Mr. Chairman, according to data released this week by the CPSC, we lose more than 8 Americans to drowning every single day, or more than 3,200 Americans to drowning or boating-related deaths each year. When you do the math, you quickly realize that since VGB was signed into law, more than 32,000 Americans have drowned, or enough to fill Kauffman Stadium, where the chairman's Kansas City Royals play. I'll say it again, 32,000 Americans. Mr. Chairman, I can assure you this is not a problem for someone else, somewhere else. This is a problem that is completely preventable when all water safety stakeholders are doing their part and working together. Just look at this panel before the subcommittee today. Each person here is an important link in the chain of water safety. It takes the pool and spa builders to demand that the state-of-the-art technologies are installed in pools, both public and private, to eliminate drain entrapment forever, and not actively lobby in states like Connecticut to roll back water safety laws. It takes organizations like the American Red Cross to continue their heroic efforts to train lifeguards and offer swim lessons, and the Boys and Girls Clubs of America to reach into underserved and minority communities where children are drowning at a rate 3 times of non-minority children. It takes homeowners, insurers, to undertake a new effort demanding that residential pools are up to code before insuring the home. It takes organizations like the Zach Foundation, Abby's Hope, and Joshua Collinsworth Memorial Foundation, and many other family foundations to raise awareness. It takes parents to seek out information proactively and teachers to incorporate water safety messaging in their curriculum to keep children safe. And yes, it takes Congress, the CPSC, CDC, and the states to continue to explore ways to improve laws for pools. Mr. Chairman, let me close by saying the Virginia Graham-Baker law was a tremendous start toward water safety, but I worry the public may believe the law covers all pools and spas when the reality is it only covers public pools and spas, or roughly 2% of the pools and spas in this country. Meanwhile, 98%, more than 14 million pools and spas, are privately owned and regulated by state laws that range from strong to very weak. I urge this committee to find ways to convene a discussion among states and all of the other stakeholders, including those of us at this table. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before the subcommittee today. Together, we can drive down the unacceptable drowning that is robbing families of their loved ones each and every day.
Ms. Cullen, thank you very much for your testimony. On behalf of my colleagues here on the committee, express our condolences and sympathies to your family and appreciate again the efforts you're making to make certain that this tragedy occurs no more.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Mr. Gottwald.
Thank you, Chairman Moran, Ranking Member Blumenthal, and members of the subcommittee for holding this important hearing. It is an honor and a privilege for me to be here today to mark the 10th anniversary of the Virginia Graham-Baker Pool and Spa Safety Act. I do want to acknowledge Mrs. Baker and Mrs. Cohn and the other families that are here today for the horrible tragedies that they've endured. And I can say on behalf of the industry, we want to make sure, that those tragedies never happen again. My name is Rich Gottwald. I'm President and CEO of the Association of Pool and Spa Professionals. APSP is the world's oldest and largest trade association representing the entire pool and spa supply chain. I appreciate the opportunity today to share with you how the Virginia Graham-Baker Pool and Spa Safety Act, or the VGB, has influenced the pool and spa industry, and how 10 years later we continue to educate and train our members on how to keep all pools and spas safe, including the public pools covered by the VGB Act, as well as the residential pools that are not covered by the Act. I've submitted testimony, but I want to really focus on just 3 key issues. Number 1, since 1985, APSP has been accredited by the American National Standards Institute to develop and promote the country's national consensus standards for pools, hot tubs, and spas. Compliance with our standard for suction fittings, also known as the drain cover standard, is a requirement of the VGB. This standard was developed and continues to improve with the input of the CPSC staff and serves as an an excellent example of collaboration between industry and government to protect all pool and spa users. A 2017 successor standard is slated to be adopted by this December. In 2006, while the VGB was being finalized, APSP published the Standard for Suction Entrapment and Avoidance, the first comprehensive systems approach to engineering swimming pools and spas to eliminate suction entrapment events. It protects against the 3 root causes of entrapments: suction, water velocity, and mechanical binding. Number 2, through our relationship with the International Code Council, our national consensus standards that I just mentioned are incorporated into the International Swimming Pool and Spa Code. This is a comprehensive national code that was developed jointly by APSP and the ICC, and the first edition was published in March 2012. The third edition is slated to be published later this year. The code has been adopted by 22 states and 73 local jurisdictions. There's still a long way to go for full adoption. When adopted, the code will provide the same level of safety protection for newly installed residential pools and spas that the VGB now mandates for public pools and spas. We have to get this into residential pools. Further, this pool and spa code also requires barriers such as fencing and covers for all residential pools. We continue to urge every state to adopt this code to protect all swimmers in both the public and residential pools and spas. Number 3, APSP continues our efforts to communicate water safety messaging and information to our members, our partners, and pool owners. APSP has created the Check a Drain initiative that reminds our members throughout the year to check their customers' drains to make sure both public and residential pools and spas are in compliance with the VGB. APSP actively urges builders and service professionals to contact the millions of existing pool owners to replace pre-VGB drain covers, that cover that you saw over there. APSP worked with the American Red Cross, the National Recreation and Park Association, and the World Water Parks Association to launch the National Water Safety Month campaign, which is held every May. This month marks its 10th-year anniversary. National Water Safety Month has gained attention from governors in all 50 states who have signed proclamations to recognize it. In conclusion, APSP is committed to safety and fully supports the Virginia Graham Baker Pool and Spa Safety Act. We hope the subcommittee members will recognize and support statewide adoption of the International Swimming Pool and Spa Code so as to protect our residential pool and spa users as we do our public pool and spa users. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Mr. Galtwell, thank you very much. To my colleagues, the vote was called at 3:01. There's about 5 minutes left, but we're notifying the cloakroom we will be there shortly, and I call on Ms. Harvey.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairman Moran, Ranking Member Blumenthal, and distinguished members of this subcommittee. My name is Connie Harvey, and I am the Director of the Aquatic Centennial Initiative for the American Red Cross. It's an honor to be here to talk with you about the important issue of keeping children and families safe in and around the water. Water provides opportunities for fun, fitness, sport, competition, rehabilitation, employment, but it also carries significant risks that can be tragic. The work of your committee to provide safer products, including pools and spas, equipment and toys, aligns directly with the work of the American Red Cross to prevent, prepare for, and respond to emergencies and to help enjoy the water safely. As you've heard this afternoon, drowning is a leading cause of death in the United States, especially for children. Drowning prevention requires a multi-pronged approach that includes prevention of unauthorized access to water, elimination of hazards such as dangerous drains, and arming children and adults with knowledge and skills to help them be safe in and around water. The Red Cross has a network of 13,000 aquatic providers across the nation who teach more than 2.5 million people each year to swim and about water safety, and who train 325,000 lifeguards each year. But even with these impressive numbers, there are large segments of our population who are not learning to swim or who do not know critical water safety strategies that could save their lives. In 1914, the American Red Cross added drowning prevention to its mission. To mark this milestone in 2014, we launched our Aquatic Centennial campaign. We selected 50 communities where the drowning rates or the numbers of drownings are high. Through our training partners, we are providing access to life-saving knowledge and skills to parts of their communities that were not getting this training. Our goal is twofold: teach an additional 50,000 children and adults to swim and about water safety, and train 1,000 more lifeguards and water safety instructors. Parents and caregivers are critical to our campaign. We teach them the circle of drowning prevention. That is the layers of protection that help prevent drowning from happening in the first place. And we teach about the chain of drowning survival, which are the skills and knowledge required to help in an emergency. We seek aquatic facilities in underserved neighborhoods with convenient access to water. The Centennial Campaign is a multi-year commitment which allows us to help get swimmers to water competency and to develop lifeguards and swim instructors from within these communities. Not only does this provide job opportunities, but it also helps develop role models for participation in and excitement for the water. So as we head into our 4th year of the Centennial Campaign, we have helped initiate or expand programs that are affordable to families with the greatest need. So far, around 45,000 sets of swim lessons have been delivered, 900 lifeguards and water safety instructors have been certified, 800 youth have completed junior lifeguarding, and 3,000 parents and caregivers have participated in water safety training. Today, we recognize the 10th anniversary of the Virginia Graham-Baker Act. The VGBA is making pools and spas across this nation physically safer. The resulting CPSC's Pool Safely campaign is providing vital resources to aquatic facilities and the communities they serve with action steps that are very empowering and life-saving. The Red Cross has been an active partner of the Pool Safely campaign from the very beginning. We believe in the Pool Safely motto: simple steps save lives. You don't know which it is until it does. This embodies the spirit of the need for partnerships. You do not know which organization's messages or programs will resonate and convince someone to take actions like put a fence around their pool, enroll in swim lessons, and replace their drain covers with one that is VGBA compliant. Of course, to make a real impact in reducing drowning, there must be strong coalitions of national organizations, such as Water Safety USA, which is made up of agencies who share a common mission of drowning prevention. Together, we amplify one another's work. High-profile activities raise awareness. With our Diversity in Aquatics partners on May 15th, International Water Safety Day, collectively we reached more than 1 million people around the globe with water safety messages. The world's largest swimming lesson on June 22nd will highlight the fact in a very big way that swim lessons save lives. We are honored and humbled to work with families who have faced the tragedy of drowning and drain entrapment, such as the Zach Foundation, the Baker family, Stewart Leonard, the 3 children's charities, and Drennan's Dreams. They share their tragic stories, and from their heartbreak, we work together to prevent them from ever happening again. But it will take us all working together to do so. Thank you for your role in this fight. Again, thank you for giving the American Red Cross the opportunity to share information about our aquatics programs. We are proud of our work and know that we are making an impact to impact drowning.
Ms. Harvey, thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you for the Red Cross's efforts. I'm going to recess this hearing for approximately 15 minutes. I'll recess it till the sound of the gavel of the chair so that we can go cast 2 votes. We'll be back. I'll give the ranking member the opportunity to offer an opening statement, and then we'll turn to questions. So we stand in recess till the sound of the gavel. The reason I thought it was useful to have your testimony go before anything else is that it gave you the opportunity to have the largest number of senators in the room and listening, and what you have to say is much more significant and important than what, I don't know about Senator Blumenthal, but what I might say. But I do think, because part of the purpose of this hearing is to make certain that we raise public awareness I want to make certain that at least some of these things that are being talked about are understood. And so I would, again, tell you that it's an honor to have all of you here and to have this hearing. And I appreciate the working relationship that Senator Blumenthal and I have in bringing this hearing to fruition. This is the second hearing of our subcommittee this year. And as I say, in part, it's designed to raise awareness of issues that are important to protecting Americans and their family members, to protect consumers. It's a part of this subcommittee's jurisdiction and our assignment. We're specifically examining the issue of pool and spa safety. It's been several years since Congress last held a hearing on this issue. This year does mark, as we've heard from the testimony, the 10th anniversary of the Virginia Graham-Baker Pool and Spa Safety Act. It was signed into law on December the 19th, 2007 by President George W. Bush. The legislation, as we've heard, is known as VGB, and it's aimed to enhance the safety of public and private pools and spas, reduce child drownings, and educate the public on the need for constant supervision of children in and around water. The hearing is designed to examine the extent to which the VGB has accomplished those goals over the past decade since its enactment. While I wish we were here under different circumstances, as I've indicated previously, we honor parents who are here to help make certain that what happened in their family's life happens in no other family's life. There is also an additional individual that's with us today, that's Scott Taylor, and his daughter, Abby Taylor, was also a victim of suction entrapment, and her death inspired Abby's Hope Foundation in her name to educate the public about pool and spa safety and to keep kids safe. As was indicated, this month of May is National Drowning Prevention Month, and to that end, I'm pleased to join the ranking member, Senator Blumenthal, and Commerce Committee Chairman Thune, and I think Senator Nelson, in introducing today a resolution supporting the states and including my own state of Kansas that have signed proclamations declaring May as National Water Safety Month. We wish to recognize and express support for those goals and for ideals of that designation. And this upcoming Memorial Day, just a few days away now, this weekend traditionally marks the beginning of summer swimming season. For American families, recreational swimming is a time-honored tradition. Swimming pools such as the Big Pool in Garden City, Kansas, it's the largest outdoor municipal concrete swimming pool in the world, are fixtures of our local communities. I smiled with Ms. Harvey's testimony. One of the meanest persons, at least I thought, as a 5- or 6-year-old, was my Red Cross swimming instructor, who continually forced me to get into freezing water well before there were ever heated pools in my community's life. They are a mainstay of American life, and we want that mainstay to be safe and as secure as possible. Parents and adults work to monitor children around pools and spas and take precautions such as stopping them from running on wet surfaces. Many don't realize the potential dangers that are posed by pool drains. Even when we have attentive parents and adults around, accidents unfortunately still happen. Drownings continue to be ranked second or third among the leading causes of death for children, depending upon the state, especially for children ages 1 to 4 years old. In Kansas, there have been 297 drownings in the past decade. What makes these tragedies all the more painful for families is that the accidents are, in many instances, preventable. I appreciate the willingness that our witnesses have shown in discussing these sensitive topics, and I appreciate the perspectives that they bring, and I know that they took time to prepare and to come here to present their heartfelt testimony. It's my hope that a Senate hearing calling attention to pool safety leading into this summer season will have a positive impact on reducing pool and spa-related injuries and deaths. And again, I thank my colleague, Senator Blumenthal, for his efforts in bringing this issue forward in the past and today. And if greater awareness can prevent one child's death, then this committee hearing has served a useful purpose. So again, thank you, witnesses, for joining us. I apologize for the time circumstances we found ourselves in, and I recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Chairman Moran, and thank you for having this hearing. I'm very proud to join with you in a resolution recognizing May as National Water Safety Month, a cause close to my heart as a longtime swimmer and a user of many, many pools, and the father of 4 children who have used pools and who learned about this nightmare from, fortunately, a few constituents in Connecticut when I was Attorney General, but notably Karen Cohn of Greenwich. And I thank you for being here today, Karen, as well as Nancy Baker, and sharing your story with such incredible courage and strength in helping.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this Senate Commerce Subcommittee hearing on pool safety. It is officially, well, almost 1 o'clock. Mike Pace will be joining you for more news now in just a moment. Here's a live look at the Capitol building in the meantime.
All right, folks, coming up here next on the Fox 10 and News Now stream, going to have a NASA video acting administrator discussing fiscal year 2018 budget request.
Please welcome NASA's Acting Administrator, Robert Lightfoot.
All right, well, good afternoon and good morning to everyone. Welcome across the agency out in the colonies. Good to see everybody there. It's my pleasure to join you guys for the second half of our budget rollout. As you know, we did the rollout of the skinny budget a couple of months ago, and this is the, I guess I'll call it the fatter budget, right? As time goes, we all get a little heavier. So our budget got a little heavier over the last 2 months, and so that's what we'll get to share today. Seriously, my basic message is the same as it was last time when we talked a couple of months ago, is what this budget tells us to do is keep going. Keep doing what we've been doing. Very important for us to maintain that course and move forward as an agency with all the great things we're doing. It's really cool as I sit here and I see the different sites on the screen here. I know what we're going to do this afternoon with the Facebook Live activities where we show what's happening in every center related to this budget. That's really exciting to see. Sometimes you forget about that when you're in D.C., and so it's nice to see the real work going on behind us in some of these pictures. I do want to reiterate, as I always do, how proud I am of this team and the teams across the country and what they're doing and what they're accomplishing from an agency perspective. It's really neat to see what we can do. We're making a difference, right? I mean, we are the leaders in human exploration, science, technology, and aeronautics. That's what we do, and I couldn't be more proud of this team, and it's only possible through you guys' efforts, what you do every day. That's the only reason we're able to do what we do. I mean, if you just think about today, this Tuesday, while we're doing the budget rollout, which for us in D.C. is a big, exciting event, we've got an RS-25 test at Stennis today. We just finished a contingency EVA this morning on the space station. Awesome stuff going on every day in this agency, and it's pretty exciting to see how that works and how we do that. If you think about Cassini making its final dives through the rings of Saturn, and it's just amazing imagery we're getting back from that. It's just incredible what you guys can accomplish. This week we're going to partner with the FAA and a lot of our industry partners for the unmanned aircraft systems. We're going to actually fly some drones beyond line of sight for the pilots as we start trying to figure out how we're going to incorporate all that into our airspace as a nation. Pretty exciting. Space Tech is going to fly on the next SpaceX mission. They're going to fly I only know it as Sextant, but I'm going to have to read it off. Station Explorer for X-ray timing and navigation technology, or Sextant, is part of the NICER mission that's going up on SpaceX next. Again, every day. That's flying next week. We just continue to make the progress that we need to make. It's really, really exciting. And today, we have our budget, right? We kind of knew what I'll call the contours. We always talk about sand charts when we look at the budget. We knew the contours of the sand when we talked back in March. And they hadn't changed much. They're about the same. So we're pretty excited. We've got $19.1 billion as an agency. And it really reflects the President and the administration's confidence in us moving forward in our direction and the importance of everything we've been achieving as an agency. I think you guys can take a lot of confidence in that when you see what's happening from the overall pressure on the budget in the entire country. We did really well as we go forward. We've had a horizon goal for some time of putting humans on Mars. We're there today with our scientific platforms, bringing back the kind of data we need, but this budget sustains that work toward getting toward that horizon goal. It gives us the resources we need to keep exploring our solar system, beyond our solar system, and exploring here on our own planet. Worry about our own home, what we're doing here. And the technologies it's going to take to increase the aviation industry here in the U.S. There were still some hard choices that we had to make, right? We always do. That's what we do as an agency. We just can't do everything that we want to do, but we can do a lot. And you guys do a lot every day, and I think that's what, if you really want to see where it all plays out, it's out there on the web at nasa.gov/budget. It's where we post everything, so it's all there in gory detail if you want to get into it and see where your own areas are affected. You know, I think over the last couple of months, we've had the president really recognize the work we're doing. It was pretty amazing to be there when, if you guys all know astronaut Peggy Whitson, who's on station right now, just finished the spacewalk this morning. She's now holds the record for the most time in space. And I was there when the president called, did an uplink with the ISS folks to congratulate her on that. It was pretty neat. We got rovers on Mars and an orbiter at Mars, bringing back the data that's going to help us get ready for taking humans to the red planet. Again, very exciting. Team at Goddard just finished the James Webb Space Telescope testing, and the telescope's been moved down to Johnson Space Center for the next big test to put it in the cold vacuum of space and run it through its paces there. That mission is moving out. Couldn't be more proud of that team and what they've done to get that next great observatory ready to go. SLS and Orion are far beyond concepts at this point. Like I said, we've got an engine test today. We have a solid rocket booster test later this summer. The first sections of the core stage have made it to Marshall Space Flight Center for the structural testing that's going to go on. Orion continues to make great progress. We're putting their systems together down at the Cape. It's just exciting to see all the progress being made there as we move toward that first integrated flight test, EM1, the first of many, right? We're not just pushing toward EM1, we're pushing toward a series of missions to build that program and put that infrastructure in place that's going to allow us to have a backbone for deep space exploration as we move forward. Solar electric propulsion, a technology that space technology has been working on for a while, and it was really part of the asteroid redirect mission. We're going to continue that because we think it's a key linchpin in what we're trying to do with the power propulsion unit in an area around the moon where we can actually do some more of that infrastructure we think we need as we head toward putting humans further in space. And of course, our next X-plane is in development to advance the supersonic flight. Very exciting times, y'all, very exciting. And each one of you, every day, is helping us to create that future and keeps us focused on that big picture that informs everything we do. You know, we see our work in the context of making life better for everybody here on Earth, and that unfolds in a whole lot of ways when you think about what we do. You've heard me before, and I'll say it again, I really have started resonating with this whole concept of why NASA, why are we here, and what do we do from that perspective. And I really like to say we can never forget the N in NASA, which is national, right? If you think about that, it's because we're not headquarters, we're not Goddard, we're not Langley, we're not Johnson, we're not a single center, right? We're an organization that does tremendous things as a group. We have a balanced portfolio. We're not a single program, we're not a single mission, right? We're a lot of programs and a lot of missions. And we cover this broad spectrum, right, of well thought out programs that they're integrated, and we try to do them in a very strategic way. And they're very aligned with the Space Act that was written 60 years ago that created NASA. 2018 is going to be our 60th anniversary as an agency, right? And it's pretty fascinating when you see what we do today and you go back and read the original Space Act. Yeah, some stuff has changed, but for the most part, we're very strategically aligned with what we're doing. We really have maintained that continuity of purpose over time, right? And I think this budget continues that for us in supporting not only what we want to do as an agency, but also several other national priorities. As we approach that 60th anniversary, you know, this budget will maintain that. It'll maintain our place as a leader, I think, a global leader in space, and a global leader here at home in aviation and aeronautics and what we do. We appreciate the continued bipartisan commitment we get. If you look at the Transition Authorization Act that we got for 2017, you look at the omnibus we got for 2017, the appropriation. I mean, it's a pretty incredible bipartisan support we get as an agency, and we should be excited about that. You know, one of the challenges we have is our goals and our programs typically, they can work over decades. You think about how many different budget submittals, how many different budget processes we have to go through just to get a long-term program in place. It's very difficult to maintain that continuity of purpose. And I think for us, what this budget says is keep going, right? And that's a good thing for us because some of these missions we're trying to do are long-term and are going to take us a while to get there. If you think about what we do, though, you think about kind of the fundamental, I'll call it, in our gut while we're here. I think we have a historic and enduring purpose as an agency. And that historic and enduring purpose is really around three major strategic themes in my mind, right? It's discover, explore, and develop. And these correspond to all our missions of scientific discovery, missions of human exploration, the technologies we develop, and then the development of aeronautic systems and aviation safety that we do for this nation. We're focused on these, but we never lose sight of the other contributions and the other things that we do as an agency. You know, that's kind of what I just described as kind of our day job, right? And I think what we really do in the other areas is we inspire the next generation. You know, that's what we do as an agency. We inject that innovation into the national economy. We provide data to national leaders to solve some of the biggest problems this nation has. And then we support this global engagement and diplomacy that I think is so important in a role that we play as a leader in the international part of what this agency does. You know, the President said, American footprints on a distant world are not too big of a dream. And we're executing programs step by step to make this dream a reality, as well as that broader quest to explore and understand our environment, our universe, and our whole aviation and aeronautics world. Some of our newer missions are going to deliver the benefits that will reach far beyond the significant milestones we're trying to get today. The list is pretty amazing when you think about it. There's Solar Probe Plus. There's the Transiting Exoplanet Survey Satellite, or TESS as we call it. The InSight Mars Lander, and as I mentioned earlier, the Webb Telescope. They're all scheduled to fly in 2018, right? That's what we're going to do during this budget year. Very, very exciting. And then, of course, we continue the development of the next generation X-plane for NASA. That's going to fly in 2021 to really investigate low-boom supersonic flight, which could be a tremendous game changer for not only this country, but the economy in general. As a traveler, I'm looking forward to that personally. You know, we're going to continue working with our commercial partners to fly astronauts from American soil for the first time here in a couple of years. So that's a big goal. This budget continues to support that. And we continue to head toward an integrated flight system test for our exploration mission with SLS Orion and ground systems. So the human exploration side of this is very important. The budget really supports that progress, right? But it's a very diverse portfolio. A lot of you work on different things, and I think everybody can hopefully find themselves somewhere in that explore, discover, and develop piece of what we do as an agency for the American people. Each of you in the centers, you know the full scope of what I'm talking about, right? You're doing it every day. And I've had a chance to visit a lot. I mean, I've gone all the way from, you know, I started here in '89, and just even last week I saw something for the first time. I was at the NBL. The JSC guys took me to the Neutral Buoyancy Lab. Pretty exciting, right? You'd think I'd seen everything, but I got to go see those guys and watch that team work very professionally to get ready for a test run, right? We're doing that kind of stuff every day in this agency, and it's just about the challenges. I know how you guys face the challenges. I know the pride you take into it. I know the dedication of this workforce. It's what fuels the success. Now, there's some hard things we had to do in here, and so while this budget no longer supports several Earth science missions, the OCO-3, the PACE mission, RBI, and Clario Pathfinder that are doing, there's still 18 good space missions going and several airborne missions going to support the science side of the house. So I'm excited about that. We'll still bring back the data that we can do there, and we'll go through that. It also no longer supports a formal Office of Education, but I think we'll continue to inspire that next generation. That's what we do, right? We do it through our missions. We do it through many ways of the work that incites that and encourages the discovery by learners and educators going forward. Let me tell you, we're committed, as we always have been, to inspiring that next generation with what we do. And we're going to engage the public in the compelling stories of what we're trying to do and the missions we're trying to create, and making those things that are impossible possible. Same time we're going to do this, we're going to actually take a good hard look, use this opportunity for NASA to revisit how we do public outreach and public engagement. It takes place all over the place, at all the centers throughout this country. We engage in that, and we got to leverage those synergies moving forward so we can really kind of create that nexus between education and outreach to facilitate those meaningful connections that bring those folks forward to us. I don't think there's another workforce that does more to inspire others than you do. The willingness to share your time and expertise. I've been to several of the things we do as outreach events in this agency, and it's great to see the NASA folks there encouraging the next generation to whether it's a robotic competition, whether it's a moon buggy, or I'm sorry, Great Exploration Rover, but it'll always be a moon buggy race to me, sorry. The exploration rover we do in Marshall, or whether it's the rocket challenge that just happened out here in Virginia a couple weekends ago. The NASA folks are there, they're engaged, and they're trying to help folks as we move forward. That mentoring and the overall impact of the work across the globe, you continue to make people want to follow us, right? That's what you guys do, and it's very exciting. You know, in each of these successes that we have, they bring that inherent inspiration that's going to make someone or lots of someones at some point jump into this field and come join us someday. We need that. We got to inspire and share because we need people to come take our jobs, right? There's got to be somebody standing here when NASA turns 120, just like there's somebody standing there when we're going to turn 60. So I see these young faces at these conferences. If you've ever seen them, they're excited. When all the downlinks from the astronauts, just the public meetings that we have, it's pretty exciting. I call them I see the Mars generation, right? They're excited. They want us to get to Mars, and that's what they want us to go do, and they're very, very much a part of that. And we're going to keep bringing that potential to NASA and the things that this budget enables to keep inspiring them to want to be part of our team and want to join us someday, because they're the ones that are going to follow in our footsteps and pick up, frankly, where we picked up from the generation before us, right? And so we can keep doing what we're doing. You can get all the details online, as I said, but I do want to mention a few other specifics about the budget, just to kind of give you a feel for what's out there. Some of these I've already talked about a little bit, but I'll hit them again. You know, in science, for instance, the budget supports about 100 missions going on, roughly 40 missions that are preparing for launch, and 60 that are operating. So it's a good, healthy mix for what we're doing. Our work here just leads the world in size, scope, and impact. I truly believe that. And I think, you know, when you think about the budget's going to keep us with the next selection of New Frontiers missions moving forward. We'll be able to make that selection. And it does the formulation of our Europa mission that's so important for us to go see. We think there's a great opportunity there to find that, but that search for, is there life out there somewhere else as we move forward. The space weather and upcoming heliophysics work continues in this mission, and it continues the support for the Wide Field Infrared Survey Telescope, or WFIRST, which will eventually succeed James Webb Space Telescope at some point. Most of you know about the NASA Aeronautics Research Program and how it advances our U.S. leadership in a very, very large global environment. Very important for us to do that. We'll continue to do that by working on the key technologies, not only the low boom stuff, but the key technologies that make aviation safer, more efficient, and more economical moving forward. Takes that step to put that X-plane in place that I talked about, and I think this is going to be very, very exciting. And then we continue to work, how do we put these unmanned aircraft systems into the airspace that we deal with on a daily basis. You know, I don't think you have to be an engineer to understand that. I think you just got to be somebody that travels to enjoy what our aeronautics folks do. As we say, we're with you when you fly, and I believe that all the time. Space technology program is enabling, you know, a lot of the rapid development of some of these transformative things that we need to go do, whether they're support of science, whether they're support of human exploration. But the space technology team is really working on those the technologies we need for our future missions. And they'll increase the overall national capabilities and industrial base as well. That's a goal that space technology has moving forward. They're going to support their diverse portfolio all the way from completing the solar electric propulsion work to the laser communication work that we're doing for the next generation of comm when we get on orbit. How are we going to deal with that? A lot of cross-cutting technologies they're working on, and a lot of you guys are engaged in those today. And while we're ending the asteroid redirect mission moving forward, we will take those technologies from solar electric propulsion as probably the best example, and move forward with those and actually morph those into a different mission as we go forward. I think we have a budget that does support the continued cadence of missions that we want to have to get humans to Mars in the 2030s. I believe that's where we are. The European Service Module, you know, it'll be delivered to Kennedy for integration to Orion in 2018. So great progress being made there for the first mission. We've got prototype ground testing of habitat modules, which is the next step even after that we're trying to work on. And that'll happen in 2018. Several folks want to be participating in that. The ISS continues to be kind of our jumping off point. This is our linchpin, right? This is our low Earth orbit stronghold. And that's where we're doing a lot of the work that we need to do to retire the risk associated with technologies, but also retire the risk associated with what happens to the human body. And the teams are up there learning that every day. And I think this is where we're going to learn systems, too. We're going to take the systems up that help us to take those next steps. We're going to put an additional crew member on. We got some seats that we've bought that are going to have additional U.S. crew members coming up in September. So it's very exciting to see that we're going to have extra crew members so that we can really crank up the research that we need to do and the science we need to do on station. And again, ISS just continues to be a great example of public-private partnerships. If you think about the opportunities that people are taking to come there, it has truly become that spot where people, that I think we really wanted it to become at some point, where folks wanted to come to the station to test out their systems and use the International Space Station as this wonderful lab that it is on orbit going forward. And the teams are doing a great job keeping it in play. And then, of course, even on the human exploration side, we're going to announce the next crew of astronauts here in the next few weeks. So that's an exciting thing for us to do as well. We had 18,000 people apply. So there's no interest at all in what we're doing. So just a whole lot to look forward to as we move forward. You know, for me, I've said this several times, I think you guys are, some of you may be tired of hearing it. When we look at the overall resource scenario that we have in the agency, you know, it's not this and or perspective. It's got to be an and, right? It's just got to be an and. We cannot do this alone. We're going to need our international partners. We're going to need the American industry, and we're going to need academia to jump in and be part of this. And I think if you think about what we've done over the last few years, we've proven that model will actually work, and we can actually utilize that because the sum of all that is better than just these individual pots going forward. We've been evolving to that new way of business for a while, and industry's been a great partner. The international partners continue to be a huge part of our success when you think about what we're doing in all aspects, by the way, not just human exploration, but all aspects of what we're doing. I mean, Jay Shin is over in South Korea right now, having conversations about UAS and the airspace there, right, where we're sharing those kind of thoughts. You know, science has an international part of just about every mission we fly. So it's exciting when you see what we do with the internationals. And then how we can move forward with that from an industrial base here in this country is going to be really, really important. I think this budget will help us do it. We want big companies, we want small companies, we want everybody to come to help us do this. Because this journey is hard, right? This is a long journey we're on, and it's hard. And we need all the intellectual intelligence we can get to make us be able to do that. It's that combination, frankly, that makes this such a vibrant place and such a place that everybody's excited about coming to. At least I hope you guys are. I'm pretty excited every day I come in, except for the traffic. We can do without the traffic. That's why I need that personal air vehicle. I keep telling Jay, I need my Jetson car. If I can get my Jetson car, I'll get to work a lot faster instead of being stuck here in D.C. on the road. I know why they call it a parkway, because I seem to be parked there a lot. Anyway, but I think this whole program that we're doing, that we propose in this budget of exploration, discovery, the pursuit of all the technologies we need, whether it's research in aeronautics or technology for space, it's just a huge source of pride for all of us, right? That's why we're here. That's why we come to work every day. And that's what pushes us. And I think our history gives us confidence that we can do this. We've done it before, and the resources are enough, and what we request, you know, represents an investment that will return back to the American taxpayers. I think NASA is an investment. I really believe that, and I think this budget shows that going forward. So we do that together. We do that as a team, you know, as we move forward. That's what we're going to do. And I think this budget just keeps that momentum going so we can keep pressing forward to make do the great things that we want to do. You know, I look forward to working with everybody over the coming year as we for 18 and see what kind of accomplishments we make. It's going to be so much fun to stand here and talk about what we did this past year, knowing what's coming up. It'll just be exciting to see how far we've come. I look forward to working with the Hill and Congress on the budget and explaining to them what the elements are. I think that'll be part of as you guys know, that's part of the process. We're proposing, and then we get to go debate that with the guys on the Hill and talk about why this is an important budget for us to hit the objectives we want to go do. So, pretty excited about where we are. Very excited actually in terms of what we're trying to do, and the whole message of, hey, keep going, guys. Constancy of purposes. Let's make sure we're doing the things we said we were going to do, doing them on time, doing them on schedule. So thank you again for everything you're doing for NASA and for this great nation. Keep it up. Thank you, guys.
And folks, we do want to, because it is Memorial Day, show you the 30th annual Rolling Thunder Ride for Freedom, which happened yesterday.
which is an 11% increase, or just over $1 billion above last year's spending bill. As agencies across the federal government are seeing huge proposed reductions in their budget, GSA's request stands out just a bit, and we'll certainly look forward to hearing your discussion about that with us as you're proposing funding increases for infrastructure. Now, the request also includes construction funding for 3 land ports of entry with the goal of fortifying our borders and spurring economic growth. The budget also includes funding for a new federal courthouse in Pennsylvania, the federal judiciary's highest priority as a construction project. Now, this request is a step towards chipping away at the extensive list of federal courthouses operating with long-standing needs and under dire conditions around the country. So we appreciate that being a part of your request. Now, GSA's request includes another $135 million for fiscal year 2018 with full consideration of the Department of Homeland Security's headquarters at St. Elizabeth's. Now, to date, Congress has appropriated almost $2 billion for this project. So today I hope we can learn a little bit more from you as we discuss that and many of the other projects and the continued effort with the Department of Homeland Security to reduce construction costs and increase the efficiencies of all the projects. I'd also like to note that the budget does not request any additional funding for the FBI's headquarters or the consolidation in fiscal year 2018. Now, this project and GSA's plan for funding it has been a topic of major discussion in this subcommittee for several years, and I think many members will be interested to learn what GSA and the Bureau believe the path forward is for the headquarters and their consolidation. Now, the President's budget also seeks to establish $228 million in Technology Modernization Fund with GSA to replace the legacy IT systems across the government. Now, it wasn't too long ago that 25 million individuals were affected in a data breach at the Office of Personnel Management, and as the subcommittee oversees OPM, we know that the dire consequences and the numerous cybersecurity challenges and the operational risk of using an old system and what they can have. So we look forward to learning more about the IT upgrades as it's a part of your annual budget request here. Now, finally, I'd like to highlight this committee's commitment to shrinking the federal footprint through reductions in your inventory of leased and owned space. Over the last several years, this committee has provided significant funding for GSA's consolidation activities, and I hope to hear today how GSA is using those resources to reduce space and lower rental costs to save your customers and our constituents, the American taxpayers, a lot of money. So furthermore, I'm interested in learning about GSA's request for $40 million to establish a new asset proceeds and space management fund with the aim of implementing the disposal recommendations of the Public Buildings Reform Board that was established in last year's legislation. So empty buildings and unused space are costly to taxpayers, and it's time we improve how the government does real estate management. So I'm glad to see the administration is committed to streamlining the disposal process and divesting from excess property. So once again, I welcome you, Acting Administrator Horn, and appreciate your service and look forward to your testimony, and would welcome our ranking member, Mr. Quigley from Illinois, to make any comments he has.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, thank you for being here, and thank you so much for your service. This year, the GSA budget includes significant new spending for construction, for repairs, and alterations. I'm pleased to see the proposal for much-needed investment in maintenance and improvement projects in light of the massive backlog of projects currently waiting for action. I'm also interested in learning more about the additional funding requested for 3 new initiatives at GSA. In particular, what role the newly proposed Technology Modernization Fund will play in replacing outdated legacy IT systems, and how the funds may be used to improve and enhance the federal real property profile. At the same time, I'm disappointed and honestly perplexed as to why there are not additional construction funds requested to move ahead with the acquisition of a new FBI headquarters in the D.C. metro area. As you know, the recently enacted 2017 Omnibus bill provided a total of $500 million for this purpose, and I know that there is widespread interest in providing the additional funds needed to see this project through. I also want to emphasize that this is, in fact, an oversight hearing, and that requires us to ensure that the GSA and its employees are acting in the best interest of all hardworking American taxpayers. Unfortunately, there is a troubling issue that cannot be ignored by this subcommittee. As you know, in 2013, the President signed a 60-year lease with the GSA to turn the old post office pavilion located just blocks from the White House into what is now Trump International Hotel. Because the President oversees both you and the GSA, he effectively became both landlord and tenant when he was sworn into office. This, of course, is prohibited since the lease agreement clearly states that no elected official of the government of the United States shall be admitted to any share or part of this lease, or to any benefit that may rise therefrom. However, back in March, GSA determined that the Trump Organization was not in violation of its lease, expressing satisfaction with the President's clearly insufficient plan to deal with his conflicts of interest. The President agreed to put his ownership stake in the hotel into a trust controlled by two of his sons, Eric and Don Jr., and the Trump Organization CFO, a far cry from a blind trust. A reasonable person would conclude that this is a clear conflict of interest. Would we tolerate a judge deciding a case that involved his sons? This should be no different. And unlike a blind trust that would sell off the President's stake and invest the funds into other assets, his plan would direct his share of the profits from the hotel into the trust as soon as he leaves office. A breach of lease is more than just an issue of non-compliance. It represents the President's disregard for ethics or transparency and his belief that he plays by a different set of rules. By normalizing such behavior, we continue to erode the public's already low trust. That is why it is so troubling to me that the GSA has condoned the President's actions, and I fear that this will set a disturbing precedent for other government officials to follow. I look forward to discussing this very important issue with you today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Administrator Horn, we welcome your comments, your opening comments, and know that you'll probably have a more formal statement for the record. And note that we have some very inquisitive and creative and thoughtful members that will have a lot of questions as we go throughout the morning, and anticipate we'll do some.
They're coming later, right?
Yeah, here they come now, and and we'll do that as a normal format, 5 minutes of question and answer, and go around until everybody's exhausted their thoughts. So, Administrator Horn, please feel free to share with us.
Good morning, Chairman Graves, Ranking Member Quigley, and members of the subcommittee. My name is Tim Horn, and I'm the Acting Administrator for the U.S. General Services Administration. Thank you for the invitation to testify today on the President's fiscal year 2018 budget request for GSA. I've been at GSA for almost 25 years, starting off as a facilities management intern. I've served as the Regional Commissioner for the Federal Acquisition Service and the Public Building Service in our Denver office, and more recently as the Federal Transition Coordinator, overseeing all aspects of the presidential transition. In my many roles, I've seen firsthand the positive impact of this committee's investment in GSA's projects, programs, and people. GSA buildings, acquisition vehicles, and information technology programs support agency operations and serve as a vital link connecting government with its citizens. Whether you're serving on a jury, crossing the border, searching for data on the web, or visiting the local Social Security office, GSA is the gateway with which the public interacts with the federal government. Today, I would like to talk about GSA investments that will help deliver on the administration's priorities to improve our federal infrastructure, enhance the nation's security, and deliver a more effective government in service of the American people. First, GSA is requesting zero net budget authority, which is spending equal to the amount of rent paid by agencies into the Federal Building Fund. This funding level will allow GSA to make investments in the nation's buildings by making critically needed repairs and undertaking important new projects at zero cost to the budget. For example, GSA is requesting more than $500 million to construct or renovate 4 critical land ports of entry in New York, California, Arizona, and Washington State. These projects will improve the security and efficiency of our nation's borders, spur economic activity, and enhance lawful commerce, trade, and travel. Second, to improve cybersecurity, the President's budget requests $228 million for the Technology Modernization Fund, to retire and replace antiquated legacy IT systems that pose security risks and are costly to maintain. The TMF will provide a central mechanism to transition these legacy systems to more secure and efficient IT platforms and infrastructure, improving the management and oversight of resources dedicated to IT modernization. The TMF is an important step in changing the way the federal government manages its IT portfolio. The fund will align upfront funding, high-level management and oversight, and technical expertise to enhance the ability of the government to protect sensitive data, reduce costs, and deliver services to the public. In addition, GSA is requesting funding to support the Federal Risk and Authorization Management Program, known as FedRAMP, which helps agencies transition to more secure cloud-based services and improves overall cybersecurity performance across the government. With over 80 service providers and more than 107 participating agencies, FedRAMP provides a standardized approach to security assessment, authorization, and continuous monitoring for cloud products and services. Third, to save taxpayer dollars and make the government more effective and efficient, GSA is requesting $140 million to reduce the government's real estate footprint by consolidating agency space or disposing of unneeded property. This request includes $40 million to implement the recommendations of the Public Buildings Reform Board, established in the Federal Asset Sales and Transfers Act. This board will review agency proposals to consolidate or repurpose facilities or dispose of unneeded assets. Lastly, to assist agencies with streamlining their permitting processes, the President's budget requests $10 million to support the Federal Permitting Improvement Steering Council. The Council will work with permit-issuing agencies to improve coordination and provide support relating to large infrastructure projects that require federal authorization or environmental reviews. In closing, the President's budget provides critical investments to help our federal infrastructure, protect our national border, and make the government more effective and efficient in service of the American people. As the acting administrator, I am honored to be here today representing the 12,000 people at GSA who on a daily basis work to advance these goals. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Administrator. I would like to, I'll start off. I had one thing I referenced in my opening remarks as it related to the FBI headquarters, and I know it was one of the top priorities for GSA over the previous years, and the spending bill from 2017 provided $200 million of the $759 million that were requested. And it's my understanding that the project requires full funding to make an award and to move forward and get it underway. So can you just tell us a little bit about the current state of play on the FBI building? Is GSA able to proceed and make an award with partial funding, or are you exploring other options?
Thank you for the question, Chairman, and thanks for the chance to visit with you earlier this week. We were able to discuss many of the challenges facing the committee, many of the challenges facing GSA and our nation, and really the most daunting shared challenge that we have that makes others seem to pale in comparison, and that's raising teenage daughters. So it was nice to visit with you about our shared challenge. In terms of the FBI project, it's really a preeminent example of the priorities that I talked about in the opening statement, an opportunity to make the government more efficient, to improve the nation's infrastructure, and to improve the nation's security. FBI is, aside from consolidating FBI in a modern headquarters, helping them serve their mission, providing a building that allows them to serve their mission. It'll consolidate 11,000 employees across the national capital region, over 13 leases, and have a $33 million a year in annual savings. So we think this project is exactly in line with our priorities. It's a project that we're very excited about. We did make a request in the 2017 budget, and the project was partially funded, and the request was not included in the 2018 budget, just because of the way the timing was. The omnibus passed 3 or so weeks ago, which was too late for us to add FBI into the budget for this year. So we're taking a look at all the options. working with FBI and the Department of Justice along with OMB to figure out the best option to move forward.
So it wasn't requested for 2018, but clearly still a priority, it sounds like. Is the administration planning on sending some sort of supplemental request or addition, or will this delay, if you need full funding in order to proceed, will a delay increase overall cost in the future? I guess what's the plan?
So
I've seen how there wasn't a request.
We're evaluating all of the options. Deciding what to do at this point, it's still too new based on the 2017 spending bill. I will say time is the enemy in terms of return on investment for this project. The longer it takes us to complete the project and move FBI into the new facility, the longer the taxpayers are funding expensive leases, and frankly, the longer we're losing out on an opportunity to help the FBI operate at peak efficiency.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the answer. Mr. Quigley.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks again. Thanks again for being here and your service.
My pleasure.
I've been there, done that with 2 teenage daughters. Eventually, it passes. Let me ask you about what I talked about with the situation with the old post office, if I might. GSA has the responsibility to enforce the old post office lease. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the President will appoint the administrator of the GSA. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Does the GSA have the authority to renegotiate the terms of this Trump International Hotel Old Post Office lease?
You know, a contract between two individuals can be renegotiated at any time.
But if it's renegotiated, it would be the GSA, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Has the GSA made amendments to the hotel lease agreement since it was originally signed in 2013?
Yes, in as you know, the GSA was directed in the late 2000s to find a better use for the historic old post office facility here in Washington, D.C. And in 2013, we did a full and open competition, made an award, and the project was underway. Earlier this year, the tenant came to us with some proposed changes to their management structure. Our contracting officer, in conjunction with our legal office, had multiple conversations with the tenant about the change in ownership structure. And earlier this year, in March, the contracting officer made the decision that the tenant is in full compliance with the terms and conditions of the lease.
But there were changes to the lease agreement, right?
There were changes to the ownership structure.
Okay. Was there any consideration in exchange for those changes?
No.
Does the GSA have any obligation to notify anyone outside the agency if there's any future amendments to the lease agreement, to your knowledge?
GSA is committed to an open and transparent process for all of our contracts. All of the information that related to the contracting officer's decision has been made available on our website, in addition to bipartisan briefings for both bodies of Congress. So regardless of whether GSA has that responsibility, that's something we take seriously and are committed to transparency around this and any other contract that we administer.
Well, the lease has a provision in part that's stated in my opening remarks, and I quote, "No member or delegate of Congress or elected official of the United States or the government of the District of Columbia shall be admitted to share or part of this lease or any other benefit that may arise thereon." This says it applies to elected officials, right? The lease, that provision of the lease, correct?
So my role is to create an environment where contracting officers at GSA can make decisions about compliance with leases, any contract across the agency, without interference from senior leadership, without interference from outside the agency, political or otherwise, without interference from political staff within the agency. The contracting officer's job is to then make that decision. So for me to be in the middle of that decision, to weigh in on the contracting officer's decision, it's not my role. It's the contracting officer's job, and it's my role to be supportive of him.
Well, it does say elected officials. It does say any benefit. But following the inauguration, did the GSA enter into negotiations with the president's 2 adult sons on the status of the hotel lease agreement regarding the prohibition of elected officials benefiting from the lease agreement?
The contracting officer had multiple conversations with the leadership of the limited liability company, and those conversations, there was documents exchanged, information exchanged, multiple back and forth negotiations, and the contracting officer determined that based on that information that the tenant is in full compliance with the
Yeah,
lease.
but didn't the GSA initially ask the Trump organization to divest itself from the lease agreements?
I am not aware of GSA asking them, the tenant, to divest.
How is it that the GSA thought, we talk about deferred profits in this agreement, that a deferred profit is not a benefit from the property, but you'd have to come to that conclusion to move forward on this?
Again, I see it as the contracting officer's role to make that decision.
But who's the contracting officer?
Contracting officer's Kevin Terry with 3 decades of experience at GSA.
But GSA is making the decision.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's not yours, but it's GSA making
The
these
contracting
decisions.
officer, yes.
I guess I don't understand how this is, even if it's deferred, it's still a benefit. The Constitution doesn't say unless it's deferred. It's still a benefit, and it's in the lease agreement that there shouldn't be a benefit to an elected official. It says in there that after he's President of the United States, that which is held in the trust will go back to him.
Again, it's my role to support the contracting officer. It's his role to make the decision about compliance with the lease agreement. The contracting officer has made the decision, and we've made the rationale and all documents behind that decision available for the public, and provided multiple briefings for Congress.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go with Mr. Young and then Mr. Serrano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here today, and thank you for your service. Des Moines recently has been selected to be one of 8 communities to receive a federal courthouse project. It was in the FY16 appropriations bill. And I know the folks back home are very excited about this. Have you ever done are there any studies out there about what a courthouse or some federal facilities can do with economic development? Have you ever seen studies like that? Or if you're aware of them, would be interested to seeing those. And as well, there's 4 different sites that are being determined here throughout this process. And the environmental review process, about how long does that take? And I'm not saying that there's a problem right now, but just anticipating the upcoming decision on this, about how long does that take?
It's my understanding that it will vary based on the project, but it's my understanding that Des Moines will be complete, the NEPA process will be complete later this year.
Okay.
This year.
Great. I just want to impress upon you how imperative it is to also make sure that you're working with the city of Des Moines and the community there, the public community there, regarding this decision and the process as we go forward. So I appreciate the attention so far that you've given to all the interested parties who are vying for that site selection. So thank you.
My pleasure. One of the things that as a longtime career GSA guy that I'm most proud of is when I travel around the country and I see federal courthouses as kind of the anchor of a downtown area. So while I'm not aware of any particular studies, I just know what I've seen with my own eyes over the last 25 years that we make a difference for downtown areas. Had the pleasure of meeting with the mayor of Des Moines along with some of the city leadership, understand their concerns about the development of this courthouse. I understand, their preferred site. Their preferred site is still in the running as we go through the site selection process, And just as we will with any other contract, we'll let the process play out, and the local contracting folks will make the decision that's the best interest of the taxpayer.
Well, very good. My role here is just to make sure that the folks back home are heard by GSA, and the standards have been set by GSA and the judiciary about what it takes and what needs to be there and in place to make this decision happen. Another issue, GSA Public Buildings Service advised in Creston, Iowa, Creston's Planning and Zoning Commission, that the old Army Reserve Center building there, which was the GSA property, in Creston was available for disposal as excess real property. Now, one of the interested parties was a public transportation entity called Iowa Southern Trolley, a great public service to rural Iowans to help them get to the hospital, to the VA, that kind of thing. It came to our attention that the public transit is not considered a public use for purpose of public benefit conveyance. And it seems to me that public transit, this group wanted to have that building, have it conveyed to them. It's a pretty good public service, I would think, public transit. But there was reason given that it could not be transferred because public transit wasn't on the list to be determined to be feasible for such a conveyance. I would think that public transit would be part of the equation there, and an entity that could be given to. So I would like to explore that with you and ask you some further questions about that, maybe one-on-one or with your staff.
Absolutely.
On that issue, because I would think that would, for the purpose of public conveyance, that would be essential.
We would be happy to follow up.
One last quick question. Inventory of GSA properties. Is there a public list out there of GSA properties, at least in Iowa? And would like to know what empty spaces are out there, empty buildings are out there that you'd like to divest from, that the public may want to, or private entities may want to have transferred to them. And what is that process of letting the public know, or folks know back in a district or state, or what properties are there by the GSA that can be transferred or conveyed?
So GSA plays two roles in that. Number one, we, through the Public Building Service, manage our own inventory. And so that's roughly 400 million square feet across the country. And then we also play a government-wide role in helping other agencies with the authority to manage, own, or otherwise oversee property. So we play a dual role there. GSA is ahead of the rest of the government in terms of sharing information about our properties, underutilized or otherwise. And we're working with other landholding agencies across the federal government to make that list available by the end of this calendar year.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Mr. Serrano, and then Mr. Molinar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service. During the time that I was chairman and ranking member of this committee, I made a big fuss about the government owning property rather than renting. Have we made any strides there? Have we turned to one side or another? What's the trend at GSA? And in the government in general, is it to rent or is it to buy?
Sir, thank you for that question.
I just think the American dream should apply to the government also.
So first of all, I have to say, as a longtime career guy at GSA, I always watched these hearings and felt like, boy, if only they would put me in charge. Here's what I would say when Congressman Serrano asked me a question. So here's my chance, right? So what I would say is, you know, we're taking, you know, great measures, and it's really all about investment. You know, things that we'll talk about later, I'm sure, like our consolidation program, our freeze the footprint program. We've really worked hard to move federal agencies out of expensive leases and into federally owned properties. It makes sense for the taxpayers. It helps us better utilize our assets. but the challenge is really, so we're right about 50-50, frankly, with the scale kind of headed towards more than 50% leased versus government-owned. And, you know, the issue is really, it's the budget scorekeeping rules that require us to if we're building a federally owned facility or making a major, say, $100 million investment in a federal facility, we're required to have all of the resources up front. And when we lease, the government can pay as we go. So we all know that over the long term, that's a more expensive proposition based on the availability of money. Oftentimes we're driven to make those kind of short-sighted decisions. I'll give you an example. You know, when my stint here as acting administrator is over, I'll go back to my job in Denver. And, you know, I have just one example that comes to mind. We have a research agency that you know, they're doing things like analyzing the samples from the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, you know, pretty important mission. And they're in a building that's outlived its useful life. The roof leaks. We can't control the humidity in the building. We can't, you know, the air conditioning doesn't work. The electrical system is outdated. And so I have conversations with the lab director there, and he says, you know, we've had this conversation for years. What are you going to do to fix my building or get me a new building? And I explain, okay, well, here's how it works. We'll submit the project. It'll kind of run the gauntlet at GSA. Then it'll run the gauntlet at OMB, and then it'll go to Congress and as part of the president's budget, and hopefully it'll be approved. That's the process. And what he says is, well, boy, that's quite a risk to me and my mission. When we can, you know, the other option would be move him out of that building, put him in a lease space that, granted, will over time cost more money to the taxpayers, but in the short term, it will allow him to avoid mission failure and be able to accomplish his mission. So, sir, for me, it's really about having the funding available. And one of the, as I was preparing for today, you know, to me, my case that I want to make to the subcommittee is that you have an opportunity to invest in GSA, which is not really an investment in GSA, but investment in the rest of the federal government. And having the resources up front to renovate existing buildings or build new when appropriate is the way that we can best move from the expensive leases into the federal building. Not that we haven't, you know, worked with other programs, but really, if you want the ultimate answer, that's the ultimate answer.
Thank you on that. By the way, I'm out of the loop. Has a director been named to GSA?
No.
Talk to the chairman. He's very powerful. You know, you're a great guy. And very briefly, he'd rather go back to Denver. Yeah, I don't blame him. Number one, just very briefly, the IT modernization program that you're putting forth, do you think there's enough funding request here to move ahead? I know the role of, and this changes now, you know, when you have divided government, you'll have a person there say no when the president asks for enough money, whatever. When you have joint government, you usually get the administrators and the secretaries say everything's fine. But can GSA accomplish this modernization program with the funding it's asking for?
You know, last year the request was much higher. This year the request is $228 million. It's not enough to, you know, the government spends $80 billion a year on IT, and most of that investment is for outdated, is for maintenance on outdated systems. So $228 million is a way to start, as the chairman said in the beginning, it's a way to start chipping away. It's a way to bring some governance across the government to how we invest in things. And what we would hope is that this would be seed money. We could prove that the concept is the right idea, to have this board of technology experts chaired by the federal CIO making decisions about return on IT investments. And then it turns into seed money and then really a revolving fund over the years where we can continue to you know, move the government to more shared IT platforms, find ways to improve cybersecurity, improve this really difficult management challenge that we all face of this outdated IT system that's very expensive to reinvest in. Very similar to our infrastructure issues with public buildings.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, but since I didn't have a clock in front of me, I went over a few seconds.
You're always welcome to go over. Always welcome to go over. Mr. Molinar, and then Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being with us today. And
pleasure.
In your written testimony, you highlight that GSA is requesting over $500 million to construct or renovate 4 critical land ports of entry in New York, California, Arizona, and Washington. My understanding is the Department of Homeland Security develops a list of priority projects annually. Do you know where on the list those projects are? Are they at the top of the list, or?
So we work, just like we do with the judiciary on the courthouse program, we work very closely with the Department of Homeland Security to understand their priorities. It's my understanding that outside of the Calexico border station, which really falls into the same category in terms of the 17 requests, or it's a similar to the FBI project where it was requested in 17, and we had hoped to get funding, so we moved forward with the 18 request without Calexico in there, just like FBI. It's my understanding that these 4 projects outside of Calexico are the top 4 priorities for the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay, and then Department of Homeland Security also has a consolidation project for $135 million.
That's right.
I recently revisited the Customs and Border Protection Station in Sault Ste. Marie, which is on the border of Canada and northern Michigan. And this station was number 21 of 71 on the DHS priority list. It's a leased building. It's an old grocery store built in the 1950s. Many security and safety inefficiencies. For example, there's no fire suppression system, and the building didn't even have smoke detectors until this past February. And we've seen issues arise when building owners don't want to make necessary upgrades, and as the government's landlord, I understand it's your responsibility to make sure that managed facilities are safe and secure working environments. And how do you handle a situation like that when it's kind of a lower rank maybe on the priority list, but obviously has some concerns? And you mentioned running the gauntlet. I just wondered what the process is for that.
Well, welcome to our world at GSA. I mean, that's the challenge we face every day, is we have a $5 billion backlog of repairs and, not enough money to repair them. So it starts the way that we handle that situation is that, we have terrific people at GSA that take on the challenge of, dealing with holding these places together with duct tape and baling wire. So that's number one. Number two, I would say that, in this case, and we'll certainly, take this back and look into Sault Ste. Marie more specifically, given the fact that it's a leased facility, not knowing anything about the building or the lease, I mean, the first thing I would do is take a look at the lease and make sure that the building owner's in full compliance with the lease. In my region at home, we have North Dakota and Montana, so I'm very familiar with the small border crossings, all across the northern border. So that would be the first thing we would do, and then I think we would just continue to talk to DHS about their priorities, and certainly having a building that's not safe for the occupants is not a situation that's acceptable to us. So we'll look into that, and then we can also explore why it is where it is on the list.
Okay, thank you.
My
I
pleasure.
appreciate that very much. And just a quick follow-up question of the roughly 9,000 assets that you have in your building portfolio. How many are leased, and is it 50-50? Did you say 50% leased?
Well, it's 50% in terms of square footage.
Okay.
In terms of the number of assets, we have about 1,600 federally owned facilities, and I can do the math, but it's 9,000 minus 1,600 would be how many lease facilities we have. So it's a little bit, 50-50 in terms of square footage, but in terms of the number, the reason, say, Sault Ste. Marie is probably a 2,000 square foot facility compared to many of our federally owned facilities are 50,000 to 1 million square feet. So,
Okay. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cartwright and then Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here, Mr. Horn. Mr. Quigley was asking you some questions. I wanted to follow up. He was talking about the old post office building lease, and I wanted to make sure I understand your answers. You said that really your role was to support the contracting officer, right?
Right.
Okay, and that would be Kevin M. Terry?
Yes.
He's a contracting official at the GSA who handled that lease?
Yes, Mr. Terry has the authority to make commitments on behalf of the federal government as part of our contracting officer.
And so he negotiated that lease on behalf of the GSA?
Yes.
And he recently wrote a letter on March 23rd of this year. It was an 8-page letter. Have you read it?
Yes.
What I'm really interested in is knowing, you're the acting administrator of the GSA, right?
Yes.
The top person there, right?
Yes.
Have you analyzed Mr. Terry's decision? Have you applied any critical analysis to his decision on making that lease?
I've had conversations with our leadership within the Public Building Service, the organization where Mr. Terry works, had multiple conversations with our legal counsel who were, right by his side through all of the negotiations and all the conversations about the ownership structure, and am satisfied that he made the best decision with the information that he had, and I support his decision.
Have you had occasion to scrutinize the validity of his reasoning as laid out in that 8-page letter?
I wouldn't scrutinize his reasoning in that letter any more than I would scrutinize a contracting officer's decision for administration of a lease in Sault Ste. Marie. It's sort of the same process that we're really set up so that the contracting officers make independent decisions so that senior leadership stays out of it. And again, my job is to create the environment, not to make the day-to-day decisions.
Have you had occasion to evaluate the truth of any of the facts that he says he relied on in making his decisions and making that lease?
I've relied on his expertise along with the expertise of our counsel's office, and that's my role is to let the experts make those decisions. I'm not an attorney. I'm not an expert in matters of ownership structure or contract law, but our contracting officer and our legal folks are, and it's their decision, and it's my job to support that.
Okay, so when you said my role is to support the contracting officer, you're not blindly accepting whatever they do, right or wrong. Am I correct in that?
Correct.
Because you're getting legal counsel, right?
Correct.
And this is the legal counsel of the GSA?
Yes.
And the legal counsel of the GSA, did they review the 8-page letter Mr. Terry came out with?
Absolutely.
And they totally support it?
Yes.
And who was the chief legal counsel who did that?
The acting legal counsel was Lenny Lowentritt.
I'm sorry?
Leonard Lowentritt.
Leonard Lowentritt. Is he still there?
Lenny's still there. Lenny's been at GSA for over 40 years. Very trusted attorney, understands the issues, understands our processes, and understands how the law applies to what we do.
And Mr. Quigley alluded to the point made in that 8-page letter by Mr. Terry, and it's pretty clear that the idea is that income and profits derived from that hotel will be deferred. that the president and his family will not benefit from it until after he's out of office. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
But he will benefit from it, right?
The contracting officer has made the decision that the tenant is in full compliance with the lease, and for me to comment beyond that decision, beyond my role in supporting him and providing an environment where people are free to make decisions that ensure that the agency is complying with the law and the terms and conditions of the lease, would be beyond my purview.
Well, thank you for that, and that's really what I'm getting to, is that the main legal analysis brought to bear on Mr. Terry's decision is whether the terms of the lease are being complied with. You have not conducted an analysis to see if the Constitution of the United States has been complied with. Am I correct in that?
We would, again, GSA's role is to administer the terms and conditions of the lease. We would leave that sort of analysis to other entities within the government, such as the Office of Government Ethics.
Thank you, sir. I yield back.
Very thorough questions here this morning. Well done, well done. And I appreciate the direct responses as you've given them, Administrator. So, Mr. Stewart.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Administrator. Good
Morning.
to be with you. I have some good news and bad news. The good news is that I come from Salt Lake City. We recently built a new federal courthouse out there with your help, obviously. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it.
I actually, sir, my real job is to serve as the Regional Commissioner for Public Buildings in our Denver office, which that's the regional headquarters for the Salt Lake City office.
So my brother happened to be a U.S. District Court judge. He was a chief judge at the time, so he served as kind of the head honcho for that. And it was fun to watch that building come up, and it's a beautiful building. And that's the good news. The bad news is I used to be a small business owner, and we worked with the government, including GSA, and it was very, very frustrating, which I'll get to in just a minute.
Okay.
I'm wondering, though, before I dive into that, are you familiar with the CFPB and their housing or their office situation? Where they have a building apparently, and I'd like to pursue this. Maybe I'll talk to you, after the hearing. But they have a building that they're renting, but they're spending something like $258 million to upgrade it. Are you familiar with that?
I am not familiar with.
Would that go through GSA? Would that have to go through your office?
CFPB is the Consumer Financial Protection
Uh-huh.
Bureau. Oftentimes agencies have their own authority. It's my understanding, my best guess that project would be a GSA project, but certainly don't want to guess. So
Okay.
we would love to follow up with.
Yeah,
the
well, let us
specifics.
follow up with you. I'd be interested
Okay.
because there's questions about that just that raise some questions for many of us, and we'd like, I think, your response to that would be interesting.
Absolutely.
So going to the heart of my question, and this isn't, I'm not here to beat up on you at all. I'm just more asking about the reforms and whether you think you've been able to implement some of the reforms that you talked about before, especially in the procurement process. We worked with a company in my district who worked not with you, it was another government agency, but they were nearly driven out of business. Actually, and I'm not exaggerating, that's actually true because the government just wouldn't pay their contracts, and I finally had to assist them, and we got it worked out, but it was incredibly stressful, and it went a long, long time. And I'm wondering if, to the point where they said, we just don't want to work with the federal government anymore. And again, in my role as a small business owner working with federal contracts, there were times when I felt that way, and it wasn't just GSA, by the way, it was, just generally. But I know that you had previous leadership had talked about implementing some reforms in the procurement process. Can you talk a little bit about that? Have we made some progress? How long does it take to bring on a new contract or a new supplier or vendor? And can we give those guys some hope that at least one agency is going to be a little more responsive to them?
I agree with you 100%. First of all, as somebody who's spent my career on the front lines delivering products and services, we don't do that without the help of our vendor partners, without the private sector. So being easy to do business with, whether it's being easy for our customer agencies to deal with us, or whether it's being easy for the vendor community to deal with us is something that's very important to me and very important to the agency. We, sometimes that's just a matter of responsiveness, making sure that our folks are attentive to the issues at hand. But there's also infrastructure and systematic changes that we've made and continuing to make and working to do over the years. So, for example, getting an award on the multiple award schedule program has traditionally taken up to 120 days or more. Now, some of that, it's always the balance between...
And I would emphasize the or more.
Okay, or more. We'll stipulate to the or more.
Yeah.
And it's a tricky balance because part of the reason, in some ways, being part of the multiple award schedule program is really a good housekeeping seal of approval by the federal government, and then other entities, while they may not have the authority to use the multiple award schedule, they recognize that this contractor has been vetted. So we're always trying to strike the balance. We want good contractors. We want people that are going to do good work for the taxpayers, for the federal government. That being said, it can take too long. And so one of the things that we've experimented with is, especially on our IT, as part of our IT schedule programs, which is really that is one of the biggest categories of spend within GSA or within the federal government, is to create really on-ramps, faster ways for vendors to become part of the schedule. So what we're seeing now is if a vendor comes to us with a requirement already, if they're pursuing a requirement, a legitimate requirement, we've had cases where we can get people on the schedules as quick as 3 weeks. So we've made great progress in that area. Our work is not done, though, and we will continue to strike that right balance between making sure that we have good contractors in place as part of the multiple award schedule and doing it quickly. And then, of course, along the way, it's very important for us to recognize the importance that the private sector plays in our ability to do the work. And part of that relationship is making sure that we're paying them on time.
Thank you. I appreciate your response. And you seemed fairly optimistic about it. I appreciate that as well. And Chairman, I yield back with this word, and that is thanking you for the hearings and how we're doing them weekly now and jumping into the work, and we appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, we'll have, I think, a few more questions if you'll share a little bit more time with us. And I'm going to try to redirect back to the budget, what we were here to discuss a little bit more about, and that is some of the concerns we have or questions we have about your request or the administration's request or some of the priorities. And so the budget proposes the creation of the Asset and Space Fund to implement the recommendations of the newly created Real Property Reform Board, whose mission, and as you've mentioned before, is to shrink the footprint as much as we can to save some additional dollars for our taxpayers. So you're requesting $40 million for this fiscal year coming up. Can you share with us a little bit about how you plan on using that $40 million in the fund, and tell us about the board? When do you anticipate that the board will be in place, and then some of the actions that the board will take immediately afterwards?
Thank you for the question, the opportunity to comment on that. The $40 million in this case is really, it follows the same theme as the rest of the items I've discussed today, that it's an investment, not necessarily an investment in GSA, but an investment in making the federal government operate better. And so the $40 million is really a way to find instances where repairs, environmental cleanup, something would need to be done before the government could dispose of a real property asset. And again, I will point out that GSA plays a dual role in this. First of all, we have our own inventory that we're responsible for managing in an effective and efficient way. And then we also have the authority to assist other landholding agencies in the disposal of their property. So just for example, you could have a DOD site somewhere in the country, and potentially there would be some environmental cleanup required at the site. The DOD may not have the money. Let's just let's just say it's going to cost $2 million to clean up the site. They may not have the money in their budget to clean up the site, which means they're not able to dispose of the property, which means it continues to be underutilized. So this would provide an opportunity. They would provide their case, show the return on investment. The board would make a decision, invest the $2 million in this site, and then the proceeds from the sale would go back into the fund, again, a revolving fund, to recover the cost of the initial investment.
So it requires the board to be in place first and then their recommendations?
That's right.
What's the timeline on the board establishment?
I don't know specifically the timeline. I do know that we're having conversations with OMB and the Executive Office of the President about what the board will look like, how that will be put in place. And I really just don't know what the timeline is, but can follow up with the specifics on what the plan is for that.
And then without the board, the $40 million is, in essence, unusable.
Right.
And let's see, you mentioned 400 million square feet of space management currently. How much do you anticipate that will be reduced by as a result of this new requirement here with the Asset and Space Fund? Is the goal to reduce that 400 million square feet down to a certain number?
Well, of the goal is really, so the 400 million square feet, that's GSA controlled space, and so we have about a 3%, 3% of that space is either vacant or underutilized, and it's something we're working to chip away at all the time. But that amount is only 15% of the overall land holdings of the entire federal government. So now, when it comes to office space, we're about 50-50. But in terms of overall real property, so things like, it could be a shed, it could be a airplane hangar, so, those sorts of things. We're only 15%. The goal is really not to chip away at the 400 million that GSA controls.
GSA space,
It's to chip away at the massive number of real estate across the entire federal government.
And then you also referenced the database that your goal is to have that completed within this calendar year.
That's right.
So that all the properties will be cataloged.
That's right.
For anyone to review. And
if I could just put a plug for that database, it is.
You have the resources you need, though.
Yes.
Everything's in. Okay.
Yes, it's very important to us to make that information available to the public. But another something that is not discussed as often is the idea that we're providing information, analytics, data, ways that federal agencies can look at their real property inventory in a different way and give them a view so that they could make decisions. Perhaps one agency doesn't know that there's another landholding agency 10 miles away, and they could potentially consolidate and dispose of an asset. So we're giving the federal government the tools to really look at their real property inventory and do a better job of how they manage it day to day.
Great, thank you. Mr. Quigley for continued questions on the budget as proposed to us by the administration.
And/or other things. I want to finish if I could, please, in response to Mr. Cartwright. I want to make sure I get this right. I mean, we're concerned about deferred benefits being benefits, and we're frankly concerned about emoluments. The question of whether, how would we track or investigate whether, let's say, a foreign government seemed to be staying there to curry favor with the President of the United States. And all these, what you seem to say was that our job is to make sure that the entities are in compliance with the terms of the lease, and everything else is ethics. I mean, there seems to be underlying constitutional issues, which are legal issues, which obviously the lease needs to be in compliance with. I assume you're not suggesting that it's not up to GSA to worry about those things or ongoing issues, because I'm not sure ethics can be in all the hotel lobbies or deal with all of these leases. I mean, what is GSA's role looking at those issues?
So, again, GSA's role is to administer the terms and conditions of the lease. You know, matters of who's staying at the hotel, or you know, that's again, that's outside that's outside of our purview. Our purview is, are they following the lease? Are they following the law, the federal acquisition regulations and the lease? And our contracting officer has made the determination that they in fact are in compliance with those. So in terms of course GSA is concerned about ethics. You know, we have a responsibility to make sure that our 12,000 employees are, you know, following ethical standards, that they don't have conflicts of interest. But again, you know, making decisions on things such as emoluments or whether this tenant is in violation of ethics rules, conflict of interest rules, or the law is not within GSA's purview.
Yeah, but for you to suggest that this person that you referenced, you know, it's not for you to review their best analysis, whether it's here or Sault Ste. Marie. The fact is somebody does, and this is unprecedented. We haven't had this situation before, and I'm genuinely concerned that this is a deferred benefit, and the lease, forget the Constitution for a second, the lease says, or any benefit that may arise therefrom. That's a big oops that we let go. I mean, at some point that would seem to be your responsibility as the chief.
Again, my primary responsibility is to make sure that the system works, that the contracting officer is free of any influence, and the contracting officer can make a decision based on the law and the terms and conditions of the contract. And that's what happened in this case.
Yeah, but the final point, and I'll say, is it's not just whether they're in compliance with the lease, which I think they're not, but who can the public rely on to determine whether the lease complies with the Constitution? Who's ultimately responsible for that?
You know, again, I would say the contracting officer made the decision that the lease is in compliance with, that the tenant is in compliance with the terms of the conditions of the lease. And, you know, as far as who would make any other judgment beyond that, beyond something that's in the lease, I would have to leave that to others to make the call about who makes that decision. Again, GSA's job is to administer the lease, and my job is to create an environment where the contracting officer can do that in a way that's independent and free from any influence.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, Mr. Quigley, and I know you're very passionate about this issue, and I'm sure we'll get more opportunities to discuss it as well, but we're trying to focus a little bit today on the budget request as presented to us. But I'll note that this agreement, lease agreement, is something from 4 years ago. The president has resigned from any formal positions, and if there's any questions or concerns about violations of a contract, there's a venue for that to take place that can determine whether or not the 8-page justification that's been provided by GSA is in fact accurate or not. So it's not this committee's jurisdiction to debate that or argue the validation of that, but I certainly recognize and appreciate your questions.
I only want to respond with the greatest respect that it was made clear yesterday that we're an oversight committee, and this is, with all due respect, ground zero for oversight, but I respect your points.
No. Thank you. Well said, well said. Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want one follow-up point to what Mr. Quigley was asking you, Mr. Horn. When you took over as acting administrator, this January? Was
Yes.
Did you take an oath?
Well, I took an oath when I came to work at GSA. I don't recall taking a specific oath as the administrator. It would be the same oath that I took on my first day on the job.
Same oath. And is that the one where you swear to uphold, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States?
Correct.
And I take the chairman's point about the Oversight Committee being the proper venue for questions of these natures. But the Oversight Committee is having a problem with this. On April 4, 2017, GSA officials briefed Oversight Committee staff on the old post office lease issue. In that briefing, GSA explained the reason they had not responded to letters from Oversight Committee members or even phone calls from committee staff is that GSA has a new policy only to respond to Republican committee chairmen. Mr. Horn, did you issue that policy?
Thanks for the chance to clear this up. You know, GSA has a responsibility to respond to every inquiry from any member of Congress. Now, those inquiries fall into different categories. Sometimes it's a constituent issue. Sometimes it's casework within a district office. Sometimes it's a concern with one of our buildings or a challenge that one of the contractors is having. And sometimes the inquiries are regarding oversight. And the administration has instituted a new policy that matters of oversight need to be requested by the committee chair.
Okay. So is this new policy in writing?
It is not in writing. We're working on formalizing the policy within GSA.
Okay.
It's my understanding that this, that this is a long-standing policy that has been used in other administrations, and that this
I don't mean to interrupt you, but my time is limited. On February 20, 2015, then GSA Administrator Dan Taglerini, I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that right, issued an order to the GSA employees setting a policy for responding to inquiries from the United States Congress. That order applies the same procedures for responding to all members of Congress and their staff, regardless of political party. In the absence of a new order, that 2015 order is still in effect. Am I correct in that?
I'm not familiar with that 2015 order. I'd be happy to take a look at it and follow up.
I appreciate that. Now, also, the Whistleblower Protection Act requires that every executive branch policy on communications with Congress include language explicitly noting that the policy does not affect an employee's legal right to communicate with Congress. Is that incorporated in the new unwritten policy?
Well, the new policy would apply to matters of oversight, and we would manage that through our correspondence system. So it would there's nothing that would preclude any member of GSA from having any conversation, whistleblower type conversations with any member. The issue is that the administration policy says that oversight issues need to come from the committee chair. We do need to clarify the policy. I need to go back and look at the previous administrator's policy.
I want to move on to the 7-member rule. That's a statute passed by Congress in 1928 that requires an executive branch agency to provide any information requested of it by any 7 members of the House Oversight Committee. GSA's response was due on February 13, 2017. We are more than 3 months past the deadline, and they have not yet received even a single document from GSA. In contrast, in December 2016, GSA provided documents requested by a 7-member letter to the Oversight Committee within 2 weeks. What has changed? Are you still complying with the 7-member rule?
It's the policy of the administration that for matters of oversight, GSA will respond to the committee chair. I know that we have a handful of responses that are under review. I'm not sure what the February letter that you referenced is. I'd be happy to go back and look at the status of that letter. However, if it's an oversight matter not requested by the committee chair, we'll respond to the letter saying that we can't provide, if it's information that's not public information, information that would need to be redacted, then we would redact the information. We will provide public information, but for matters of oversight, the request needs to come from the committee chair.
Okay, good. Last question. It was a February 8, 2017 letter signed by 8 members of the House Oversight Committee. Before I mentioned it this morning, were you aware of the 7-member rule passed by Congress in 1928?
Not in any specifics. I've heard it mentioned, but I'm not familiar with it.
Would you look into it, please?
My pleasure.
Thank you. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Cartwright. And I understand Mr. Quigley has no other questions. Mr. Cartwright, I don't either. Well, Acting Administrator, thank you for your responses today. And as I started off by saying, this is a very thoughtful, insightful, and thorough committee. And both members here were accurate to say we do have an oversight function, and you've appropriately displayed that today. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate the administrators' responses, direct responses to some challenging questions dating back 90 years even to 1928. So it's fair to say I was unaware of that law passed by Congress.
Don't beat up on yourself.
Yes, yeah. So I've even learned something here today. But thanks to all the members here, and thank you, Administrator, as well.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Before turning to questions and discussion with members of this committee, before we begin, though, I would allow me to first ask our distinguished ranking minority member, Ms. McCollum, for any opening remarks she may wish to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to join you in welcoming the panel to the subcommittee this afternoon, and fully would like to acknowledge your remarks and agree with them. It's essential that the federal government meet its trust responsibility to Native American Indians, and oversight of Indian programs is a very important piece to ensuring that these commitments are appropriately met. And I'm very pleased that the GAO has been closely investigating the numerous challenges, as the chair put, facing the delivery of health care and education, especially by the Bureau of Indian Education and the Health Services, who we just heard from. The management issues and lack of accountability are reoccurring themes, and GAO has really helped to document the need for reform. This critical need was amplified in February when GAO added the federal management of Indian programs to its high-risk list, something that was appropriate and long overdue, in my opinion. Just last week, this committee held 2 days of tribal public witness hearings. We listened and learned about the unthinkable hardships in Indian country, and we also heard the message loud and clear. More work is needed to be done to improve health care and education services. But it's very unfortunate that this administration has put forward a budget that cuts Indian programs. Indian Health Services is cut by $300 million, and the Bureau of Indian Education by $372 million. These cuts, in my opinion, are cruel and they're unnecessary, and if enacted, would jeopardize the health and wellness of our Indian brothers and sisters. So today's hearing, Mr. Chair, is very timely, and I think the GAO will continue to be an important resource and partner as we carry out our oversight role. The findings from your investigations that we're going to hear from help both agencies that this committee works with, and it'll help the committee to start fixing broken programs, or should I say, broken promises. I look forward to discussing the findings today. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the courtesy of an opening statement.
Thank you. We are going to recognize Ms. Emery Aris. Welcome back to the subcommittee, and thanks again for being here today. You're recognized for 5 minutes for your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Calvert, Ranking Member McCollum, and members of the subcommittee.
Thank you for inviting me here today to discuss a new area we added to our high-risk list this year, improving federal management of programs that serve tribes and their members. We added this area to our high-risk list this past February in response to serious problems in federal management and oversight of Indian education, energy, and healthcare programs, which were highlighted in several of our prior reports. There are nearly 40 recommendations from these prior reports that have not been implemented. Overall, our high-risk program has served to identify and help resolve serious weaknesses in areas that involve substantial resources and provide critical services to the public. In order for this area to be removed from our high-risk list, which is our ultimate goal here, Interior and HHS need to show improvement on 5 key elements. And we have a star here that demonstrates the 5 separate areas. Those are leadership commitment, having capacity to resolve risks, having an action plan, doing monitoring, and demonstrating progress. Since this is a new area, it does not have a star created yet for it. However, in our next high-risk report in 2019, we will have a star specific to this new area, which will show the actual status at that point in time and whether or not any progress has been made. I will now highlight some of the concerns we have with Indian education. In our high-risk report, we identified serious weaknesses in BIE's oversight of school spending. For example, in 2014, we found that BIE did not have written procedures and risk criteria to ensure that schools use federal funds to educate students. Further, we found that BIE staff lacked expertise and training to effectively oversee school spending. As a result, we found several instances of misused funds, including over $1 million for one school that was improperly transferred to offshore accounts. We also identified unsafe school conditions in our high-risk report. Specifically, in 2016, we found that deteriorating facilities and equipment contributed to unsafe conditions at BIE schools. At one school, we found 7 boilers that failed inspection because of safety hazards, such as elevated levels of carbon monoxide and a natural gas leak. And you can see the failed inspection tag there. Though they endangered student safety, most of the boilers were not repaired until 8 months after the inspection. In addition to our prior work, we also have 2 new reports for this subcommittee that are being released today that raise new concerns about safety inspections and school construction. In terms of safety inspections, we found that no office routinely monitors the quality of inspection reports, and we found that 28 of 50 inspection reports we looked at were incomplete, inaccurate, or unclear. For example, we found reports in which inspectors did not inspect all of the buildings. In one of the reports we reviewed, an inspector noted that he did not inspect a dorm because he didn't have the key. The head of the safety office told us that this is not a valid reason for not inspecting a building. We also found cases of inspectors incorrectly giving school officials a year to fix broken fire alarms instead of the required 24 hours. Additionally, inspectors submitted nearly a third of all inspection reports to schools late after Indian Affairs' required 30-day time frame. Some reports were more than 4 months late. In response to our new findings, we are recommending today that Interior monitor the quality and timeliness of school inspection reports. In a separate report, also being released today for this subcommittee, we found significant problems with the school construction process. Specifically, we found that Interior has not consistently used accountability measures to ensure that construction projects are completed on time, within budget, and meet school needs. We found that of 49 recent projects, 16 were 3 or more years late, 1 was almost 10 years late, 10 were 20% or more over budget. Interior does not always use accountability measures such as warranties to have builders replace defective parts because project managers do not always understand how to use these measures. So the warranty provisions may be in the contracts, but they're not being employed. As a result, we are recommending today that Interior develop guidance to help staff learn how to use accountability measures in school construction projects. We plan to monitor Interior's efforts to address both our prior recommendations and the 12 new recommendations in today's reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Rusko.
Thank you, Chairman Calvert, Ranking Member McCollum, and members of the subcommittee. I'm also grateful to be here today to discuss BIA's management of its responsibilities regarding energy development on tribal and Indian lands. As you know, the United States has recognized the sovereign status of tribes and currently recognizes 567 tribes as distinct independent political communities that possess certain powers of sovereignty and self-government. In 2016, Congress found in the Indian Trust Asset Reform Act that through treaties, statutes, and historical relations with Indian tribes, the United States has undertaken a unique trust responsibility to protect and support Indian tribes and Indians. These fiduciary responsibilities reflect commitments made in treaties and agreements under which Indians surrendered claims to vast tracts of land to the benefit of the people of the United States. This history has established enduring and enforceable federal obligations to which the national honor has been committed. So I raise that just because I think context is important here, and I'm going to say a lot of things about the performance of the BIA in meeting its fiduciary responsibilities, and it's not meeting its fiduciary responsibilities very well. But I believe this context is essential in our work to keep an eye on that the high-risk area is about what the agencies are doing. And our efforts are to improve what the agencies do with the money they have. And having listened to the statements of the committee members in the last hearing, understand that that's not the whole story. But I want that context to be reflected in the work we do. I have two handouts that I want to talk about just briefly, and one of them is in the hearing statement. This one is, and the other one is not. So, you know, there's a lot of energy resources on Indian and tribal lands, and so the first handout that is a map of the United States of the lower 48, and it shows shale oil and gas resources and then where they intersect with tribal lands. And there's more than 20 tribes that have oil and gas resources, just shale oil and gas resources on their lands. And several of them have coal. And in addition, something that's not on the map is that more than 200 tribes have the capacity needed to create utility-scale renewable power generation. And, you know, this is important because, you know, federal funding is scarce. It always has been and always will be. And tribes that have made improvements often have done that by developing some kind of economic base. And these opportunities represent that. And so when I talk about how the agencies are not doing their jobs effectively enough to help tribes that choose to develop these resources, that's what's at stake. The tribe's ability to develop their own resources, their own economic base, in order to actually take over some of the responsibilities. And when they can do a better job, perhaps. So tribes and their members can determine how to use their energy resources, but many of those resources are held in trust or restricted status. And because of that, BIA must review and approve leases, permits, and other documents required for development. We've found many deficiencies in BIA's management of Indian resources.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. You're getting a live look of the White House right now. Over the weekend, President Trump delivered a closing speech as he wrapped up his first overseas trip as Commander-in-Chief. Let's hear what he had to say.
What a beautiful place. We had a great time here, and we did a lot of great stuff, and I want to thank you very much. This has been an incredible trip, and a great strides have been made. My husband worked very hard on behalf of our country, and I'm very proud of him. This trip has also been incredible for me as First Lady. In Saudi Arabia, I visited children at a local school and a call center with all-female employees. In Israel, I spent time with some children at Hadash Medical Center along with Mrs. Netanyahu. In Rome, I was honored and blessed to be granted an audience with His Holiness Pope Francis, followed by a very special visit to Bambino Gesù Children's Hospital. Just hours after leaving, a young boy I spent time with found out he had received a new heart donor. Receiving that news is a moment I will never forget, and I wish him a speedy recovery. In Brussels, I met with Queen Matilda and participated in a forum on preventing the online exploitation of children, then paid a visit to the patients at Queen Fabiola's Children's Hospital. This trip for me has been very special, and I will never forget the women and children I met. As one of the kids at the hospital that I visit said in a picture he drew for me, "We are all the same." I also want to take a moment to thank you all for the sacrifices you make on behalf of our country. It is because of your selfless commitment that we enjoy the freedoms we have today. And to the families who endure time apart or constant moves to the base, your sacrifices do not go unnoticed or unappreciated. Thank you, and God bless you. And now, it is my great honor to introduce my husband, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
I've got to get the lipstick off. Is it on? Thank you. Thank you both. That's great. And I'm trying to figure out who's in that helicopter that's coming in. It may be Prime Minister Abiy. It may be Justin from Canada. Great people. We made a lot of good friends this week, I'll tell you. A lot of good friends. They're good people. America is very blessed with a lot of great diplomats, and I have to say this as she just walks over here. But I don't think the United States could possibly have a better emissary than our magnificent and wonderful person, our First Lady, Melania. Thank you. The countries of the world have a large number of disagreements, but they all agree with me on that one, that I can tell you. So everywhere we go, it's the same old story. So great job. You know, we've been gone for now a long time. Everywhere I go. But we have been gone for close to 9 days. This will be 9 days. And I think we hit a home run no matter where we are. We're thrilled to be here right now, and we're getting on that very big plane. We're heading back to Washington in the United States. But to be with you at our great naval air station is wonderful. I can think of no better way to conclude our first foreign trip than to spend the time with you right here, with the incredible men and women of the United States Navy, and with all of our brave soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines and our great civilians who support them, right? A very proud nation salutes you. A very, very proud nation. I'll tell you what, we are very, very proud of you. Every single day you protect the safety and security of the American people and provide a symbol of hope, freedom, and justice for the world. To our friends and allies, you are the ultimate reassurance. To our enemies, you are the ultimate deterrent. You're the metal spine forged out of the fires of American strength. And you notice how much stronger we're getting? Have you feeling it? Are you feeling it? All that new equipment is coming in. You saw what we did with our military budget, way up. Took a little heat on that one, but it's okay with me. You are the men and women who make up the most powerful military in the world. And under my administration, as you know, you've seen it, right? Under my administration, stronger and stronger every single day. I want to thank Captain Brent Trickle for leading the American presence at the hub of the Med. You know what that is, right? The hub of the Med. Captain Trickle, considering everything your team has done to prepare for this visit, and you really have done a lot, I've seen it, feel free to sound Liberty Call as soon as wheels are up, okay? That sounds, maybe I'll stay down with you and celebrate together, just wave. But before going any further, I also want to express on behalf of the United States our gratitude to our Italian and NATO allies here today. We have a lot of them. You're stationed at the crossroads of the Mediterranean, working side by side with Americans to confront the threats associated with the tremendous violence, suffering, and instability across North Africa and the Middle East. To every service member from Italy, from a NATO country, we want to thank you for your friendship and for partnering with us in the fight to defeat terrorism and protect civilization. Better believe it. Terrorism is a threat, bad threat, to all of humanity, and together we will overcome this threat. We will win. But none of what we achieve would be possible without our wonderful military spouses and families. Each of you makes these great sacrifices for our country as well. Let's hear it for the military spouses, please. We will always support you, and we will never, ever forget you, that I can tell you. There is one more very special group I have to thank, and that is our 8th grade students right here in Sigonella. Where are they? Oh, here they are. I've been hearing a lot about you. In January, the 8th grade class at Sigonella came all the way from Washington to march in my inaugural parade, right? Look at you. They're all so happy, young. You're going to have a great life, right? Great life. Thank you very much, and I have to say, are you all glad you did it? Thank you. It's an image I will always remember, your smiling faces right out in front of the White House, carrying that great, big, beautiful American flag, right? Thank you, kids. You traveled all the way from Italy to support my inauguration, so today I'm glad to be here, and I traveled a long way to support you, and it's my honor. Thank you very much. Military children also make great sacrifices for their country, and I want you all to know that America is so proud of you. As you know, I was here in Sicily to attend very important summit meetings, the meeting of the G7, It was a tremendously productive meeting where I strengthened America bonds. We have great bonds with other countries. And with some of our closest allies, we concluded a truly historic week for our country. Our travels took us to some of the holiest sites in the three Abrahamic religions and to gatherings of both America's oldest and newest friends. We traveled the world to strengthen long-standing alliances and to form a new partnership among nations devoted to the task of eradicating the terrorism that plagues our planet. And we've got the people that can do it, believe me. And I am now more hopeful than ever in the possibility that nations of many faiths and from many religions and from many regions all over, can join together in a common cause. The barbaric attack in Manchester and the massacre of innocent young lives underscores the depth of the evil we face and the urgent need for us to join forces to absolutely and totally defeat it. I met with Prime Minister May and expressed the absolute solidarity of the American people. And just yesterday, Coptic Christians in Egypt were viciously gunned down in another vile terrorist attack, one that took the lives of beautiful Egyptian children and others. These murderous attacks grieve our souls, but they also steal, and I mean steal like in steel, our resolve. Together, civilized nations will crush the terrorists, block their funding, strip them of their territory, and drive them out of this earth. My first visit during my travels took me to Saudi Arabia, where I had the honor of participating in a historic summit with the leaders of more than 50 Muslim and Arab nations, hosted by King Salman, a wise leader who expressed his strong desire to work with the United States not only to confront terrorism, but also the extremist ideology behind terrorism. The nations of the Middle East have endured one terrorist attack after another, and I called on them to take on the burden of fighting this evil that has killed so many innocent Muslims. During this unprecedented gathering, we opened a new center to combat extremist ideology, launched a task force to block funding for terrorism, and agreed to massive economic development deals, the likes of which there has never been, that will create hundreds of thousands of jobs in the United States, building the equipment that has just been ordered by Saudi Arabia. We also further isolated the Iranian regime over its hostile and destabilizing actions and reaffirmed that Iran must never be allowed to obtain, under any circumstances, a nuclear weapon. I was deeply encouraged to hear from the leaders of many Muslim and Arab nations that they are ready to take on a greater role in combating terrorism and providing young Muslims in their region with a future of safety and a future of opportunity. Next, I went to Jerusalem, where I reaffirmed our unbreakable bond with the State of Israel. There we continued our discussion about fighting terrorism and crushing the organizations and ideologies that drive it. I went to the Western Wall, a monument to the perseverance of the Jewish people. I also prayed at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and walked those sacred halls. I was awed by the majesty and beauty of the Holy Land and the faith and reverence of the devoted people who live there. All children from all faiths deserve a future of hope and peace, a future that does honor to God. I visited Bethlehem, a city so precious to so many, and met with the Palestinian leader, President Abbas. He assured me he is willing to reach for peace with Israel in good faith, and I believe he will. And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu assured me that he too was ready to reach for peace. He's a friend of mine, and he means it. From Israel, we came to Italy. In Rome, I was inspired by the beauty of St. Peter's Basilica, and even more inspired by meeting with Pope Francis. A great talk. It was truly an honor to meet the Pope and to pray for peace on those hallowed grounds. Then I traveled to 2 summits with our key allies. First, at a NATO summit in Brussels, where we agreed to improve the burden sharing among members of our alliance and to further confront the shared threat of terrorism. Other member nations must pay more. The U.S. is currently paying much more than any other nation, and that is not fair to the United States or the United States taxpayer. So we're working on it, and I will tell you a big difference over the last year. Money is actually starting to pour into NATO from countries that would not have been doing what they're doing now had I not been elected. I can tell you that. Money is starting to pour. It's only fair to the United States. We want to be treated fairly. And we're behind NATO all the way, but we want to be treated fairly. All of us will be more safe and secure if everyone fulfills their obligations the way they're supposed to, right? Look at this man, he's over there. He's agreeing with me 100%. Most people agree with him. Next, I attended the G7 right here in Sicily and made great progress toward very, very vital goals. I laid out my vision for economic growth and fair trade in support of good-paying jobs and even great-paying middle-class jobs and more. And I called for much greater security and cooperation on matters of both terrorism, immigration, migration, to protect our citizens. From Saudi Arabia to Israel to NATO to the G7, we made extraordinary gains on this historic trip to advance the security and prosperity of the United States, our friends, and our allies. And we paved the way for a new era of cooperation among the nations of the world to defeat the common enemy of terrorism and provide our children with a much more hopeful future. You're going to have a great, great future. You're going to have a safe future because of your parents and other people in this room. That is why I knew I had to conclude my trip right here in Sigonella with the dedicated service members who make the future so bright, so proud, because I am so proud of the future you're going to have. Are you all proud of the future you're going to have? You better believe it, right? Dad, Mom, we're all proud of it. We're all proud of it. We're proud of our country. The men and women of the United States military have been the greatest force for peace and justice in the history of the world. I want you to know that you have a commander-in-chief who will never, ever forget. Never, ever. You will always be remembered, number one. Just remember that. Always. I will give you my complete and unshakable support. We have already made a historic investment in defense spending. You've been reading about it. Because we believe in and you know this. What's the expression? Peace through strength. Peace through strength, right? You'll understand that when you get a little bit older. Peace through strength, and that's what we're going to have. We're going to have a lot of strength, and we're going to have a lot of peace. We will buy the planes, the ships, vehicles, and equipment you need to get your job done and to come home safe and sound back to your families. I also know that the single greatest strength of our armed forces is you, all of you. The dedicated, really tough, and really disciplined servicemen and women who bravely fight in our name. You not only know the pain of sacrifice, but you also know the tremendous rewards of military service, of being part of something much larger than even yourselves. You know what it means to be part of a military team in which men and women are bound together in a sacred covenant of trust, to serve together, to sacrifice together, and to fight together. And by the way, and to win together, because you're going to win. You're going to do a lot of winning. You're going to do a lot of winning. And my pledge to you is that we will always protect those who protect us. You are protecting us. And we will always remember that. And we will always, always protect you. Americans fought and died to liberate Europe from the evils of Nazism. You know that. And fascism. American military power helped to free the world from the oppression of communism. And today, Americans like you are battling the sinister forces of terrorism throughout the Middle East, North Africa, and the world. American military history is rich with noble traditions, harrowing missions, and selfless heroes like your parents. But at its core, the moral of the story is always the same. It is the story of good overcoming evil. You have poured out your hearts, your souls, and even your blood for this nation. And we will pour out our gratitude to you in return. We will show our gratitude, especially this Monday, on Memorial Day, when we pause to thank God for the heroes who have laid down their lives for our freedom. Right? Among those heroes was a young Navy sailor from Omaha. His name was John Joseph Parle. Parle enlisted in the Navy after the attack on Pearl Harbor, completed midshipman training at Notre Dame, and soon ended up, not far from here, in the waters of the Mediterranean. On the night of July 9th, 1943, Parle was among the tens of thousands of Allied forces preparing for a surprise landing the next morning on the shores of Sicily, right here, about 70 miles away, to be exact. It was to be a major Allied offensive on European soil, and it was important. On a ship, cloaked in darkness, just 6 miles offshore, Parle and others noticed that a smokescreen device had caught fire in a small boat staged to support the landing. The boat was filled with explosives. He knew that if he didn't stop the fire, an explosion would light up the night sky, alert the enemy, all of his fellow comrades would be killed, and the invasion would be a failure. So Paul rushed to the source of smoke, hardly able to breathe, breathing the smoke in, and without a thought for his own safety, picked up the burning device with his bare hands, ran to the side of the boat, and hurled it into the sea as far as he could throw. In that decisive moment, Paul didn't hesitate. He acted. And in that act, he helped ensure the success, not only in the savings of his friends and those lives, but of the Allied landing itself, which turned out to be a very, very important victory. So the Allied forces went on to win the Sicily campaign. Critical in their ultimate victory was Pearl. But before that final victory, the young, brave, beautiful sailor who helped make it possible died from the smoke that had damaged his lungs so badly. Ensign Pearl had just turned 23. Yesterday would have been his 97th birthday. For his brave actions, Ensign Pearl was awarded the Medal of Honor. This Memorial Day, we remember him and all the brave men and women like him who give their last breath in defense of our country. We honor their memory and their sacrifice. And we also hope to honor them with our deeds to prove worthy of their sacrifice. Because there is no peace without those willing to bear the scars and wounds of war. There is no strength without those brave enough to protect the weak and the people that need protection. And there is no prosperity at home without those willing to shoulder our burdens overseas. That glorious American flag represents the blood of patriots spilled in defense of freedom. It represents the courage that burns in American hearts. It represents the unity that binds us all together as one. And it represents the freedoms bestowed on us by Almighty God. You are the warriors of freedom. You are the protectors of that great American flag. You are the patriots who keep the fires of liberty burning. And you are the ones who protect the God-given freedoms that are the birthright of every single American child. I am proud to be with you today as your Commander-in-Chief. I am honored to have had this time to spend with you. I am excited for the great adventures and achievements that all of us will accomplish together. May God bless you. May God bless our service members. May God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, everybody. That was President Trump delivering a speech in Sicily as he wrapped up his first overseas trip as Commander-in-Chief. We're getting a look at Air Force One right now. Let's take you, though, to a live look of the White House. Streaming live here on Fox News Now. Taking you to the next top story here in the show. It is Memorial Day, and earlier today, Vice President Mike Pence kicked off Project Hero Memorial Day bike ride. Let's hear what he had to say.
They're not going to be standing up, are they?
Well, that's my question. What's your
I
shot?
can't see it.
You got nothing?
If they're in the, yeah.
Okay, I'll just do a little parting of the seas.
That'd be great.
No problem.
Thank you. It's a nice camera. The camera. They can tell them that. I don't think they understand. Kind of. I can't see it. It's through these guys right there. That guy. Yeah, look at that. They gotta move, man. They're not gonna get on if they do that.
Listen up, everyone. Can I have your attention? Please make sure this stays clear for the cameras. And then when he's done speaking, all the guest speakers are done, go ahead and just turn around and make sure that you're at different levels. So if you're on that side, sit down. The camera's going to do a group photo. So if you can't see the camera, me, the camera can't see you. Okay? Thank you.
Except for that one guy. Yeah.
You guys can just. Yeah. Well, welcome everybody to the Vice President residence here at the Naval Observatory. This is our 4th year in a row being able to start with the Vice President of the United States. I want to welcome Mr. and Mrs. Mike Pence and Secretary Shulkin for being here today to send us off and keep the tradition alive. It's very important. The Vice President and his wife yesterday were at the Indy 500 where speed thrills. And here at Project Hero, we like to say speed heals. So today is a day that we remember and honor, those that made the ultimate sacrifice. And each and every one of us knows someone who we serve with or who we are friends with that is not here today. And those are the people that we want to honor. More than 4,500 troops were killed since 2002 in Iraq and Afghanistan. And in that same time, more than 27,000 have committed suicide. As those of you know, our program is on the cutting edge, both in terms of technology, peer-to-peer support, and a new way of resilience to help prevent suicide. And I'd like to thank Secretary Shulkin for leading the way in terms of creating public-private partnership opportunities with the VA to go outside the VA to look for programs like Project Hero that really do make a difference in the lives of veterans. You guys can cheer for that. Most of you know recently he put out through the Undersecretary, the Acting Undersecretary is also here, Poonam, a new authorization memo authorizing VA medical centers to create Project Hero Hub programs in their communities that will save lives and eliminate veteran suicide. Well, we have a number of you here, almost all of you here, that come through a hub program in order to be on a challenge ride. And we have now the authorization to have VA mental health clinicians that embed in the ride. And we have, I believe, 4 or 5 of you here today that are in that program. And we really appreciate the leadership of Secretary Shulkin in making that happen. And we're trying to expand now and getting the mayors in the cities to get behind creating veteran-centric communities to help support veterans and eliminate military suicide, and also help with things like jobs, employment, education, family support, and community service. And we're going to be with Secretary Shulkin later in June at the Conference of Mayors, and he's going to give them the what for and get some things started. What I'd like to do is to introduce Secretary Shulkin. I'd like to have one of those VA clinicians come up here. Sherry DeLago, I think a lot of you know, she's been doing the rides now ever since the authorization memo was put in place She's now got her director at the Huntington VA to create a hub program that we're getting up and running now that the weather's getting good and you can ride outside in West Virginia. So I'd like to have Sherry come up. Sherry, if you're here.
On behalf of Huntington, West Virginia VA, we are thrilled to be a part of this event. Very special thank you to the Vice President and Mrs. Pence for hosting us here, and also to kick off the 2017 United Healthcare Memorial Challenge. I would like to thank everyone involved with bringing Project Hero and VA partnership together. Dream work is teamwork. I've never witnessed veterans being so honored, and it's my pleasure to be a part of this healing process. I'd like to personally thank Dr. David Shulkin, Secretary of the Veterans Affairs, for allowing this partnership to develop and to continue to support our veterans having access to suicide prevention intervention that works. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sherry, and it's so great to see all of you here. It's so inspiring to be here with you on Memorial Day. And thank you, Mr. Vice President and Karen, for welcoming us to your home. This is, I know you just found out about it, but as always, if it's for veterans, they're going to be there for us, and we really appreciate that. Today, of course, is Memorial Day, and so all across this great nation, you're seeing American families get together in their backyards, places all over to celebrate what all of you have really sacrificed, and so many people sacrificed for us. The Department of Veteran Affairs has all 135 of its national cemeteries open today, and across America, families are coming to pay honor to those who have really given the ultimate sacrifice. I've always thought that the best way to honor those who have served is to give back in service, and that's really what you're doing. And so we want to thank you. The work that you're doing is so important. I especially admire people when they see problems, don't walk past them, but step up and solve them. That's exactly what you are doing. And I want to thank John Warden in particular. He was, as you know, a professional cyclist. And in 2008, when the Palo Alto VA called him and said, "We think you can help," he immediately stood up and said he was willing to help. And what he knows is what all of you know, is that by engaging and challenging oneself through cycling, you can save lives and you can make a difference in first responders and veterans' lives, and that's exactly what you're doing. And he is relentless at doing this. Speaking of relentless people, it's my privilege to be able to introduce to you the Vice President, Mike Pence. He is, and both he and Karen are passionate and relentless when it comes to veterans issues. There's nothing that they won't do to be able to stand up and do the right thing for our veterans. He is the son of a Korean War veteran, and I'm sure many of you have heard him recently talk about his own experience being able to go back to Korea recently and be where his father served. He is the father of a first lieutenant in the Marine Corps, and that's right. And I know both he and Karen are very, very proud of their son. And so it gives me a great honor to introduce the 48th Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence.
Well, thank you, Secretary Shulkin. And could you give the Secretary of the VA another round of applause? She has a heart for our veterans. David, thank you for those kind words. Thank you for all the efforts that you do. I am here with my commanding officer. And we are incredibly honored to host Project Hero back at the home of the Vice President of the United States on this Memorial Day. You know, it's written, if you owe debts, pay debts. If honor, then honor. If respect, then respect. And there is a day in November when we remember those who served and came home. But I know, all of you know, better than I ever will, that this is a day we remember those who served and did not come home. And to be able to welcome you heroes here, all of you who've worn the uniform of the United States, and many of whom have worn the uniform of law enforcement, and have borne in your own bodies and in your own minds the burdens that come with that service. Be able to welcome you here on this most hallowed of days is profoundly humbling to Karen and I. And so I say to each one of you, thank you for your service. You make this place better for you being here today, and you honor us all. It is Memorial Day 2017. Their duty was to serve, our duty is to remember. And I want to thank Project Hero and John and all the organizers who are here that have marked this day in particular for this ride as a part of the ongoing tribute. We'll be joining the President in just a few moments at Arlington National Cemetery to lay a wreath, say a prayer, and remember our fallen. You all will be engaged in a much more energetic activity. And Karen and I have to tell you, we're just a little bit jealous because we're bikers. We are, and we'd love to ride with you. Now, especially the first 5 miles that are all downhill. Is that right, gentlemen? That's what I heard. But you go with our prayers and you go with our thanks. All the sponsors of Project Hero and all that's brought all of you here today. And let me say to all of you, it's the greatest privilege of my life to be vice president, to a president who cares so deeply about the men and women of our armed forces and the veterans of the United States, President Donald Trump. You know, the president just returned from an extraordinary trip in Europe where he met with world leaders, but he punctuated that trip meeting with troops in Italy. And he said it now falls to us, in his words, to prove worthy of their sacrifice. And that's our ongoing challenge as Americans, isn't it? Is to be as good as those we remember, particularly on this day. I think the work of Project Hero is a way that we honor all those who've served in a unique way. Since its founding in 2008, you've brought renewed attention to those heroes suffering from their time of service. Not all of the wounds from war are visible, and Project Hero's extraordinary efforts to create community around cycling has healed hearts and healed minds across this country. And we commend the organizers and commend the sponsors. It is heartbreaking to think today that as many as 1 in 5 veterans has PTSD, and over 340,000 service members receive a traumatic brain injury. It makes all the more important the work of Project Hero and organizations like this that are coming alongside men and women who have served in the uniform of the United States, or in your case, in the uniform of law enforcement, to give comfort and strength to those who are healing from those unseen wounds. Project Hero really proves that anything's possible for those that believe in one another and are willing to be there for one another. I also want to thank Secretary Shulkin for his extraordinary efforts in fighting tirelessly to finally give veterans of the United States the health care they've earned and deserved in uniform. I'm pleased to report to you that just last month, President Trump signed an executive order to ensure the Department of Veterans Affairs is effective and accountable. And the President also signed into law the Veterans Choice Improvement Act to ensure that our heroes have access to the choices they deserve in the world-class health care that you've earned. So I hope all of you see today and the hospitality that we have extended as just one more token of the gratitude of all of the American people for the service that's represented here. We wish you Godspeed, safe travels, all the way to Virginia Beach, and for Project Hero, and all of those that it helps, all the way to a full recovery in an America that cherishes all those who serve. Thank you very much. God bless you. It's a great, great honor to be with you and to welcome you here today. Right. Mrs. Pence just offered to say a quick prayer to send you off. Is that all right?
Okay. If you're inclined, bow your head. Heavenly Father, we thank you for these amazing people, these amazing first responders, veterans, law enforcement. Thank you for their dedication to serving even beyond what they've served in the past. We pray that you would give them just a wonderful ride to Virginia Beach, keep them safe, bless their conversation and their fellowship, help them to feel all along the way the support of the American people. And we ask all of these things in your name. Amen.
Amen.
And don't forget all these oranges and bananas before you leave.
Oranges and bananas.
We don't want those all left over.
We don't have to do that. Great. And we'll get a group shot.
Can I have Stephen Leroy, Tony Davis, Monica, and Sean come up here, please? We'll start with the ladies. Here comes Stephen. Come on over on this side, Tony. You guys on? We're gonna go girl, boy. As you guys all know, one of the things that our organization is famous for is our women's initiative around female service and sexual assault, mental and physical trauma in the military. So I asked a couple of our participants in our women's initiative program to present Mrs. Pence with a signed women's initiative jersey. Since you ride bikes, now you got something to ride in.
All right, everybody, that was Mike Pence speaking earlier today at the Project Hero Memorial Day bike ride. You're getting a live look of the White House right now. Earlier today, roses were handed out to visitors at the Arlington National Cemetery to honor the fallen on Memorial Day. Let's take you there.
I did mine today. I had mine today.
Was Jesse still involved?
I must be special. Yeah, and I didn't bring my tweaker in with me to change for
Rosie, we're ready. Rosie!
All right, so we'll just do landline, hand mic.
Come on, sweetie.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much. Well, it's actually Memorial Day.
You've been in the place I've been in.
Well, just a heads up.
Hold on to both of them. We're going to put them on a grave site.
Oh, it's not for us. We're going to give them away. Come on, this way. Okay, very good. See ya. Take it from here. The top is open. Oh, wait, now you know it.
Guys, we got them. You guys got them. Yeah, we're no, Indiana. Oh, okay. Yeah, I grew up in that. Yeah, my youngest daughter. Awesome. I'd like to hear that. Good year. Thank you very much. Years we get. You born in Florida? No, I'm actually from New York. Okay. I'm in Florida for 2000. Did it bother you? No. What's the work? Get pretty hot. During the warehouse. I'm working in the cooler, so that's not so bad. In the morning I'm cold, and I go outside in the afternoon. I wouldn't take that about too. Good talking to you. Dave of mine. Right. Let's see in Miami. All right. Great shot. Yeah, definitely. Well done. Well done. You again. Get back here You know, we need to go over here to get my license, right? Yeah. I really can. Thank you.
Boy Scouts, my favorite people. How are you today? I was a Boy Scout once. A long time ago. And she was, we get 20 years.
I made it 7. Suggaroos? You're very welcome. Thank you.
Would you like to follow?
Here's your quarter, Chris. Huh? Put up for I'll phone actually.
Would you like a towel?
No, thanks.
Thank you, but no.
Hey, did I grab a yellow one from you? Thank you very much.
Would you like flowers? We already got some in the back. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Would you like the flowers? Thank you. Yes. Would you like flowers? No, thank you.
Thank you. We'll share. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll take the yellow one. Thank
Would you like flowers?
Sure. Thank you.
Oh, would you like flowers?
Hi, may I have a yellow and They're too great. Thanks.
I have one.
You got the pretty one right here.
I know.
Thank you.
You ready for a refill?
check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check. Check, 1, 2. 1, 2. Mic check, 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 1, 2.
Fox 5, local news, yes. I'm gonna get a
So you're not up till what?
9:15. Yeah, so I'm a little bit. Yeah, oh no, you're good. I'm looking for.
You should talk to the gentleman who's in charge. You know,
Yes. He's
right over here.
He's right over here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just talked to him.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I was going to do him. If not, I wanted to look for a veteran, like all, you know, no decorated stuff.
You can come off to him and just pick.
There you go.
No, I just like it plain. Everything. No. They know what? No, I haven't seen it. I was like, you know, there's some things that were like popular there on, and I just haven't been able to find them. Hey, look.
My internet hotel was so bad that it just took me 4 hours. And then we decided I had to reduce the file size. The other way to do it is
Perfect. Holly Moore. Perfect. I'll just say everyone. Good
We already got one. Thank you.
It's not working today. Okay? We're going to go around and try on the side.
Yes, literally, actually.
your truck back.
Like, especially more in college. It's like,
Okay, so here, do you see
Aww. He wanted to give them to you on the air. Huh? He wanted to give them to you on the air.
Which has been good because it's something I need to be aware of my surroundings and something were to happen. You just never know. Like at that point, I would still have, you know what I mean? I was wondering what he thinks just went like this. This symbolizes freedom, this kind of room. The way it's, yeah. And it kind of comes out. And this is the part. I didn't realize that there were, I don't think I've ever seen you ever this time. I don't think I've ever seen you. Right, I have too. Yeah.
Hopefully when we came through.
I tried to call her and she wouldn't answer.
Okay, well we're outside here.
All right, everybody, you're getting a live look of the White House right now. That was remembering the fallen as roses were being handed out to visitors at the Arlington Cemetery. Switching out hosts now. Samia coming up next to take you to the next few hours of the show. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone, Sami here. I am just getting logged onto this desktop right now. I'll be with you in just a few minutes. Just a heads up, we have more congressional hearings to watch, so stay tuned for that here on News Now. All right, everyone. So we were showing you this hearing earlier. This was a hearing from the Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation, a subcommittee hearing on pool safety. Many of the witnesses testifying are parents who lost their child to drowning.
And our assignment. We're specifically examining the issue of pool and spa safety. It's been several years since Congress last held a hearing on this issue. This year does mark, as we've heard from the testimony, the 10th anniversary of the Virginia Graham-Baker Pool and Spa Safety Act. It was signed into law on December the 19th, 2007 by President George W. Bush. The legislation, as we've heard, is known as VGB, and it's aimed to enhance the safety of public and private pools and spas, reduce child drownings, and educate the public on the need for constant supervision of children in and around water. The hearing is designed to examine the extent to which the VGB has accomplished those goals over the past decade since its enactment. While I wish we were here under different circumstances, as I've indicated previously, we honor parents who are here to help make certain that what happened in their family's life happens in no other family's life. There is also an additional individual that's with us today, that's Scott Taylor, and his daughter, Abby Taylor, was also a victim of suction entrapment, and her death inspired Abby's Hope Foundation in her name to educate the public about pool and spa safety and to keep kids safe. As was indicated, this month of May is National Drowning Prevention Month, and to that end, I'm pleased to join the ranking member, Senator Blumenthal, and Commerce Committee Chairman Thune, and I think Senator Nelson, in introducing today a resolution supporting the states and including my own state of Kansas that have signed proclamations declaring May as National Water Safety Month. We wish to recognize and express support for those goals and for ideals of that designation. And this upcoming Memorial Day, just a few days away now, this weekend traditionally marks the beginning of summer swimming season. For American families, recreational swimming is a time-honored tradition. Swimming pools, such as the big pool in Garden City, Kansas, it's the largest outdoor municipal concrete swimming pool in the world, are fixtures of our local communities. I smiled with Ms. Harvey's testimony. One of the meanest persons, at least I thought, as a 5 or 6 year old, was my Red Cross swimming instructor, who continually forced me to get into freezing water well before there were ever heated pools in my community's life. They are a mainstay of American life, and we want that mainstay to be safe and as secure as possible. Parents and adults work to monitor children around pools and spas and take precautions such as stopping them from running on wet surfaces. Many don't realize the potential dangers that are posed by pool drains. Even when we have attentive parents and adults around, accidents unfortunately still happen. Drownings continue to be ranked second or third among the leading causes of death for children, depending upon the state, especially for children ages 1 to 4 years old. In Kansas, there have been 297 drownings in the past decade. What makes these tragedies all the more painful for families is that the accidents are, in many instances, preventable. I appreciate the willingness that our witnesses have shown in discussing these sensitive topics, and I appreciate the perspectives that they bring, and I know that they took time to prepare and to come here to present their heartfelt testimony. It's my hope that a Senate hearing calling attention to pool safety leading into this summer season will have a positive impact on reducing pool and spa-related injuries and deaths. And again, I thank my colleague, Senator Blumenthal, for his efforts in bringing this issue forward in the past and today. And if greater awareness can prevent one child's death, then this committee hearing has served a useful purpose. So again, thank you, witnesses, for joining us. I apologize for the time circumstances we found ourselves in, and I recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Chairman Moran, and thank you for having this hearing. I'm very proud to join with you in a resolution recognizing May as National Water Safety Month. a cause close to my heart as a longtime swimmer and a user of many, many pools, and the father of 4 children who have used pools and who learned about this nightmare from, fortunately, a few constituents in Connecticut when I was Attorney General, but notably Karen Cohn of Greenwich. And I thank you for being here today, Karen, as well as Nancy Baker, and sharing your story with such incredible courage and strength and helping us to avoid similar kinds of deaths in the future. There is no excuse, none, for having the kind of drain that led to these deaths, and most Americans probably wouldn't recognize one compared to the other, but I just want to have both of them held so that you can see, that is you, the audience, can see the difference. The dangerous drain on your right, which probably is in use in most private pools around the country, and the safer one on the left. It's not that pools have to go without drains. They just have to install safe drains. And as you can see by the comparison, it's not like one is vastly more expensive than another. They're made of the same material, it's just a different design, and there's absolutely no excuse for pools to continue with the less safe one. And the Virginia Graham Baker Pool and Spa Safety Act was first enacted in 2007. I want to thank Senator Klobuchar for her leadership on this issue, and since then there have been no deaths in such public pools and spas across the country. There have been deaths in private and residential pools and spas, and that has been my focus as an advocate, as Attorney General, 2 deaths since 2009. And the simple fact of the matter is the VGB Act covers only public pools, which represent just 3% of all pools in the country. So the vast majority of pools in the United States, 8.5 million, are private residential pools without the protection of the VGB Act. I think that public awareness is tremendously important here. One of the reasons we're having this hearing, one of the reasons why consumer protection is so important, and why I felt it was critically significant when I served as Attorney General and now in the United States Senate. We can be teachers and educators in this body, and you are performing a vitally important service by being here and sharing your stories, because as much as we may speechify on the floor of the Senate or elsewhere, it's your stories that carry the main impact. So I hope we will move forward with our resolution, and I hope also that the plan offered by the President, the budget that cuts resources for the Consumer Product Safety Commission, is defeated. Reducing those resources simply enables the kinds of neglect of consumer and product safety that will lead to less awareness and less protection. This budget eliminates funding for VGB grants for fiscal year 2018. So as much as we're here to champion this cause, the stark fiscal picture is pretty discouraging. And I can guarantee you, both Karen and Nancy, that I will fight to continue that funding. Thank you.
Senator Blumenthal, thank you very much. I know Senator Klobuchar had a significant role in this legislation over a long period of time. Senator, any opening statement, brief comments you'd like to make?
Well, thank you. I want to get to our witnesses, but I did want to recognize Scott Taylor, who is out there. Where are you, Scott? Right there. He and Katie were really an inspiration for me when Abby Taylor was severely maimed in a swimming pool in the suburbs of the Twin Cities, and she lived for a year after, And I will never forget, I went to her hospital room, and this little girl with this big smile, all her intestines sucked out. And she looked at me and she says, I don't want this to happen to any other kid. And then she went on, and her parents, Scott would never give up on this. He literally called me on my cell phone every week and said, has the bill passed yet? As if it's that easy to pass bills. But in fact, with the help of a lot of people, including our two wonderful witnesses today and their families, and I remember Ted Stevens worked a lot on this, as did Mark Pryor and Harry Reid, Trent Lott. We had some really good leadership and people that were willing to help, and we got this done. So I'm just glad we got this done, and want to hear and not just rest on our laurels when we know there's so many other problems with children drowning unrelated to drains, and then with some of the private drain issues. So thank you so much.
Senator Cortez Masto, anything you'd like to say before we go to questions? Thank you very much. I'm going to defer my questions till later, and I'll recognize the ranking member once again.
Thank you very much. Again, my thanks, Mr. Chairman, for having this very important hearing and for giving me this opportunity to ask a few questions. Let me first ask you, Ms. Cohn, how many children have you been able to teach to swim through the Bridgeport ZAC camp, which really has been such a great model and contributor to this cause? In your experience, what impact does the VGB grant and ZAC camp have on the Bridgeport community and Connecticut?
Yes, so first, I believe that the grant program is very important. So any funding that could be allocated to water safety is so important. And so we were able to hold a camp, a ZAC camp in Bridgeport, as well as Stamford. And we've been holding ZAC camps in Greenwich, Connecticut since 2011. The Greenwich camp is not through the grant program, but the Stamford and the Bridgeport was. And we reached about a little more than 200 kids through those camps during that time.
How did you happen to form that camp, and are you aware of other camps that are similarly funded through the VGB program?
So what we did was we ran our own camp, which we partner with the Boys and Girls Clubs throughout the country to reach underserved children in minorities communities, and we do that through the BGCA. And the ZAC camp has three components. We have a curriculum for water safety, and we also include first responders where they come in and do their own safety lesson with the kids as well. And that partnership we have throughout the country. And through that partnership, we've actually reached over 10,000 children. However, what we do is we have the ZAC camps, and we use the media markets to give our messaging out so that there are many, many more people that are actually hearing about the water safety, in addition to the kids that we're reaching directly through the camps.
That's such an important contribution, especially when you consider that that drowning remains the #1 cause of unintentional injury and death in children 1 to 5 years old. How would you recommend, and I'll open this question to others on the panel as well who may have some thoughts, how would you recommend that we make this grant program more flexible, do better outreach, so that more states and localities apply for pool safety grants?
Well, for state and localities, what's important is that they need to know about the grant program and that it's available. And I think that's what we were finding, that they were not aware of the ability to apply for the grants. And then I think that I don't know if it's possible, but something that we've always talked about is actually allowing the other organizations like the Zach Foundation or Abby's Hope or other family foundations that are 501c3s that maybe they could apply for the grant program as well.
Any other thoughts from other members of the panel?
I would echo what Karen said related to having other organizations be able to apply. Like, we are fundraising to be able to provide our centennial campaign, and the requirements do not allow us to apply for that funding. So we actually partner with organizations like the Zach Foundation to extend what they are doing in their Zach camps into a situation that can be year-round. So those children are getting swimming lessons, the parents are learning CPR. It gets started with the Zach camp and then keeps moving throughout the year through the Boys and Girls Clubs.
Yeah, your organization does great work, and there are others. Stu Leonard's. Stu Leonard has a wonderful organization.
Absolutely.
And I've worked with him. Stu does great work. So it's really an example of cooperative work and teamwork, and I think a collaboration that sets a model for all of us. And I want to thank you as well for being here today. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much. So I thought we'd have Abby's picture up there so everyone remembers her smiling face that I told you about. But I wanted to start with you, Ms. Baker. We have learned there are some cuts in the budget that could affect our efforts, and they're to the grant program? The grant program. And maybe one of you or Ms. Cohn or any one of the witnesses can describe that grant program that's part of our bill and why it's so important.
My understanding of the grant program is that when states could apply for this, and the receipt of that funding was contingent on their efforts to fund compliance, find a mechanism to check on compliance in public pool settings, and to create statewide drowning prevention initiatives. So, I think in terms of both the educational component and also the more concrete and tangible mechanical structural changes that VGB insisted on, that grant program was meant to incentivize states to work for compliance. And it's I think it does a terrible disservice to cut the funding. I do agree with Mrs. Cohn when she said, and she mentioned that states may not be aware that funding is available to them, were they to be proactive in drowning prevention. And I think the CPSC, although, the Pool Safely program has truly been successful.
Maybe you want to talk about that, the education efforts, Ms. Cohen, and thank you, Ms. Baker, how you think that would be helpful to have more education for private pool owners as well.
So there are several things that through the Zach Foundation we were thinking about, and one I mentioned in my testimony, and that is this subcommittee oversees insurance, correct? And so we were thinking that maybe partnering with insurance companies so that when they actually go to inspect a home, and I actually just had to do this recently in my own home because my insurance was changing, and they come in and they do a complete inspection. While they do that, we have been thinking over the years that what they should do is also work with the either locality or the state to make sure that that pool at that house is built in accordance with the law, and then not insure the home until they can ensure that it actually is. that would be one way. And also, while you're doing that, by the way, you're also educating the family, because otherwise they don't know that their pool is required to have certain safety rules. And then another thing that we talked about with the insurance company is also offering discounts to people if they have additional safety around their pool that's maybe not required by law.
Okay.
But
Mr. Gottwald, thank you. Do you want to talk about those drains again and what makes the new drain cover safer, and what's the difference in price between them?
Sure. Thank you, Senator. The difference in price is minimal. I think what I'd like to comment to your
Is it
question.
just a few dollars, since I remember we talked about this?
I'm sorry?
When we first passed the bill, there was a lot of discussion of would it cost that much?
No, it's under $100 or something. You know, I
Right.
don't have the exact, but it's minimal.
Mhm.
And I think to your point is
And the
that
government didn't pay for the drains. It was much more whatever the public pool was that paid for them. But
Correct.
go on. Mhm.
But moving beyond the drains as well, by adoption of the code that I mentioned in my testimony, that gets into the residential pools. If a state or a locality adopts this code, that means the VGB requirements will now be applicable to residential pools. So that takes care of the drain piece. But as mentioned, there's other safety issues as well. This code also has barrier requirements, whether they be fencing or whether they be lockable covers on hot tubs. It is the design of the pool, the bell in the pools, so that kids or adults, for that matter, don't dive in and hit the corner of the pool and get injured that way. So there's a whole bunch of safety requirements, including the VGB, but beyond the VGB. And adoption of this code would go a long way to solving that. I think there's somewhere around 25 or 26 states in this country that don't mandate a fence around a swimming pool. And we as the industry don't believe that's correct. And we're lobbying to change that and working to change that. But whatever this committee can do to help us would be enormously appreciated.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you.
Ms. Cortez Masto.
Thank you, and thank you for this important discussion, and thank you for being here. I want to follow up on the conversation, because we were talking a lot about state law, but a lot of this can be implemented through county code as well. And I don't want us to forget about that. And let me, at least my understanding here, I represent the state of Nevada. And we have implemented this law through regulations through the state. But Clark County, which is the largest populated county in southern Nevada, it's almost 2 million people, the county actually adopted a code mandating this. And so I just don't want us to forget that there's ways to really address these issues both at the state and local, through local ordinance as well. In fact, I'm very proud in southern Nevada we have a child drowning prevention coalition. Drownings of children 14 and under in southern Nevada went from 49 between 1994 and 1998 down to 21 from 2012 and 2016. And that's thanks to all of you in the advocacy on this issue and bringing attention to it. So I really appreciate it. But as you have stated here, there's more work to be done and more education. So I have a couple of questions. One is for all of you. Nevada is very large population, but it's also rural and urban. And we have a lot of, out of the 17 counties, 15 are rural counties. And I'm curious if you see a difference in how we can address the education piece when it comes to our rural communities versus our urban areas. And if any of you have any thoughts on how we address that and bring attention to some of our rural communities.
The American Red Cross feels very strongly that dry land water safety education should be required in schools, and they should get it every year.
So every school and every
school
community?
every
Okay.
year learns about water safety. It doesn't take a body of water in order to learn the practices that can save their lives. And if we could get it required in schools, we could go a long way to making certain that people know how to behave safely around the water and make good choices for themselves around the water.
Perfect. Schools, physical education.
Absolutely.
As long as we're not, as long as we still require physical education in our
Right,
schools,
right.
which would be good. No, I appreciate that, because I agree. I think there's many ways that we can tackle this and thinking outside the box and how we address this. The other area that I'm interested in, and Ms. Cohn, you said this in your statements, that You mentioned the fact that Black and Hispanic American children are 3 times more likely to drown than their Caucasian counterparts.
Yes.
And I'm curious, what can we do at the federal government, or what can we do here to help bring attention to address this issue, if you have additional ideas?
Well, from the federal government side, I think the grant program would still be helpful to address those children. What we are doing is, we're partnering with those organizations, but that's me as a private organization, partnering with, the Boys and Girls Clubs that are in those communities to reach those children and families. I don't know if I can think of anything else off the top of my head right now about what else the federal government could do. Obviously, making sure that these children are swimming in safe pools is important. And education, I think maybe through, if through Pool Safely and educating families about it. I think for many of the Black and Hispanic families, it's a cultural and generational issue where the parents don't swim, and so they have a fear, and they are afraid to allow their children to even learn how to swim. So they try to avoid water completely, but that is impossible to do. So, so I would say education and grant programs could be used.
And access to swimming lessons or air programs that are...
Of course,
that,
yes, yes.
Okay.
So, so what we do is we work with the Boys and Girls Club, and then we also work with the American Red Cross on their Learn to Swim program, and we're reaching those same children through those programs.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the conversation today, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, did you?
Sure, I would love
Please,
to add to that
go
as
ahead.
well. I believe wholeheartedly that we need to expand the conversation so that we get to those target audiences in other ways. So looking at the programs at historically Black colleges and universities as an example, making certain that those swimming programs stay around in their programs and thrive and become part of the community, such as what is happening in Prairie View, Texas, and in Coppin State University in Baltimore. We recently had a symposium with our partners. There's an organization called Diversity in Aquatics, where it represents primarily African American and Hispanics who want to dispel the myth that African Americans and Hispanics don't swim, because they do. And they also want to encourage participation in aquatic activities. So it's made up of organizations like the Association of Black Scuba Divers and collegiate athletes and Olympians and such. So working with organizations like that who provide role models and say, yes, we do swim, and yes, this is a life skill for us all. And the sororities and fraternities and sororities, talking to the moms and sisters who are often making choices for their kids about whether they're going to take swimming lessons or not. So we just need to expand the conversation and keep it going and look to our partners, our diverse partners, who could also be sitting up at this table and helping, and they are helping to solve this problem.
Thank you, and thank you for those comments. And I will say, as somebody who has fought for so many years just on education and awareness, recognizing that's the first step in prevention, but we never fund it. We never put the dollars behind the education and the awareness piece of it, because if we were to do so, that to me is really the first step. And I thank you again for the advocacy and bringing attention to this issue and awareness, and you're going to save lives. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. What I'm told by my staff, which is, I've questioned them several times because it seems incorrect to me, but they assure me that it's true, that only to date the Consumer Protection Safety Commission has only provided grants to applicants under this program on 5 occasions. That seems to me to be a very, very low number. And my understanding in part is that a number of the grantees have been in Connecticut, and particularly where the ZAC Foundation has promoted the grantee, the grant application, and the award. So, and that means that, that there's a positive balance in that account, more money to be made available for grants, or money is available for grants. So what is it that, I mean, you've all touched on this, but what am I missing here that's not happening? This is directed to anyone who wants to explain. Mr. Gottwald?
Well, I can't really comment on why they're not going for the grants. But I do know that through the work of the International Code Council and the Trade Association as well, that 22 states have now adopted the code. And by adopting the code, the CPSC has determined that that means you are in compliance with their requirements in order to get grants. But the good news is...
Let me stop you then.
Yeah.
So the grant is not designed to get a pool in compliance?
The grant, from the way I understand it, the grant has a couple of things. In order to get the grant, you've got to commit to becoming into compliance, and then it provides you materials to educate about why that is important and to get people into compliance. So if a state adopts the code, they're now eligible for the grant. So the good news is that states are starting to see the value of adopting the code.
Therefore, the grant becomes more important.
Yes, the grant becomes available to them. Now, why they're not taking that next step, I don't know the answer to that.
Let me ask this question then. So if your state hasn't adopted the code, are you ineligible for the grant?
There are other ways to become eligible for the grant, but that's the easiest way to become eligible for the grant. Okay. You could adopt, for instance, just the standard that's in here called APSB 7. You could adopt that standard. That's one of the requirements to be. There's several things that they list out in order to become compliant to get that grant, but this is the easiest and most comprehensive way.
Do you all have any suggestions, critique of the Consumer Protection Safety Commission? I serve on the Appropriations Committee, subcommittee that funds that commission. When their appropriations request is in front of us, or we're talking to the commission, what is it that you'd like for me to emphasize or to pursue with them?
I'd like you to ask the CPSC why it is that more states have not actually applied for this grant opportunity.
So I asked them the question I'm asking you.
Exactly.
Correct. As I was asking the question, it made sense.
Because I think it's curious why even in states where that are in compliance, it leads me to believe that states are just not aware that there is grant money available to them for becoming compliant, and also for making sure that there's a mechanism for checking pools. Obviously, you have to check pools and verify that the requirements have been met, or the code has been met.
And I assume that's done by state and local officials, not...
So that's oversight, yes. Mm-hmm.
And do any of you have an idea of what the parameters of the grant, what's the average or normal size of a grant? Is the number of dollars sufficient that it becomes worthwhile to pursue the grant?
Do you know?
I think it's $250,000. I'm not positive, but I think that's the amount.
Okay. I'm not expecting you necessarily to know the answers. There is others, the commission in particular, that I can be asking these questions of. But you're helping me get prepared.
But I also think, as Nancy said, I think it's just a matter of the states and the localities being unaware that the program even exists.
Okay.
And you also just rang a memory bell for me when I saw this, and it's a bell, and that gets dim in time. But I do recall the money that was available to each state through this grant program was really not significant. I think the overall appropriation was $2 million for 52 states. I mean, if every state became suddenly very, great pool safety, drowning prevention advocacy, that's not a large pool of money when you consider paying the salaries of the people, the local people who have to go out and check that indeed the requirements have been met and kids and families are safer.
I've been informed that the 5 grantees, the City of Bridgeport, Connecticut, almost $75,000, the District of Columbia Department of Health, about $170,000, the Florida Department of Health, Broward County, $250,000, the Florida Department of Health, Lake County, $155,000, and the City of Stamford, Connecticut, $131,000. So you were correct in several $100,000. Any belief that the commission is let me ask you that again. Is there anything in particular other than what Ms. Baker just said that I should be asking the commission about this grant program? It's being managed well from your perspective, except it needs to be better utilized?
Yeah, I would respond to that, the CPSC are great partners for us. And why the people aren't going for the grant, I don't know that. But beyond that, they're very good partners, and I think in the work that we do with them.
And similarly, the Red Cross hasn't been involved in the grant side of it, but the Pool Safely campaign is a super important campaign to the industry in that it provides wonderful resources that our aquatics facilities across the nation are able to access and share with the communities they serve. And so it really does provide a consistent set of messages. Again, they are action steps that are life-saving, and it really is important to be able to have that. Otherwise, each organization, you take it down to the Parks and Recreation Department level, they would have to create their own. They may have incomplete messages. It depends on the veracity of their communications departments often. So it is extremely valuable to the Parks and Recreation, Boys and Girls Clubs, JCCs, YMCAs out there. We really rely on those resources.
Is there any state or local unit of government that any of you would hold out as a role model? Somebody that's doing this especially well that we ought to highlight and indicate to other states and local units of government, look here, this is how to do this?
I think the ones to look to see how they are doing are the ones that have a lot of experience in it. And the City of Las Vegas, Clark County, Maricopa County in Florida and Arizona, those are 2 counties that are extremely impacted by drownings. And they have very strong coalitions, and I think they're definitely worth looking at what they have done, bringing in a large coalition of people, including the fire departments, all the pools and across their systems. So those are 2 to certainly check out.
Mr. Gottwald, as I indicated earlier, community pools, municipal pools are the norm across Kansas. You can be the smallest, one of the smallest communities in our state, you will still have a municipal pool. And who is it that's telling that city council, that city clerk, that your pool needs to comply with these standards?
So first of all, from public pools, so it's the law of the land. So who's telling them that they should be, if the health department or the building department, depending on different municipalities, are going to be the one who are going to be regulating that.
When one of your members sells a new pool, that's clearly going to be part of the contract, the agreement, what's purchased, right?
Absolutely. So, and the genius of the Virginia Graham-Baker Act, the VGB Act, is that year 1 you can no longer manufacture the problem fittings. So those are off the market. They can't be sold, and that's been 10 years now. So no matter what's being replaced today, it's a compliant drain cover.
In the public sector?
At all sectors.
In
You
all
can, but you can buy that anywhere.
Okay.
So even in the residential sectors, we have what I mentioned earlier, the Check a Drain campaign. So we talk to our members who are in someone's backyard. We're always telling them, check the drain, make sure it's compliant. So slowly, but it is slowly, they're being replaced with compliant drains. It's the law in the public pools and the residential pools. In many places, it's not the law.
Where it's not the law in the private sector, the private pools,
correct.
It's still taking place, is what you're telling me, because of the requirement that the pool, the manufactured pool, has to be compliant. So as new pools come into play, they're compliant even in the private sector.
Yeah.
The new pools, but I think, as you know, was mentioned earlier, the existing pools are where the challenge lies, and there's a few million out there.
My time has well expired. Let me see if Senator Blumenthal has any additional questions.
I don't.
Senator Cortez Masto. I appreciate the conversation today. It's been very helpful to me, and I'm very grateful for the chance to try to make certain that communities across Kansas and private pool owners in my state and around the country know of not only their responsibilities, but their opportunity to do something in a very safe and secure manner. Let me ask perhaps my final question. The Red Cross, you've been training lifeguards for as long as I've been around. We have plenty of lifeguards in the country, and the supply meets the demand?
We always are in an effort to ensure that there are enough lifeguards in the nation. There are pockets of the country where we hear that there are lifeguarding shortages. This is one of the reasons that the Centennial Campaign is so great, where we are really trying to make certain that we continue to feed that pipeline of lifeguards by ensuring that people get to water competency, so when it's time for them to become lifeguards, they have the skill to do so. So it's a continuous effort.
Let me ask, I was asked this in every hearing I chair, is there anything that any of you would like to make more clear, and respond to something that you were asked or something that you were not asked, something you want to make certain that we know before I conclude the hearing? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you all for joining us. This hearing is concluded. The committee members have until a few days from now to put their questions in writing, and we'd ask that you respond as quickly as possible if there are those. And again, thank you for your presence today. The committee hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, so that wraps up that pool safety hearing. Here is a live look at the Capitol building, where all that congressional activity takes place. Speaking of congressional activity, we are going to continue with more news now in just a second. All right, one more Senate hearing. This time, Ted Cruz is the chairman of this subcommittee on space, science, and competitiveness. Let's watch.
The Soviet Union were locked in a period of intense international crisis. 2 decades of the Cold War had resulted in the Berlin blockade, the Soviet Union's testing of the atomic bomb, the successful launch of Sputnik, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and the Vietnam War. However, despite the prolonged period of intense international crisis, a remarkable event occurred. The United States and the Soviet Union were able to come together and author the Outer Space Treaty, which was intended to become a foundation for all future activity in outer space. The main tenets of the treaty include the prohibition of the placement of nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction in space or on a celestial body, the requirement that states are responsible for national space activities, whether carried out by governmental or non-governmental entities, and states that outer space, including the moon and other celestial bodies, are not subject to national appropriation by claim of sovereignty. Following ratification by the Senate, the United States, the United Kingdom, and the Soviet Union were among 60 nations to sign the Outer Space Treaty, with signing ceremonies in Washington, D.C., London, and Moscow on January 27, 1967. President Lyndon B. Johnson hailed the signing of the treaty as, quote, an inspiring moment in the history of this human race. However, in the half-century that has since passed, many articles of the treaty haven't been fully tested, as the majority of activities in space have primarily been carried out by governmental entities. But that could soon change, as the United States is poised to lead an explosion in commercial space activity that will see American companies look to land on the surface of the moon, service satellites, and mine asteroids which may contain platinum and other precious metals valued upwards of trillions of dollars. While the future appears bright, we cannot afford to become complacent. The United States does not stand alone in this new emerging space race. Just last month, it was announced that China and the European Space Agency are interested in creating an outpost on the moon. As activities in space increase, they will undoubtedly pose new challenges as countries and companies compete for resources throughout the universe. We should anticipate that there will be conflicts as countries and private industry race to reach areas of the moon that hold significant advantages, such as the, quote, peaks of eternal light and the lunar sites that may hold vast quantities of water. These sites will provide economic and operational advantages for those who reach them first. Therefore, it's incumbent on Congress to use this 50-year anniversary of the Outer Space Treaty to properly determine our actual international obligations, to decide if specific articles in the treaty are self-executing or not, and to ensure that our domestic policy moving forward creates an environment that provides certainty for industry while protecting our national security. Those decisions will be made by this committee, by the Senate as a whole, and by the Congress and the President. And this committee, this is the second in a series of hearings looking at reopening the American frontier in space. That's why we're gathered here today. The testimony that this committee will hear will help pave the way to the future of space exploration and our global competitiveness. Every little boy and every little girl knows the experience of looking up into the night sky, looking to the stars and wondering what's out there. That's the mystery, that's the wonder that is behind this collective endeavor in which we're engaged. If this committee can working together in a bipartisan manner, as it has succeeded to doing for several Congresses now, if we can come together behind a strong national space policy that ensures continued American leadership in space, then I have no doubt that in the not-too-distant future, those same little boys and little girls will be looking up at the moon, looking up at Mars, and looking up at Americans walking on the surface of those bodies, perhaps living on the surface of those bodies, exploring new opportunities that the mind can scarcely imagine. That's what this hearing is all about. With that, Senator Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much, and thank our witnesses. This is a very, very forward-looking hearing, and because we're going to be looking at how our policy can support a growing commercial space industry. We are here today to explore how the Outer Space Treaty impacts commerce, impacts settlement in space, and impacts what may be needed to provide a regulatory framework that grants certainty to businesses and investors and establishes an international understanding of expectations for countries and companies operating in space. The Outer Space Treaty provides a set of principles for space activities that guides all countries and is an important foundation to build upon to ensure America's interests are preserved in outer space. There are things that were not anticipated or planned for in this treaty when it was negotiated in the late 1960s. The testimony today will explore some of those issues and how U.S. policy might help address some of those concerns. In particular, Article 6 of the treaty, which gives governments the responsibility for all space activities from their nation, whether undertaken by the government or not, has been an issue. I look forward to hearing the views of our witnesses on what is needed to create effective and efficient policies that will promote the reasonable, rational, safe, and fair use of space. Space policies need to include room for all nations' responsible activities, for small businesses as well as large, and for science and nonprofit activities as well as for profit activities in this new frontier. The United States continues to be a pioneer in space activities, and our policies should support the continued innovation that has been the key to America's economic success. I look forward to working with this subcommittee and stakeholders to ensure that America continues to be a leader in space. I look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, and leaders like Senator Peters and Senator Hassan to accomplish that goal.
Thank you, Senator Markey. At the outset, without objection, I want to enter into the hearing record a letter from the Secure World Foundation, a letter from the Michael J. Listner of Space Law and Policy Solutions, and a letter from the Heinlein Prize Trust. We will now turn to the first of two panels that this committee will hear. The first panel, we have three witnesses. I want to thank each of you for being here today. Our first witness is Mr. James Dunstan, who is a senior adjunct fellow at Tech Freedom and the founder of Mobius Legal Group. Mr. Dunstan has spent more than 33 years counseling private businesses on all aspects of doing business in outer space, and has assisted federal and state governments with space law issues. Our second witness is Ms. Laura Montgomery, who is the proprietor of Ground-Based Space Matters law offices and publishes groundbasedspacematters.com. Ms. Montgomery works on issues of regulatory space law with an emphasis on commercial space transportation, human space flight, and the outer space treaties. Ms. Montgomery has spent over 2 decades with the Federal Aviation Administration's Office of the Chief Counsel, where she represented the FAA at the United Nations Legal Subcommittee of the Committee on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. And our third witness is Mr. Matthew Schaefer, who is the Veronica A. Haggart and Charles R. Work Professor of International Trade Law and co-director of the Space, Cyber, and Telecommunications Law Program at the University of Nebraska College of Law. Mr. Schaefer has taught international law, international business, and foreign relations-related courses since 1995, and has directed the Space and Cyber Law Program since its creation in 2006. Mr. Schaefer is also co-chair of the American branch of the International Law Association's Space Law Committee, and I would like to note that Mr. Schaefer previously served as the director in the International Economic Affairs Office of the National Security Council at the White House in 1999. And before we hear from the witnesses and their testimony, I want to welcome and recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Senator Nelson, who has a long and enduring issue in the topic of space.
Well, I am very, very pleased that we have made the progress that we've made. The commercial space sector has been truly outstanding in the accomplishments, and that's exactly what was intended as we started some 7 years ago, this dual track where we had a commercial space program that was going on with regard to astronauts, a commercial space program going to and from the International Space Station, and simultaneously we have the NASA program to go out and explore the cosmos. And of course, people don't realize it. It's right here. Within the next year and a half, both commercial rockets with crew will launch, as will the largest rocket ever, the SLS, with its spacecraft Orion on top. So indeed, Mr. Chairman, what's going to happen is the American people are going to really get engaged again. I want to add a word of caution, however, because the budget that was just submitted by the President just today, it would cut $500 million from NASA. There are some positive elements, like full funding for the commercial crew, and some not so positive elements, such as the cuts to earth science, to education, and to exploration. But the spending plan simply does not go far enough for NASA or for various space centers, including our space center, the Kennedy Center in Florida. As we have all said in the past, we're going to work together on both sides of the aisle, and NASA is not partisan. NASA is nonpartisan. We're going to work together to make sure the agency gets what it needs so that we can keep building this momentum. And, Mr. Chairman, we're going to Mars.
Amen and hallelujah. With that, Mr. Dunstan, you may start us off.
Chairman Cruz, ranking members Markey and Nelson, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. I am truly an orphan of Apollo. As children, my generation watched the Apollo astronauts walk on the moon. We were promised that if we studied hard and ate our vegetables, we too could go into space. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. I was in law school when the space shuttle started to fly. Again, we were promised flights every 2 weeks, and that we'd be able to fly experiments for as little as $10,000. None of that happened either. At its peak, the shuttle flew only 9 times in 1985, and any hope of conducting affordable commercial activities aboard shuttle died with the Challenger. But space commerce has taken off anyway on private vehicles. The industry now nears $350 billion annually in revenue, mostly in commercial satellite services. And we're seeing the dawn of a radical new generation of launch vehicles with flyback first boosters and flyback second stages just over the horizon. Launch costs may fall by an order of magnitude. Startups have raised real financing to do everything from on-orbit servicing to asteroid mining. For these companies, once esoteric provisions of the Outer Space Treaty could create real business risks. It's time for Congress finally to address the relationship between government and private sector under Article 6 of the Outer Space Treaty, something I assumed we would have tackled imminently when I graduated from law school almost 35 years ago. Article 6 makes each country responsible and liable for the activities of its citizens and companies in space. The treaty also leaves up to each country to decide how to authorize and supervise private activities. In other words, Article 6 is not self-executing in governing private citizens. Just consider the Supreme Court case in Medellin versus Texas, which Chairman Cruz argued as the Solicitor General for Texas. Quoting Federalist Number 33, the court said that whether a treaty is self-executing means, quote, comparing laws that individuals are bound to observe as the supreme law of the land versus a mere treaty dependent on the good faith of the parties. Article 6 falls into this latter category. Thus, even failing to adopt any regulation at all would not violate the Outer Space Treaty because there is the backstop of the national liability for private citizen activities. Federal law already authorizes Americans to operate in outer space. Americans have inalienable rights to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, as the Declaration of Independence puts it. The 10th Amendment made this principle binding constitutional law. The powers not delegated to the United States by Constitution nor prohibited by it to the states are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. In short, absent a constitutionally consistent law prohibiting innovative space activities, Americans are already authorized to pursue those activities. In other words, that which is not forbidden is permitted. And we do have laws and regulations, plenty of them, that govern the activities of private citizens in space. Space entrepreneurs need permission from multiple government agencies. This includes the FAA, AST for launch, FCC, NOAA, NASA, and the DoD. Entities conducting launches have to answer to both state and local authorities, everything from assessing environmental impact of launches to obtaining permits to transport their vehicles across state and county lines. The problem isn't a regulatory vacuum, but a patchwork of cumbersome, burdensome, and sometimes inconsistent regulations. Congress should clean up this mess at the same time that it addresses how to govern innovative space uses not clearly governed by existing rules. Precisely because the United States Constitution promises me that I can go to outer space, and precisely because Article 6 is not self-executing, Congress is in a unique position internationally to show the world that we recognize our liability under Article 6 and our obligations to ensure that our private citizens abide by the self-executing provisions of the OST, no nuclear weapons in space, no military bases on the moon or celestial bodies, and no appropriation of a celestial body. The United States can thus lead internationally by adopting a sensible and non-burdensome regulatory regime to ensure treaty compliance. This would put the rest of the world on notice that countries that would offer flags of convenience for outer space activities cannot dodge their liability obligations. This would also promote the goal of Article 1, the peaceful exploration and use of outer space, while protecting U.S. assets, both public and private, from irresponsible foreign companies. There is also nothing to be gained right now from reopening the current treaty regime. Once the United States demonstrates a light touch regime consistent with treaty requirements can work, then reopening the treaties might make sense. But doing so now would allow countries that aren't friendly to the United States or American capitalism to layer on costly regulatory burdens that the United States would have to reject, as we rejected similar provisions of the Moon Treaty. My written testimony, co-authored by Baron Zoka, President of Tech Freedom, explores in greater depth the United States' responsibilities under Article 6. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dunstan. Ms. Montgomery.
Thank you. Chairman Cruz, Ranking Member Markey, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for inviting me to address the role the Outer Space Treaty may play in the regulatory responsibilities of the United States. This country has the opportunity to interpret the treaty in two ways, as conducive to private activity or so that it creates barriers. A close reading of the text shows that the treaty actually allows a lighter regulatory hand than many claim, both in terms of the authorization and supervision provisions of Article 6 and the harmful contamination provisions of Article 9. If the United States pursues an interpretation that closely aligns with the text, there may be no need to seek changes. I respectfully recommend that the United States understand that it need not regulate new commercial space activities such as lunar habitats, mining, or lunar beer brewing for the wrong reason, namely the belief that Article 6 makes the United States regulate either any particular activity or all activities of United States citizens in outer space. A misunderstanding of the treaty looms as possible regulatory drag because many, including agencies in the executive branch, claim Article 6 prohibits operations in outer space unless the government authorizes and supervises those activities. The U.S. government should not interpret this as forbidding unauthorized private space activity for three reasons. First, the treaty does not forbid private operators from operating in outer space. Second, it does not say that either all or any particular activity must be authorized, leaving decisions regarding what activities require regulation to the member states. If Article 6 truly meant that all activities had to be overseen, where would oversight stop? Life is full of activities, from brushing one's teeth to playing a musical instrument, which take place now with neither federal authorization nor federal supervision. Just because those activities take place in outer space does not have to mean that they should suddenly require oversight. And finally, Article 6 is not, under U.S. law, self-executing, which means that it does not create an obligation or prohibition on the private sector unless and until Congress says it does. So concerns over regulatory risk are artificial and may be set aside. Because Article 6 is not self-executing, it is not enforceable federal law until Congress acts. Just as the Supreme Court said in Medellin versus Texas, when the court did not let the president enforce a ruling of the International Court of Justice against the states because Congress had yet to act, Article 6's call for oversight requires legislation with all its attendant policy choices. Accordingly, regulatory agencies should not attempt to enforce this treaty provision by either denying licenses or payload authorizations or by attempting to regulate that which they have no jurisdiction over. Nor should Congress pass a law so broadly worded as to encompass all activities that could take place in outer space. The Supreme Court, in criminal and First Amendment cases, says laws should be drafted so that persons of ordinary intelligence can tell what is forbidden and what is required, and that would be a good model to follow here if Congress takes that path. Article 9 of the treaty offers another source of concern, but it doesn't have to. Article 9 provides that states parties to the treaty shall avoid harmful contamination of outer space and adverse changes in the environment of Earth. This provision does not, in other words, apply to private actors. The United States is thus not legally obligated to impose this requirement on the private sector. Even if Congress were to decide that private activity had progressed to the point where harmful contamination had become a concern, Congress would have policy decisions to make, including whether current government guidelines should stand in the way of human settlement in outer space and on the moon and other planets. Because the harmful contamination provision is neither applicable nor self-executing, regulatory agencies should not attempt to enforce it until and unless Congress directs them to do so. In order to put to bed the regulatory uncertainty arising out of any misunderstandings of the treaty, Congress could take a number of approaches. The most certain and long-lasting, however, and the one that would reduce the opportunities for confusion, misunderstanding, and regulatory overreach, would be for Congress to prohibit any regulatory agency from denying a U.S. entity the ability to operate on the basis of inapplicable or non-self-executing provisions of the Outer Space Treaty, including Articles 6 and 9. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Montgomery. Mr. Schaefer.
Chairman Cruz, Ranking Member Markey, members of the subcommittee, honor and pleasure to be here today for this very timely hearing with the Outer Space Treaty's 50th anniversary, all the innovative and important new space activities, many representatives actually in the audience today, and given the fact the U.S. has a current authorization gap for new space activities, things like asteroid mining, lunar landers, on-orbit satellite servicing, lunar research facilities and laboratories. This gap creates a problem in two ways. First, it creates uncertainty for industry. That doesn't help investment. That doesn't help business cases. Second, as activities go forward, it may create compliance problems with our international obligations, which also creates problems, as I'll elaborate on a bit further here. The U.S. has agreed to a set of treaty interpretation rules internationally that are expressed in the Vienna Convention on Law of Treaties. The primary rule in that document is that we interpret treaties according to the ordinary meaning of the terms of the treaty in their context and in light of object and purpose. It's very clear that Article 6 of the OST calls on the U.S. and other parties to the OST to authorize and supervise commercial space activities in order to assure their compliance with the OST. It further makes parties internationally responsible for non-governmental activities in outer space. And this seems to set fear into people, and it shouldn't. OST obligations are very minimally burdensome and quite flexible in how they can be interpreted. It's a basic set of principles of minimally burdensome rules, which, by the way, help advantage U.S. companies as well. If we don't respect our obligations under Article 6 of the OST to create an authorization and supervision regime, we're going to face consequences. Our industry will face consequences. Foreign retaliation. A lot of businesses are global in nature. They depend on global partners, customers, and investors to make out their business case. When the U.S. doesn't respect its international treaty obligations, foreign governments can retaliate, take away markets, take away customers, and foreign investors can shy away. Foreign partners can be taken away. Secondly, when the U.S. is first movers up in outer space, other countries will not respect these basic minimal norms when it comes to how they will interact with that first moving U.S. company. Both of those things create uncertainty for our companies. On the self-executing nature of the treaty, We could debate that endlessly. The U.S. Senate has done an excellent job since the Medellin case, making very clear which articles of treaties are self-executing and non-self-executing since that 2008 Supreme Court case. For older treaties, we're trying to glean from treaty text and less explicit materials. But the important point is, even if the OST Article 6 is non-self-executing, the international obligation remains. If we do not comply with it, we will face the consequences I just laid out. Further, the Congress has directed, when it comes to launch licenses and payload reviews, has directed the Department of Transportation to take into account our international obligations. What is creating the gap is not a failure of Congress to direct the administration to comply with our international obligations. What creates the regulatory gap is the legislative history to the 1998 amendments to the Commercial Space Launch Act that indicate that Congress was not intending to grant on-orbit authority. The U.S. Congress did an excellent job in the Space Resource Exploration and Utilization Act, once again mentioning our international obligations when they laid out that there can be property rights in extracted resources, a long-standing U.S. interpretation of the treaty. That continued continuity internationally created certainty internationally and also helped the U.S. lessen vocal opposition to the law. That's the play out of the playbook that should be adopted when we establish an on-orbit authorization regime. In short, there's no need to terminate the OST. There's no need to amend it. There's no reason to stray from our agreed-upon treaty interpretation rules. There's no reason to ignore the plain meaning of Article 6. And there's certainly not a need to pay attention to certain OST obligations and reject others. We can have an OST-compliant regime that meets the spirit of permissionless innovation, something that led to the growth and success of the Internet economy. And I'd be happy to share further ideas with that in the question and answer session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Thank you to each of the witnesses. There are a number of important issues that have been raised by this testimony. I want to start with the question of Article 6 and the extent to which Article 6 and the OST is self-executing. And for those following this hearing who are not necessarily living in the minutiae of treaty law, the notion of self-executing is a fairly straightforward notion. It is a question of whether treaty language is in and of itself binding domestic law that has force of law on private citizens within the United States, that is enforceable judicially, and that binds the government. If a treaty is not self-executing, Mr. Schaefer is right, that doesn't mean the treaty has no force. It means its force is diplomatic and political in nature, that there is an international obligation, but it is not binding and enforceable law in United States courts. If I understand the testimony of the panel correctly, the first two witnesses, Mr. Dunstan and Ms. Montgomery, both testified that Article 6 of the treaty is not self-executing in your judgment. And Mr. Schaefer, if I heard you correctly, you were a bit more agnostic on whether it was self-executing or not, although at a minimum you didn't testify affirmatively that it was self-executing. Is that a fair assessment of the testimony?
We can take as a given it's non-self-executing. Again, I think people can come to different conclusions. It's one of the reasons why the Medellin case itself was a 6-3 opinion of the Supreme Court, right? But set that aside. Let's even accept the view that it is non-self-executing. All it means is the executive branch doesn't have current domestic authority to look at OST obligations for new on-orbit activities. But again, the international obligation remains. If the U.S. doesn't do that, we will suffer international consequences. And the administration almost implicitly admitted it's non-self-executing because they asked the Congress to enact legislation. And I should just say, even if it's self-executing, it still wouldn't matter. There'd be a great need for the Congress to act on an authorization regime anyway, because we don't want to just look at OST compliance, these minimally burdensome rules of the OST. We want to look and see whether an applicant is interfering with an existing U.S. licensee's activities. We would want to look and see whether an applicant is interfering with an existing U.S. government, particularly a critical national security asset. So there's a number of factors Congress would want to have an executive branch agency look at anyway. And so there's that need to act separate and aside from this question of self-execution or non-self-execution.
Well, and I would note, going even a little bit further than you did, that I think the executive certainly has the authority to recognize international law obligations and to make discretionary decisions consistent with those obligations, even if a particular treaty is not self-executing. It's what the executive cannot do is violate United States law. Medellin versus Texas, which each of the witnesses has discussed, is a case I know very well because I argued and won the case on behalf of the state of Texas, and so spent many, many hundreds of hours deeply immersed in Medellin versus Texas. It is interesting in the discussion here in that each of the witnesses also, if I understood you correctly, none of you are advocating reopening the Outer Space Treaty for renegotiation, and all three of you are arguing that consistent with the treaty language, it is possible to have a light touch regulatory regime, or I think, Mr. Schaefer, you used the permissionless regulatory regime. Is that accurate? And if so, should Congress legislate a framework for commercial activity in space and incentivizing enhanced commercial activity in space, and what should that framework look like if we were to legislate in that direction?
I'll kick off, Mr. Chairman. I think the important thing to understand about Article 6 is there are two notions that are contained in Article 6. The first of which is that nations are responsible and liable for the activities. So really how the United States chooses to authorize and supervise is a matter of risk assessment for the United States government. How much risk are we willing as a government to allow, and therefore how much of a regulatory regime do we want to pile on? And so it is this sort of risk versus reward, and I can tell you, from my experience in private practice, if the regulations become so burdensome, all of this stuff can easily go offshore. We saw that with our satellite construction industry after the implementation of ITAR, and we could easily see it on this. I've already had clients who have looked at the existing regulatory regime, how expensive it is to get a FCC license, for example, and they've gone overseas to do this. And so we must be cognizant of the fact that if we don't get it right, we're going to have flight of this technology in this industry abroad.
I think one of the important things to consider in contemplating a regulatory regime is to make sure that it is actually very narrowly tailored to only those things which are hazardous to others or could create interference, so that we would avoid the pitfall proposed by the Section 108 report that came out of the previous administration, where everything would require authorization and supervision. I think we should start by federalizing Connecticut if we want to take that route and see how it works out. It's a small state, and we could see if this is actually a feasible project. But that being said, I don't think that the treaty does require any particular activity to be addressed or authorized even. And I think that mining is a perfect example of that. On the ground, mining is dangerous. There's landslides, toxic fumes, horrible issues for worker safety, cave-ins, environmental issues. In outer space, there's no one else around. And if your robot is mining an asteroid where no one's going to get hurt, what is the purpose of government regulation? And if you don't need the regulation, why do you need the authorization? I use the frivolous example of playing the harp on the moon as something that clearly doesn't require governmental oversight. And that goes to the point that you need to draw lines as to what requires oversight and what does not. And so clearly lunar beer brewing might be dangerous. Pressure vessels, I don't know, gases, but it might not. And so before we start saying everything needs to be regulated or that Article 6 requires the regulation of everything, Congress needs to go through its usual process of saying, is this something that is so hazardous or could cause such interference to others that it needs to be regulated? And if it does, it should call out, as we have in the past, launch needs regulation, reentry needs regulation, satellite interference needs regulation, but we shouldn't say everything. That's...
So permissionless innovation is never or rarely pure in the sense of no regulation at all. But at its core, there's a default presumption in favor of approval. And the Congress could certainly include a default presumption in favor of approval of these new space activities in an OST-compliant regime. They can certainly limit the number of factors the executive branch can take into account, the OST compliance, the not interfering with existing U.S. commercial space activities, not interfering with important U.S. government existing activities and assets, and also by giving agency that has promotion authority and experience with licensing and running an interagency process for space the lead over that process. I'll also say, because it was brought up, planetary protection standards. There's been some talk that COSPARS, that was created in a science era of space, somehow now is what meets the definition of harmful contamination. And the State Department explicitly has rejected this view. So COSPARS is not setting any minimum floor that commercial actors need to comply with. And the Congress can actually have significant deference given to industry created standards for those terms that have significant flexibility in their interpretation, like harmful contamination and like harmful interference. Last thing I'll say is Ms. Montgomery mentioned it's sort of like trying to federalize everything in Connecticut. It's really not. The better analogy is, because space is a non-sovereignty zone, it's really like telling U.S. citizens that travel to Antarctica, another non-sovereignty zone, here's a few minimal criteria you have to follow to ensure we're complying with our international obligations and that you're not interfering with existing U.S. activities or U.S. government activities down there. That's the appropriate analogy for what we're trying to do here.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer, and I'll note the next senator up, the ranking member, is the senator from Massachusetts. He might well be in favor of federalizing Connecticut.
I know there are some red states that believe they've already been federalized, and that was the subject.
Indeed.
That was the subject of the 2016 campaign. Give me your view as to what the reaction would be in Russia, China, or India if the Senate legislated in the area of Article 6, if it put requirements on the books. What's the reaction internationally if we do that? Mr. Schaefer.
So I think if we do that, listen, there's going to be some countries that oppose our interpretations of various OST provisions for matters of national interest regardless. But I think when we comply with Article 6 of the OST, we increase the number of countries that we have credibility to lead towards the U.S.-inspired to the commercially friendly inspired interpretations of the treaty. And when we don't comply with Article 6 of the OST, what we do is we send some countries, China and Russia's way, although China actually has been noticeably pretty quiet when it comes to asteroid mining and property rights. But as a general matter, we send countries their way. And we also have less credibility to insist those countries, when, again, a U.S. company is a first mover, if we don't have as part of our criteria for authorizing commercial companies, looking at whether we're doing harmful interference with a pre-existing activity of them, we won't have the credibility to insist on them doing the same for us.
And that's always the issue for the first mover. There are fast followers, sometimes even faster followers. So you have to think through the consequences of that. Mr. Dunstan, what do you think?
I think, again, as I testified, that the United States is in a unique position because of our constitutional historical background, because of the sort of notion that Americans are free to do what they want unless they are prohibited from doing it. By taking action here, the Congress, I think, can lead internationally, as we have in other areas, as Congress did just a couple of years ago with the CSLCA and extracted resources. We led, sure, there was a pushback from some in the international community, claiming that that was equal to an Article 2 appropriation violation, but yet many other countries are following suit. See what Luxembourg is doing. We certainly have led in suborbital tourist. The approach that the United States has taken and directed the FAA in terms of that has been followed suit by other countries. We are, by being the first mover, we can be the leader, and I think that what Congress does here is going to be extremely important going forward, and I think ultimately will be followed by the vast majority of other countries.
Okay, Mr. Schaefer, I heard you say in your testimony that you felt that there were lessons from the Internet that could be applied in outer space. Can you give me some details in that analogy that could help us to flesh out how we might proceed from here?
Sure. Permissionless innovation is a concept. You don't want to stifle innovators, people that are dealing with sophisticated technology with overly burdensome regulation. Actually, a lot of the space entrepreneurs, internet entrepreneurs, they're not real keen on hiring lawyers as their first people on board. They bring them on kind of last and reluctantly, right? And that's great. We want the engineers let free, right? But with that said, you know, again, permissionless innovation is rarely, if ever, pure, and it's contextual. The space context is a little bit different because we do have an international agreement we're party to, the OST, that has an Article 6 that says we have to authorize and supervise, and the ordinary meaning of the term authorize is give official permission to. And the important point, though, is this is not going to lead, or certainly doesn't have to lead, to overly burdensome regulation or an overly burdensome checklist that the executive branch would run through. But that is one contextual difference between the Internet, which we have very little international law and treaties on, unless you're talking about use of force issues, then you can get into some treaties, but very little treaties on that. In outer space, that's one difference. The other difference is in outer space, it's long time horizons for investment typically, and there's some new business models that shorten that time horizon and whatnot. But in the Internet, it's very, very quick, right? But when you have a long time horizon for investment, you really do need certainty. And what happens when you have this authorization gap, you're creating domestic uncertainty. Hey, who do I go to get authorization? Do I really need it? Are my investors still going to come on board? And then the international uncertainty of not complying with Article 6. Are foreign countries going to cut off access to foreign customers, to foreign partners, and whatnot? When you're dealing with long time horizons, it's really important to have that certainty and predictability for sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our panelists for your testimony here today. One issue that came up in another committee, I serve on the Armed Services Committee and dealing with space policy. One issue that came up of particular concern is the amount of space debris that now exists in orbit. I think I was reminded of a recent launch by India where there were 104 satellites, I believe, on one launch vehicle. That many of those are U.S. nanosatellites, but nevertheless an awful lot of stuff is going up there into the tens of thousands to keep track of. And as you are well aware of, this material is moving at 17,000 plus miles an hour and can cause a great deal of damage. Give me a sense of what you think or should we put together some sort of legal framework to deal with this debris differently than we do now? Whoever.
There are existing regimes on the commercial side, regulatory regimes that address debris. The FCC and NOAA both have debris rules and require mitigation of the creation of debris. The FAA also has regulations that require, you know, that you power down your batteries and vent your upper stage so that there is no debris created. The question is whether other things will require debris regulation, such as satellite servicing, perhaps. Those all have cameras and transmitters on them, and they could all perhaps be placed without any change in law under the existing regimes of the FCC and NOAA. So I think there's something in place now. Whether more is required.
Is it sufficient in your mind?
It sort of covers everything you can think of at the moment. So I do think it's sufficient for the moment.
Is Does everybody agree?
Well, I'd chime in. There are actually potentially 5 different government agencies that have their own separate, and they sit in 5 different sets of the Code of Federal Regulations. They're all based on models and standards adopted by NASA years ago, but they're all slightly different. And so it's actually possible to have a mission where you may have to have 3 or as many as 4 different orbital debris mitigation statements. And if one of the agencies disagrees or wants a change, then you have to loop all the way back through. And so this is when I talked about sort of the cumbersome regulations, because they all sort of grew up generically with each of these stovepipes. A sort of consolidation of that authority, I think, would really be helpful to industry. And I would agree there is enough on the books right now, as long as we enforce it and make sure that they abide by the debris mitigation standards, that's really not a worry going forward.
So there's if I understand both of you correctly, there's enough out there already, but we need to harmonize, so in your estimation.
Yes, harmonization would be very nice.
Mr. Avery.
The one thing I would add, there's a certain element of the scientific community that would like to see actually active debris remediation. So mitigation is actually the mitigation guidelines internationally that are inspired actually by the U.S. originally have certainly helped. But when you have incidents like the iridium incident in 2009 or the Chinese ASAT test in 2007, those types of activities can basically erase a decade's worth of beneficial mitigation activities. So there is some thought for sustainability of space, you would want to actually remove some of the existing debris, and the problem becomes people would say the thing to remove is the largest mass objects, and a lot of them are actually of Russian origin. And that gets us into ownership of space objects. So there are some legal hurdles to doing that. But in addition to the mitigation guidelines that are there internationally, enforced by the U.S. Through licensing criteria that Ms. Montgomery spoke of, that's another thing. In fact, I believe Congress in an enactment called on the administration to start looking more into active debris remediation in a 2010 or 2012 statute.
Well, and finally, you mentioned, of course, the Russian debris and other debris from other countries that are now engaged in active space programs. You've talked about the regulatory framework we have here in the United States. What's your assessment of the framework broadly with other countries that are launching spacecraft into orbit in relation to debris?
I would say generally most countries are compliant unless it's in their interest not to be. There was a ESA satellite not that long ago which had been launched a number of years ago, and they ultimately ran it dry. It's the size, almost half the size of this room. It's one of the largest satellites ever. And rather than deorbit it, which they should have, which the debris mitigation standards required, they just ran the thing dry. And their argument was, one, it was still producing scientifically important information, and 2, it was designed prior to when ESA had adopted. And so they went so far as to not say it wasn't launched, it was designed, and therefore. So there are many instances when countries in their own self-interest will either waive, and we do it ourselves from time to time. There are a number of Iridium satellites that have been, that the FCC has waived the requirement that they be deorbited because they want to run them dry of fuel. And so I think we have to be honest with ourselves and say we have these mitigation requirements and we need to stick to them, even if it might not be in our own interest to do so.
All right. Thank you.
Senator Nelson.
I would ask, how is the existing outer space treaty regime beneficial to the U.S. space industry? And I would leave hanging for Colonel Melroy in the second panel, what are the benefits of the existing outer space treaty regime for our commercial, civil, and national security space interest?
One area of in the area of liability, it does create a certain amount of certainty because the treaty set out how a particular country is a launching state and therefore liable for any damage caused by activities that launch from the country. that the government of that country launches or procures, or using the facilities of that country. So a lot of that certainty is very useful for the commercial sector. It's been implemented domestically for the launch industry through the Commercial Space Launch Act, and that has proved to be a benefit for the commercial industry.
I would add that one of the most important provisions of the Outer Space Treaty is the provision that states that any object that is launched from the surface of the Earth is the property of the launching state and always will be the property of the launching state. And so that makes very clear from an international basis that nobody can come along and pluck off your satellite under international law. Now, the flip side, as Mr. Shaver pointed, when we've got all this junk, all this abandoned stuff up there, it still remains the property of say, Russia, all these upper stages. And unfortunately, we don't have sort of concepts of maritime law where we could go in and just yank these things out. But it certainly gives confidence to an American company that if they launch a satellite, it will always remain theirs, and they can operate it so long as they abide by United States law.
So I think it's a great question. You know, we talked about minimally burdensome things in the OST on U.S. companies, but the reciprocal side, the other side is they do benefit U.S. companies. Article 2's non-appropriation, non-sovereignty obligation. If some other country is a first mover, you know, there's going to be a couple countries that are possible first movers. If some other country is a first mover, we're not going to have an entire U.S. industry blocked from that area of a celestial body, because there's free access to all areas of celestial bodies. So those things are certainly in our business's interest. The fact that countries have to think about whether they're causing potentially harmful interference with U.S. activities before they proceed. So there are protections in there that do provide more certainty for U.S. companies in terms of their business plans and ventures.
Thank you. Senator Hassan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the panelists. We're obviously talking about the opportunities that space exploration presents for scientific discovery and advancing our knowledge here on Earth and creating new opportunities for our businesses to thrive. And I'm really pleased that you're all here today and that the committee has gathered to examine the U.S. Space Treaty and whether and how this legal framework can be improved upon or sustained. As Senator Cruz indicated, I also wanted to make sure that the testimony from Michael Lissner was in the record. Mr. Lissner happens to be not only a space expert and founder of the legal and policy consulting firm called Space Law and Policy Solutions. He's based in my home state of New Hampshire. I have spent a little time looking at his testimony, and I think it reflects what we've been discussing, which is the fact that the decision about whether to withdraw from the Outer Space Treaty would be a very difficult one for us to make. There are obviously lots of considerations, most of which that I had on my mind you've all touched on, but I wanted to give you the opportunity just to help us think through, as we all assess these matters, how we should balance the interests of industry stakeholders for further exploration and advancement with our top priorities in national security. What should we be thinking about in terms of that balance?
That, of course, is the difficult question, is how do you balance, and I would say there are three balancing acts. There's the commercial aspect, there's the scientific aspect, and then there's the national security aspect. And it's a tough balance to do. I can just report, in terms of my experience in what could potentially become a parallel mechanism, which was the ITAR, the International Trafficking in Arms Regulations. And what we saw there was a regime which was non-transparent, which was non-appealable. It was essentially a black box. And so whatever we do, that balancing, to the extent we can, we understand there are national security interests where we can't always give you a reason no. But we've got to have a regime that allows you to have a right of appeal, has the right to get an answer, as opposed to with the ITAR regime, it was just no, and you never found out why no. And so transparency in whatever Congress does, I think, is critical, and that will give, I think, the industry as much sort of certitude as it can get.
Thank you. Ms. Montgomery.
Yes, I think one of the problems, I agree with everything Mr. Dunstan said, to start with, but also one of the solutions to that, as Congress considers drafting legislation, is to not use very vague language. There's lots of statutes in the space arena out there that just talk about national security. Well, there's lots and lots of things that could mean, and unfortunately, it can sometimes mean that the regulatory person in charge of figuring out if there's a national security issue sits there somewhat paralyzed. What could I be missing? And then you get lots and lots of delay. So I think that if Congress clearly articulated the standards, for instance, we do not want anyone and I'm just making this up,
right.
We do not want anyone transmitting pictures of my secret satellite back to Earth, and just make that a clear prohibition, then that would be very helpful. And so, of course, the National Security Agency might give you a little bit more vague than what I just said,
Right.
but perhaps not so vague that the non-transparent black box becomes the norm.
Thank you. Mr. Schaefer.
I would just say there are some competing interests there, but sometimes not. There are some synergies, too. And in fact, one of the things I recommended in my written testimony was Congress actually declare that these new space activities, at least the ones that are foreseeable, are actually in the national security interest of the U.S. to have U.S. companies be the leaders. To take a couple examples, China controls 85% of the rare earth minerals or more in the on Earth. If we have U.S. companies, and again, it depends whether there's an ultimate business case for it, but if we have U.S. companies that are able to get access to those minerals on celestial bodies, that can change the dynamics. It's also in the U.S. interest for U.S. companies to be the first to do and the best at satellite servicing. It requires rendezvous and proximity operations. Better to have that technology or the most advanced technology in the U.S. and having U.S. firms do that. So I think the interesting thing is, I know in remote sensing it seems like the trade-offs are a little more stark, but in these new activities there's actually a lot of synergies, and I think Congress could actually so state in the law to limit that national security barrier to some of the commercial activities.
Well, thank you, and thank you all for very thoughtful testimony.
Thank you. Let me ask another question that came up in some of the answers here. There was multiple references to satellites and space junk and property rights. And I want to ask the panel's view on what should the legal regime be. Mr. Dunstan referenced maritime law, for example, encouraging salvage. Should we have a similar regime encouraging salvage and the removal of space junk? And a related question, Article 2 of the Outer Space Treaty says that outer space, including the moon and other celestial bodies, is not subject to national appropriations by claims of sovereignty, by means of use or occupation, or by any other means. Is that prohibition consistent with our interests in encouraging robust investment in exploration and development of outer space? We have the last great frontier in America settling the West. We had the Homestead Act, which provided an acute financial incentive for people to take the great risk of going and investing. Do we need, with respect to outer space, with respect to the moon or Mars, the equivalent of 40 acres and a mule, 40 miles and a lunar rover? What role should property rights play in space, either with satellites or with lunar settlements or settlements on Mars or otherwise? And I would open this to all the witnesses.
I think that there's 2 points on the property rights question, and I'll leave salvage to someone else. But the Article 2 does not prohibit commercial or private ownership of land, and I think that's very clear. The fact of the matter is that property rights serve as a great incentive to investment. If you don't have property rights, you cannot put up your land as collateral. You cannot get investors. There's nothing to securitize your investors' interests. And you yourself are hampered in your ability to plan if you don't know that the property that you are using and hopefully going to be spending decades on is yours. So I do think that the United States should figure out a way to recognize property rights extraterrestrially, and I do think that the Outer Space Treaty allows that. I do believe there are a lot of people who disagree with my view, and I think that it is something that needs to be looked at very carefully and thought through, because the incentives are there for development if there are property rights. Thank you.
So I would disagree with Laura. The first time I've disagreed with her today, because I don't think the Outer Space Treaty, as it is written, would allow for the United States to even recognize domestically that. But I would give you another analogy to the opening of the West, and that would be the fact that the United States retained title in what are now the reservations of the Native Americans. And yet you are able to go on and buy a mining lease or a drilling lease on those. Now, it's cumbersome, but that's because we put this bureaucracy on top of it. But people can go in and mine resources off of our Native American reservations and extract those resources and profit from them without actually owning the land on which they're doing that. And so I think in that way, an asteroid could be the same thing. You can't own the whole asteroids, but everything you take out of it becomes yours. And that's what Congress recognized with the CSLCA in 2015.
So let me press you a little bit on that, Mr. Dunstan. Two follow-ups. One, your initial testimony, you did not advise renegotiating the OST. I want to ask how that's consistent with the answer you gave. And two, the analogy of Indian territories. There, the United States, if you're retaining title under Article 2, the United States and other nations can't make claims of sovereignty. So how is that? How do we reconcile that to incentivize serious investment?
So the Native American analogy is the fact that the United States owns the land, not the tribe. And so put the United States in this analogy at the sort of international level. Okay, and so the tribe doesn't own it, yet the tribe can enter into mining leases, which don't would then convey a property right underneath it. So I use that analogy to say that you don't have to have underlying property rights to still do extracted resources from it. And secondly, I think Article 2 is pretty clear that we can't domestically recognize property rights. We would have to go in and renegotiate that treaty, and I think that's
But from whom would you obtain the lease? In your analogy, you have the United States from whom you could obtain the lease. The international community, there is no entity from whom to obtain a lease.
That's correct. You just can go out and mine that asteroid. You just can't own that asteroid. You can't obtain a property right in the whole asteroid, only with what you extract from it.
And you'd say same for the Moon and for Mars?
Same for the Moon and Mars, yes.
Mr. Schaefer?
Well, on the question of salvage, maritime salvage doesn't work for most space debris because most space debris is valueless, so there's nothing to be saved from the peril, so to speak. There is a little-used concept called liability salvage that's got some reflection in U.S. maritime law where you're saving the person from the liability they would face if their piece of junk hits something. But given the fact that it's a fault-based standard in space, who's at fault if a piece of debris hits an active satellite, the thing that can move or the thing that can't move? And it might depend a little bit on the facts. Was the debris created in opposition to the internationally recognized debris mitigation guidelines or not? So it'd be very fact-specific. But liability salvage may have some application there. But pure maritime salvage doesn't work. On the property rights issue, I think, at least in the short to medium term, obviously, U.S. interpretation of OST, and as recognized by the Congress, you have property rights in the extracted resources. That's 35 years at least of U.S. interpretation now confirmed and codified by the Congress. In terms of cordoning off areas, it's really the non-interference right that comes into play there. And it might be better to proceed on a case-by-case basis with that, because we could get U.S. company versus U.S. company, both going for same areas of a celestial body, and what is a non-interference right encompass. We could have U.S. company versus foreign country in that situation, and it's probably best to leave the discretion in the executive branch hands case by case with those guiding principles. than try and do a complete rewrite and upset of Article 2 of the OST, which I think very few countries would join. I think bilateralism, case by case, is probably the better way to go.
Well, thank you to each of the witnesses. I think this was a very productive and educational panel. I will note that I'm looking forward to trying Ms. Montgomery's Celestial Moon Beer if and when it is brewed. And with that, I want to thank each of the three witnesses in the first panel and welcome to come forward the second panel, which we will move immediately to as soon as you have a seat. I want to welcome the second panel now. We will have a total of 4 witnesses. The first is Dr. Bob Richards, who is a space entrepreneur and a futurist. He is co-founder of Moon Express, Inc., a space transportation and lunar resources company located at Cape Canaveral, where he currently serves as president and CEO. Dr. Richards chairs the Space Commerce Committee of the Commercial Spaceflight Federation, serves on the board of the Space Foundation, and is a member of the International Institute of Space Law. Our second witness is Mr. Peter Marquez, who is the Vice President for Global Engagement at Planetary Resources, where he is responsible for working with governments around the world. Mr. Marquez has held positions in the Air Force and the Office of the Secretary of Defense, working on national security space programs and special programs. After his time in the Pentagon, Mr. Marquez served on the National Security Council as the Director for Space Policy for President George W. Bush and also for President Barack Obama. Mr. Mike Gold is the Vice President of Washington Operations and Business Development at Space System Loral. Mr. Gold previously served for 13 years with Bigelow Aerospace, where he supported a variety of non-traditional space activities. Mr. Gold also serves as the chair of ComStack, which is the Federal Advisory Committee that provides advice and counsel to the Federal Aviation Administration's Office of Commercial Space Transportation. And finally, Colonel Pamela Melroy is a retired Air Force test pilot and NASA astronaut. Colonel Melroy is a veteran of 3 missions to the International Space Station and is one of 2 women to command the Space Shuttle. After leaving NASA, Colonel Melroy worked in industry and at the Federal Aviation Administration's Office of Commercial Space Transportation. Colonel Melroy recently left DARPA after serving 4 years as the Deputy Director of the Tactical Technology Office. Colonel Melroy is now owner and CEO of Melroy & Hollett Technology Partners. Welcome to each of you. Dr. Richards, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Markey. It's an honor to be invited to speak with you today about reopening the American frontier and unleashing the innovative power of the U.S. commercial space industry as a driver of the nation's space economy and settlement. Our need to expand humanity into space is not in question. To consider otherwise would put an expiry date on the human species. What is in question is the way that we will expand into space and which nations will set the standards of freedom and endeavor and reward as we enter these new frontiers. As a country built on the foundations of Earth's frontiers, the United States stands unique in all the world with the opportunity to focus the power of its entrepreneurial history and enterprising vision to open up the space frontier, and in so doing, create a peaceful, prosperous, and boundless future for all humanity. Today, I address you as the founder and CEO of Moon Express, a privately funded commercial space company created to seek and unlock the resources of the moon through a progressive series of commercial robotic missions, starting with our maiden voyage scheduled to launch late this year. Relevant to the subject of this hearing is that last year, after months of interagency consultations, Moon Express became the first commercial entity to receive formal U.S. government approval to send a robotic spacecraft beyond traditional Earth orbit and to the moon. This was, in fact, the first time in history that any government aid signatory to the Outer Space Treaty exercised its rights and obligations to formally authorize and supervise a commercial entity to fly beyond traditional Earth orbit and to the moon. The framework we used for our mission approval was an interim patch that built on the existing payload review process of the Federal Aviation Administration Office of Commercial Space Transportation, with a series of additional voluntary disclosures intended to help satisfy U.S. obligations under the OST. We worked independently with all stakeholder federal agencies who in turn worked collaboratively and creatively to find a way to approve our ad hoc approach, even as Congress and the administration determine a more formal framework. Looking beyond our mission approval, which is an interim solution, we support a process that focuses on streamlines the regulatory framework, limits the government's role to a light touch, promotes American innovation and investment, and satisfies our international obligations. In essence, we believe that a commercial space activity should enjoy deemed authorization, presumed authorization, unless there is a clearly evident or meaningful demonstrable impact on national security, U.S. obligations under international treaties, or harmful interference with others. The key to our survival as a species, in fact, the only key we hold in the long term, is to evolve into a multi-world species, harnessing the practically infinite energy and resources of space and easing the pressure on our home planet. Preservation of the Earth and our civilization is precisely the reason we need to expand our economic and societal sphere into space, beginning with the moon and then beyond. But it's not just about boldly going. It's about boldly staying. It's about moving the economic sphere of Earth outward in a way that uses the material wealth of space to solve the urgent problems we now face on Earth, to bring the poverty-stricken segments of the world up to a decent standard of living without recourse to war or punitive action against those already in material comfort, to provide for a maturing civilization the basic energy vital to its survival through freedom of commerce in space. We are at the cusp of a magnificent adventure, an evolution of our species perhaps as significant as the evolution of life from ocean onto land. Our emergence from Earth into the ocean of space holds promise and opportunity, but also dangers of migrating conflict. And for the first time in human history, an opportunity to conquer new worlds without conquering each other. The United States has taken proactive measures to support its private sector and has interpreted the Outer Space Treaty in favorable ways to the Constitution and the founding principles of this country. While the Outer Space Treaty may appear antiquated, and in some ways it is a remarkably visionary document with profound principles that have served the world well for decades. I believe time and energy is better spent in continuing to interpret the Outer Space Treaty in favor of international collaboration without constraining the rights, the benefits, or the freedoms of U.S.
All right, everyone. So I am going to cut out of this hearing now. I know we've had a lot of hearings today. I want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at New York City. As you can see, the Empire State Building lit up in honor of Memorial Day. We'll have more news now in just a few minutes. Mary Kate will be joining you to wrap up the show.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate, and I'll be taking you into the next few hours of the show here, everybody. You're getting a live look of New York City right now. It's been 20 years since a devastating, deadly tornado hit Texas. Today, many were gathering to remember the lives lost. Let's hear what they had to say.
For others that gather today who know nothing of the history of this community, I pray, Lord, that you would open their eyes and their hearts to the value of the good that has come from this place. Lord, grant us this day your grace and wisdom as we gather together, not just to remember those that have passed, but to celebrate the good that has come. We love you, for it is in the wonderful name of Jesus Christ that we pray. Amen. You know, my first time coming to Gerald was actually on May the 17th, 1989. We had received a phone call early in the morning, and my mom had called and said a tornado has hit in Gerald. And my wife, his grandmother, Fred and Martha Lee Milberger, lived here in Gerald at the time, and I remember driving down Interstate 35 coming to Gerald, and what seemed so odd to me, Miss King, was that I was dodging 18-wheelers that were laying on the ground. It was pouring rain, and I remember vividly the Frito-Lay truck just north of Gerald laying on the ground with the Frito chips just scattered everywhere. As I got into the Gerald community, I went over to Grandma and Grandpa's house, and it wasn't there. I was heartbroken and stunned and unsure what to do. I was wet. The daylight had just broken. And all that was there was a center wall that had a cabinet full of her china. Later we found Grandma and Grandpa alive and well. They were over at his brother's house having breakfast at the breakfast table. And I said, Grandpa, did you think to call anyone and tell them that you were okay? And he said, son, my phone is gone. And I said, Grandpa, are we going back to the house? He said, we need to go and pick up what we can.
All right, you guys, looks like there might be a slight audio issue here. Let me see if I can work this out. Looks like the voice is not matching up with the video. Let me just try and fix this for you. Getting a live look in New York City right now. Doesn't it look beautiful? I apologize, everybody. Looks like that audio is not working correctly for that video. I'd hate to have you guys watch that with the voice not matching up with the footage. So I apologize about that. But you are getting a beautiful look of New York City right now. Take a look at this shot as well. Just gorgeous. Pulling up the next top story for you here in the show. I appreciate you guys watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. Let's take you to the Department of Defense, where last Marine to leave Vietnam speaks at Memorial Day. Retired Marine Corps Master Sergeant John Valdez, the last Marine to leave the U.S. Embassy in Vietnam before the surrender, delivered a keynote speech at the Memorial Day event today at Riverside National Cemetery in California. Let's hear what he had to say.
I'd like to welcome all of you to the Riverside National Cemetery Memorial Day ceremony. My name is Mike Warren. I am pleased to be your Master of Ceremonies today. I want to say how beautiful the cemetery looks and how beautiful it is to have an American flag on every gravesite out here. I want to thank all of those who came out on Saturday and placed those flags. At this time, I'm going to ask the Memorial Honor Detail Team number 17 from Hemet High School Air Force Junior ROTCs to present the colors. Color Guard. Present the colors. Please rise.
Colors. Halt. Green. Down. Arms.
At this time, the Riverside Concert Band will perform our national anthem. Color Guard will now post the colors. If you'll please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, for the invocation, and for the presentation of the POW MIA flag. Color Guard, you may retire. This time I call upon Robert Cranfield. Recently, he has earned his Eagle Scout from the Boy Scouts of America, and he's going to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance. Robert?
Please join me. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Robert. Our invocation this morning is given by Colonel Don Forden, United States Army retired, currently serves as the chaplain at the Jerry Pettis Memorial VA Hospital in Loma Linda.
Now for the invocation. O God, we are all members of the same human family. Thus, we're all brothers and sisters. We are mindful today that we are standing on sacred ground. Today, we remember those members in our military who have passed from among us through death. They have given us equality, respect, and the right to justice as American citizens. Let us pledge our lives in the eternal vigilance for the cause of peace. Amen.
We will now have the presentation of the Prisoner of War Missing in Action flag by a member of the Hemet High School Air Force Junior ROTC. You may now take your seats. Thank you. Pete Young, the director of the Riverside National Cemetery, will give his welcoming address.
Good morning. As a director of this great cemetery, it is my honor to welcome you to the 39th observance of Memorial Day at Riverside National Cemetery. I want to welcome those of you who are here today for the first time, and for the many of you who come back year after year, can't thank you enough for your continued support. In 2009, Riverside National Cemetery began a tradition called the Roll Call Project. In that first year, 800 volunteers came to the cemetery around the clock over the course of the week before Memorial Day and read the names of each of the 146,892 veterans interred here at that time. Each year since, a small number of volunteers come back the day before Memorial Day to read the names of those veterans who have passed since the previous year. Here to read the final 10 names of this year's roll call, please welcome Madison Williams, and this is her 8th consecutive year doing this.
Good morning. So I would like to dedicate my reading today to my grandpa, Chuck Young, who served in Korea, and my great-grandfather, Ned Smith, who served in World War II. Private First Class George Kukula, U.S. Army. Machinist Mate Second Class David Jennett, U.S. Navy. Lieutenant Colonel James Smock, U.S. Army. Private First Class Levi Poston, U.S. Army. Specialist 4 Leandro Villanueva, U.S. Army. Lance Corporal Richard Aceves, U.S. Marine Corps. Sergeant Kenneth Barnett, U.S. Air Force. Sergeant First Class Daniel Deloge, U.S. Army. Master Sergeant Oscar Gran, U.S. Air Force. Specialist 5 David Buchanan, U.S. Army. Thank you.
Thank you, Madison. She started doing this when she was 8 years old, and now she's 16. And we're so glad that she is here. I know her name wasn't in the program. We lost a telephone number to contact her, and J.C. Strauss had volunteered to do it. But then when we got it, we finally able to get a hold of Madison. J.C. said he wanted her to do that. So we're glad she is here to do that. At this time, I'd like to introduce our congressman for the 41st Congressional District, Congressman Mark Takano. He has some remarks.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Well, there's no doubt that you love this land, and I can tell you I have no doubts about that I love this land. We love this country together, and we come today to pay our respects to those who served, those who gave the ultimate sacrifice, those who continue to serve. In fact, if there are any currently enlisted folk, please raise your hand if you are currently enlisted, currently serving. Thank you very much. May God keep you safe. And yes, thank you. I don't have much more to say on this day. I mean, the graves and the flags indicate that this cemetery has already been consecrated with the blood and the sacrifice of those who are here. So let me just end with these simple words. God bless all of you, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman Mark Takano. It's my pleasure now to introduce our invited guests that are sitting on either side of the podium up here. It seems like a few of them might have gotten caught in traffic out there, so we'll find out as we go along who's here and who isn't. Our congressman we just heard from the 41st Congressional District, Congressman Mark Tucano. If you'll stand up when I introduce you, that way people know who you all are. There you go. And representing the 452nd Air Mobility Wing right over here at March Field is the commander, Brigadier General Russell Muncie, accompanied by his wife Angela. And the director of the VA Medical Center over in Loma Linda is Miss Barbara Fallon. Our chaplain for today, Colonel Don Thornton, accompanied by his wife Donna. The mayor of Riverside, Rusty Bailey. From Ward 4, council members from the city of Riverside, Paul Davis. And let's see. Pete Young is the director of Riverside National Cemetery. Madison Williams, who we just heard give our final 10 roll call. Our youth speaker today, Janae Anekwe. Our bugler today, and also who led us in the Pledge of Allegiance, Robert Cranfield. Mr. Grant Ghosh, the director of the Riverside County Department of Veterans Affairs. Ms. Debbie Franklin, the mayor pro tem of Banning. Representing the Society of Military Widows, Chapter 13, is the president, Etta Brown. Our keynote speaker today, Master Gunnery Sergeant Juan Valdez, United States Marine Corps retired. And he is accompanied by his spouse, Shirley. The chairman of the Riverside National Cemetery Support Committee, Paul Atkins, accompanied by his spouse, Nina McCoy. And also from the Riverside National Cemetery Support Committee, Gunther Greenbaugh, accompanied by his spouse, Marty. The Assistant Director of the Riverside National Cemetery, Mr. Paul LaGrange. And representing the Memorial Honor Detail here at Riverside National Cemetery is Chairman, Mr. Dan Smith. I'd like to thank all of those invited guests for attending here today. This time we're going to have our youth speaker, Janae Anekwe. She's in 9th grade. She's from Yorba Linda High School. Now, I first met Janae when she was a participant in the American Legion Constitutional Oratorical Contest representing the 5th area of the American Legion. That covers pretty much all of Southern California. She was in this contest with several other contestants over at American Legion Post in Redlands. I was very impressed with her. She won that contest, and then she went to represent American Legion in Sacramento for the state finals, where she came in 2nd place. Now, she's only in 9th grade. She's only 14 years old, so she has another 3 years of high school to really refine herself, and I think, boy, if she doesn't win that whole thing by the time she's a senior, I'd be surprised. I was very impressed with her. She's a terrific speaker, and I look forward to listening to her and her speech. So please put your hands together for Janae Anekwe.
An empty wasteland with guns and military tanks, where bullets fly and the shouting of fallen soldiers is all that can be heard. This is war, where over 1 million American troops risk their lives, not only to continue to guarantee American liberties, but also to ensure democracy in other, less fortunate countries around the world. These fallen soldiers are the reason why we are gathered here on this Memorial Day, a day when the entire nation takes the time to commemorate the courageous men and women who willingly sacrificed their lives to protect the United States of America. A day when we decorate the graves of the veterans who lost their lives fighting on battlefields. Today is the day when we honor their ultimate sacrifice. Since the American Revolutionary War of 1775, when brave men successfully fought for the freedom of this nation from Britain, the United States has lost so many heroes who gave their lives to grant us the freedom that we enjoy today as American citizens. America has celebrated Memorial Day since the end of the Civil War in 1861. This holiday, formerly called Decoration Day, was born out of America's desire to honor all its warriors. We cherish this day because the men and women who lost their lives fighting for this country are the reason why we as Americans can feel safe and secure in our nation today. The sacrifices of our fallen soldiers during the American Civil War united this great nation instead of leaving us divided. And for that, we as Americans shall always remain grateful. In this war, as well as in many others, America has been steadfast in fighting for freedom, democracy, equality, justice, and protection. It is disheartening that the gains of war came at the expense of millions of precious American lives, including fathers and mothers, sisters and brothers, sons and daughters, husbands and wives. They were heroes who were loyal to our country and lost their lives fighting on the battlefield so that we can enjoy the blessings of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The Department of Veterans Affairs offers the following statistics. During World War I, America lost over 53,000 soldiers. World War II brought about the deaths of over 290,000 U.S. soldiers. And America lost over 47,000 soldiers in the Vietnam War. These men and women, as well as many others who fought in wars not mentioned, are the reason why we as Americans can have peace and security in our nation today. Today is the day when we honor their ultimate sacrifice. Our veterans have fought in foreign lands and sailed across strange seas. They expressed their noble qualities in every battlefield, be it as an Army man or woman, an Air Force officer, and a Marine officer, a Marine, or a Coastal Guard. Today, we have all come together with one voice, one purpose, one message, to say thank you. I would now like to remember the families of our departed soldiers. Let us often remember to care for the widows, widowers, and orphans whose loved ones went to war to fight for the greatest nation on earth, but to never returned. We must also not forget the soldiers who are today stationed in various parts of the world, fighting the war against terror. We should continue to keep them in our thoughts and in our prayers. for they are the soldiers taking us closer towards world peace. Therefore, America, for the sake of all those men and women who lost their lives fighting for this country, we should be encouraged to come together as a united America to carry on their legacy. We should also continue to urge our government to do more to make sure that no veteran is left homeless, unemployed, or without proper medical care, because they are the brave men and women who fought to protect this sovereign state and have granted us the peace and security that we as Americans enjoy today. Thank you to Mr. Warren for giving me the opportunity to speak at this Memorial Day event, a privilege for which I am most grateful. My sincere gratitude also goes to Commander Clay Baxter and the veterans of the Richard Nixon American Legion Post 679 for supporting me through this year's American Legion Oratorical Contest. Thank you to all the veterans of the United States of America. Gracias a todos los veteranos de los Estados Unidos de América.
Good job. Good job. Well, she's pretty terrific, huh? Now, she memorized that whole speech. She was not reading from a script or notes or anything. She memorized the whole thing. Terrific. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge all of those veteran, patriotic, fraternal, and civic organizations that have placed wreaths that you see behind me. The Disabled American Veterans, Chapter 28 in Riverside. The Veterans of Foreign Wars, Arlington Post 9223. The Moreno Valley Elks, number 269. The Disabled American Veterans Auxiliary, Chapter 28, the Ladies Auxiliary. The Hemet Elks, Auxiliary, number 1740. And the Benevolent Protective Order of the Elks, number 1740 from Hemet. The American Legion Family, District 25. The Society of Military Widows, Chapter 13 in Riverside. The Vietnam Veterans of America, Chapter 47. The U.S. Marine Corps Detachment, number 1057. And the Military Order of the Purple Heart, Chapter 2929, Redlands, California. Now comes one of my favorite parts of the program.